shooting ropes.
Hand jobs all around. 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 Hand jobs all around.
Good. 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 Good.
Brasses. 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 Brasses.
Breasts.
Brasses. 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 Brasses.
Hey yo, Al, I got you.
Brasses.
Hey yo, the butcher coming, nigga. Look, I got 10 niggas with me, all body catchers. That's 10 straps and Air Max 97. You know why we legends? No. Extra street shit, they watch me stretch it. I put the microwave on 90 seconds. The day my brother died like 9/11. I missed him. He smoked the big one when he took that backseat ride to heaven.
Sing it!
See my wife got a second. This wrist got us extras. It's in the pot doing calisthenics. They talk tough talk, but they don't want no issues. All they talk is gunplay, but they don't own no pistol. Sat down at a meeting, Montego on the meat.
All right. First and foremost, we have something very important to do. Very important to do. For Jay needs a clip of me saying, I'll have sex with this computer. So we need to give Jay, we need to give him some sex. Are you ready? Are you ready? Oh, I am. I'm on the wrong mic. Now I should sound better.
I'm a little hot, though.
Now I should sound better. I looked at the logs.
Turn up a little bit.
That should be good. Yeah. All right, so here we go. I made sure the mix was separate. This is for Jay. I'd have sex with this computer. I'd have sex with this computer. I'd have sex with this computer. Sex. Oh, sex with the computer. Sex. Man on plastic ass. I'd have sex with the computer. I'd have sex with this computer. I'd have sex with this computer. I'd have sex with this computer. I'd have sex. I'd have sex with the computer. I'd have sex with the computer. I'd have sex with the computer.
I'm gonna come.
Me too. I'm gonna come. I'd have sex with this computer.
Shooting ropes.
Oh, shooting ropes, shooting ropes, shooting ropes. All right, so Jay, there is your clip. Where the hell did I make it go, though? Refresh. Will it show up in quick shit? Of course it won't.
I'm gonna come.
Why does it keep saying I'm gonna come? Did he put something on? Alright, I gotta figure out where that output it to. I definitely hit record because I saw the red light on. So I didn't pull a stoner move there. So video, let's go to output. Recording. I put it in a folder called sex. Of course I did. Because I am fucking 12. Okay. There it is. You need to be the sexiest man alive and come on a live stream, sir. I'd love to have you on and shoot the shit, man. This is a weird stream. It's starting off strange. It's starting off real strange. I'm okay with it, though. Let it be strange. Jay, I'm sending you the sex right now. You're getting the sex, Jay.
I'm gonna come.
The sex is
So
being
damn
uploaded.
cold out here in Wisconsin. I had like 50 icicles inside my car. What's with this day after tomorrow shit all of a sudden?
What did Jay do? Jay fucked up my StreamLabs, didn't he? He fucked up my StreamLabs. What is going on? The random text. So let's go from the beginning here. Shooting ropes, always.
Shooting ropes.
Well, that's not true. Hello, dude, we have to watch Phil. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm going on King while I'm live streaming. I'm going on King Sly T's stream to talk about, I don't know, Detractorgate. I guess it is. Because they're all flipping out that they said there would be a civil war, which I guess was an exaggeration. However,
Hi Rich and Darkanus, you modded me at the end of last year. Unfortunately I lost access to that channel, so I'm using this as a backup. I'm not asking you to mod me, just wanted you know I'm the same guy.
yeah, Jay definitely fucked up the settings. What did he do? Why?
Try to relax your anus.
Now, why is there relaxed anuses? What is going on? Alert box. All right. So donations.
I'm gonna come.
Why was a
Holy
man who bust on May 1st talking crap about our Dracula flow?
I don't know. So, bro, he oh my God, he brought it down to $3. I would have a nervous breakdown. All right, for alerts, it's $5. Text to speech, it's 15. That's what it originally was. So donations, subscribers, super chats. Yeah, why do you have a sound for super chats? Do you have
I'm gonna
text to-
come.
Did you see someone is making a remake of Castlevania 2 by calling it Transylvania Adventure Simon's Quest? There's a trailer for it and it's coming to consoles.
And what is this fucking... Yeah, I heard that, and I want to try that out, man. Yeah, man. What is his voice? Let me test super chats. Well, I don't have text to speech anyway, but let me see donations. What is the voice? It's English.
John donated $36.
Okay.
This is a test donation for $36.
All right, everything's back to normal now. That was bizarre. I've noticed. Oh, he changed it. Yeah, dude, I didn't know his intros are on so long. And the thing is, now it makes even less sense that he would ask for 100 likes for a bubble blow. He finally got the hint. Because you were putting copyrighted music in the beginning of your fucking streams anyway. They were going to get taken down anyway.
Try to relax your anus.
Hey, Dad, how much for you to suck me off and till I shake and...
Try to relax your anus.
I have the weirdest subscribers ever.
Try to relax your anus.
Well, I know what. Yeah, my mom makes me tape my nips because the skin gets bloody when the skin rips, and nobody wants bloody nips. Zero contributions is a man. Who is that? So damn cold out here in Wisconsin. I had like 50 icicles on your nipples. What's with this day after tomorrow? Should all of a sudden, yeah, we're getting snow again tonight. It was like out of left fucking field. Oh, yeah, by the way, tonight I'm on till 11. If we hit the tips goal of 250, tips goal, or the donation goal, I mean to say, of 250, by 7:30 p.m., I'll be on till 1. Usually it's 6 to 10 or 6 to 12. I said tips goal. I am Phil. Hey, Rich, I'm Dark Anus. Did I say that right? You modded me at the end of the year last. Unfortunately, I lost access to the channel, so I'm using this as a bat. I'm asking you to mod me. Just wanted to let you know I'm the same guy. Okay, yeah, I'm holding off on modding people right now. It's been an interesting past couple weeks. I've had to ban more people than usual. Not a fan. Why was the man on May 1st talking about Dracula Flow? Because he's Phil. That we're going to watch. We got to watch that. I have so much to say on Phil's react because it's so...
Try to relax your anus.
It's so anus relaxing watching Phil. Oh. All kidding aside, I would love to have intercourse with you. That's great. I do not want to have intercourse with you. Thank you. I got all that footage to Jay. I had a meeting today. That's why I couldn't get it. There actually is a couple interesting stories I'm going to get up tomorrow. But I had a meeting today. And I got Jay all the footage for... Oh, Duty, you must be licking your chops right now. I'm going on King Sly T's stream while I'm streaming here at 8:30. So make sure your nipples are nice and hard.
Try to relax your anus.
Jay's actually working on that video. Yes. Yes. We're talking about the tractor gate. Listen, give me your strange. Oh, why was a man on May 1st? I don't know. We got to watch the Dracula. I can't resist the Dracula flow shit. I watched that and I'm like, oh, come on. Yeah, you could come on, dude. I'm sure there's going to be interesting, tough questions. It's okay. Now, did I overestimate that there would be a civil war? Yeah, I'll hold on to that juicy L. I kind of like thought it was going to be Sons of Kojima shit. However, though, there are people. I want this documentary to happen probably more than like 80% of the most devout detractors. Not because I want anything bad to happen to Phil. I don't. But I want to see behind the scenes of Phil. Don't give him a fucking reason to bail. And Phil is an idiot. He is dumb. But he is the king of making excuses. And I think that's why he brought Kat on the stream. So if everyone starts piling in on Kat, which I see the fat cat. Sounds like I'm rapping. That was retarded. But you get my point. He'll go, oh, my family's at yeah, call her robust, call her something like, don't, because he used her as a fallback for everyone making fun of him masturbating. I'm not even making it up. He said that Kat would cry if she saw that video, which I have so many questions about if that it isn't true, but so I found out some stuff I can't talk about. But this is going to be a very interesting documentary. You want it to happen. Tread lightly. It'll be worth it, even if there's things you have to hold back on. It'll be worth it to hold back. I'll leave it at that. I'm not saying don't make videos on Phil. You can make 100 videos on Phil a fucking day. But it's going to be, all I'll say is it's going to be a good documentary. I'm going to stop because I'll allude too much and I'll be a fucking idiot. But watching Phil react exactly how I knew he would react to Dracula Flow was comedy gold. I don't know how that man is the same age as me. It was like watching like a 70-year-old man in the 50s react to rock music. It was like, how are you my age? How are you just slightly younger than me? Like, I think I'm seeing birds. Wait, hold on. Oh, just he wants birds. You get a Hoot Wireless because Hoot for birds.
Hoot Wireless.
Someone's burning. I don't know why I hit the applause again. I didn't mean to. So, if you need to restrain I'm going to say this with King Sly T too. If there's certain things, if you think to yourself, this may make Phil not want to do it, think twice about it. There's a billion other things you could talk about with Phil. If you think this may make Phil run away, don't. Because I assure you, after the documentary comes out, you will have a gold mine. A gold mine. You will have content for years. So to hold your tongue just a little bit will be worth your time in spades. I'm still probably saying too much. Probably should have saved all what I was saying anyway for the fucking Sly T, but whatever. I'm stoned and have diarrhea of the mouth and a small dick. Listen, give me your strange. I missed a lot of super chats, CB96. I will get to them all. I am sorry. So, did you see someone is remaking? Yes. And I want to try it. Don't make it all about rock music, though. That didn't start until the... I would say when they came out with Castlevania for the PC Engine. Whatever the fuck it was called. That was when I would say it started. Where it became about rock music and anime and... which I know is a strange thing to say because I always say that Vampire Hunter D was the inspiration for Castlevania. But they got away from the anime stuff until like the early 90s. Bite at the camera seductively. I will bet humping Steven Crowder, but I'm not biting at the camera. I will kiss the bird.
Hopping Steven Crowder, Steven Crowder, Steven Crowder, Steven Crowder, Steven Crowder.
Amy Celeste, how the hell are you? I see you in the chat. I don't know how that was better than biting at the camera, but whatever. It was fun. It's cool because I'm not a big fan of wearing headsets, so we could talk right through the controller. Yeah, sadly, this is not actual sex. No one here is having sex. Unfortunately. CB96, did I... Ooh, let me not knock over my coffee. Did I miss you somewhere here? No, I didn't get to you yet. Listen, I need a new cucumber review. Jay has all the footage for the Minis Forum computer. And I think the title that will actually make people give a shit is 120 FPS gaming without a graphics card. Because it's not clickbait. It's actually pretty fucking nuts if you think about it. By the way,
try
Jay
to relax your
goals.
anus.
Jay, yeah. Hey, Jay, help. I'm old. No, I can figure it out. I'm kidding. I'll look up videos for the next stream. Or I'll just ask Jay since he knows how and I'll set it up myself. Jay, change it. You'll have to change it back. Yes, we did that work. See, I'm not that much of a boomer. I know how to change the settings. But think about that. There, like, for some of you who were like 20-something, there was a time where integrated graphics, it was like, oh, wow, cool, it could play video. Or, oh, wow, it could play 1080p video. And maybe a couple of really old games. Like, to have integrated graphics, like, that could play current-gen shit at, like, medium-high settings is mind-boggling. You know? So you and Bird stare at me for being a member for 10 months. Okay, that I can do. That I can do. Philip Burnell is a man. Fuck. It's gonna be a late night, boys. We're already at 1:20. What are we? 20 minutes into the stream? Yeah, I don't know. Are we gonna hit that goal by 7:30, Bird? I have no idea.
What? No way.
No, Elder Scrolls music never gets old.
Dr. Sex E Coco donated $15. Hey yo, what's poppin' people, it's Sex E Coco, and I discoveralized that I kicked the rest of your community's analyzations in Halo, and I'm APS triple man. Thank you motherfuckers for playing games with me. Hopefully next time we'll get more people too.
Yeah, we have to figure out a different night when I could do it. Because I do play multiplayer games, so and I like Halo Infinite. It would be a nice break from Call of. I've been playing so much Call of Duty for some reason because I've been benchmarking that computer. The only thing I hate is that I can't even get a solid 60. Like, how can I run Call of Duty at 1600 by 900 at 120 FPS? And that same integrated graphics, I could barely get like 50 FPS, even in multiplayer, where they cut back the graphics a little bit compared to the single player open world. No, I do, man. I love the way. See, you know why I didn't like Modern Warfare 2? I thought the shotgun sucked dick. Then the shotgun in Modern Warfare 3. If you have a good shotgun, I'm a shotgun simp. In first-person shooters, there's nothing better than a good shotgun, and there's nothing worse than a bad shotgun in an FPS. If that makes sense. I'm just blabbering right now, man. What the fuck? But it's true though. Like God, like that was one of the things that was like everything else. Well, minus that fucking fight with the big robot, but in RoboCop. Love the way the guns feel, except the fucking shotgun. How do you fuck up the shotgun? How do you have all the weight and great physics with everything else and fuck up the shotgun? You know what I'm saying? The audio or video audio is cutting out.
Oh. DBZ King 119 donated $15. Rich, look up a game called The Transylvania Adventure of Simon Quest. It's a love letter to Castlevania. It follows a vampire hunter named Simon Quest who wants to resurrect Dracula so he can get the credit for killing him. Palm the soundboard.
Yes, I will palm the soundboard, and yes, Bluntmore Doom 3 had a shit shotgun.
Fucking phone.
Oh. Demonic Davros is tremendous donated $15. Listen here,
oh,
can
my
you ban
shirt.
Amber Turd's bird? What? No way. Did Boogies end up losing it again? Oh, have you seen the new NVIDIA refresh debacle?
Oh shit, so I'll keep the shirt off for till 7. I know, I'm trying to play catch up with the super chats. I don't think Doom 3 sucked. It just wasn't Doom. All right, so thank you for Raphael for being a member for 10 months. Googlefish, you are out of your fucking mind if you think I'm picking up right now. Jade Change, they got that one, hit by tip goal. Thank you for being a member for 5 months. I'm not going to touch your dick. Craig went to your room last night and whispered.
Girls.
Dark Anus, thank you for becoming a member.
Girls.
So Jacob, look here, listen, get shirtless, have relations with Jay's computer, start smoking straight battery ass. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. Get shirtless for the audience and start sucking dick. What? That was like that dude. He's like, freestyle until you say something about sucking dick. Wait, I'm seeing my audio's fine. I'm seeing my audio's fucked up. Which one is it? Check. Let me see on my end here. Birds have beautiful breasts. Birds have beautiful breasts. You might just need to refresh. Because there's
Try to relax your anus.
There's two different things here that would say if there was a streaming issue in terms of, like data transfer issues. And I'm not seeing him. I'm seeing everything. I'm seeing green lights all around.
Try to relax your anus.
I'm seeing.
Before I get angry.
No, fuck.
Hand jobs all around.
I meant to hit that. So let's see. I'd like to, take you home and snack on you.
I love that line. It's the best fucking line. Izzy. More proof that more than one female watches me. Thank you for being here, Amy. I'm just surrounded by
Girls.
Anyway. So Dark Anus, thank you for becoming. Oh yeah, Mr. Puffy Nipples. I got to get that on the soundboard. We got to bring back some Phil. I think I proved my point. It's not that
Try to relax your anus.
The being away from Phil was kind of refreshing.
Try to relax your anus.
I like relax. Oh man, we're going to be getting a lot of relaxed anuses.
Try to relax your anus.
I can move on from Mr. Burnett.
Try to relax your anus.
Let me get to the rest of the super chats. We got to get Mr. Puffy Nipples on there. Yes. Rich, next time
try
you
to
come
relax
to the city,
your anus.
let's go for coffee and I'll have my mom pay for it. Better be espresso.
Try to relax your anus.
Listen, dude, he reacted to Dracula Flow.
Try to relax your anus.
He reacted to fucking Dracula Flow.
Try to relax your anus. Try to relax your anus.
Well, if you want, man, I could stay away from Phil for longer. I could stay away from Phil as long as you like. But the man did react to Dracula Flow. But,
try to relax your anus.
Oh, man, we got...
Try to relax your anus.
Hell, Papa Rich is shirtless and I'm hard as a rock.
Try to relax your anus.
No, I don't want you to think it's drama with you, dude. I'm cool with you.
Try to relax your anus.
I know Snort Hogan is no longer a fan of me, but that's okay.
Try to relax your anus.
It is what it is, man.
DBZ King 119 donated $15. The Grand Rotten Turkey Award for the worst shotgun I've ever used in a video game goes to Doom 3. I enjoyed Doom 3 for what it was, but the shotgun sucked. Why?
It did. It sucked.
Because it doesn't do anything unless you stick it up a demon's nose.
You know what I'll say too? The shotgun in... I used to think the shotgun in Fear 2 was better than Fear 3. I think the opposite now. The Fear 3 shotgun isn't great, but Fear 2 shotgun is fucking trash. And the other, I like Fear 2, but why does the blood look like Jello? It looks like cherry Jello. You're like, what is that about, man? This shit ain't nothing to me, man. Oh, Fear 1 has one of the best shotguns, yes. The Fear 1 shotgun is fucking phenomenal. Especially in slow mode. But I hate when a shotgun's bad, it's the worst. I'm drinking this is Spindrift. Oh, didn't he wipe all of his fucking shit? Didn't he wipe his like social media, Steven Crowder? What's going on with him? Yes, I know, Timbo Slice. I should be in Sour Balls. Thank you for gifting the memberships. Move the iPad or give me a refund and sniff the chair. Yeah, sure. Hold on for me sniffing the chair. Possibly watching Steven Crowder tonight? Yeah, maybe. Why not? We could watch him until I'm on Sly T's show. Hello, Birdfather. I don't know. When the fuck am I getting the snow? Let me look real quick. I know, dude, it's so weird. It was like 60 fucking degrees, and now we're back to below freezing temperatures. Where is it? That's
Try to relax your anus.
Yeah, because it's saying snow. Night, chance of snow, then snow after snow. So it's really going to be like tomorrow morning. I'll go outside naked and make some snow angels. Hello, Birdfather. So it's not here yet. Mari, thank you for the ass with leaves. Evil Nutrition, Halo Combat Evolved Shotgun, and Quake Super Shotgun is well, yes. The Super Shotgun and Quake makes my nipples perky. I don't know if it would be though the best shotguns I've ever used, but it's good. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. I have no idea, Jesse. I don't know. He hasn't asked me yet, Jesse. We'll see what happens about Phil's documentary. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. How much I got to do to pay to watch Dracula right now? 50. The whole thing. It's snowing in Texas. That is fucking... Why are the dogs barking? Why are the dogs always barking? Five inches of snow here in North... 5 inches of snow here in North Bama. Shit sucks cold. I don't know why I said it like that, but here I am. Black's shotgun? It was okay. I've used that shotgun before. It's all right. Make games great again. There's some pretty damn good games. Rich, watching not winning is funny. I'm not... Was that sports? I don't really watch sports. What's the best console to play Fear? If you're going to play it on a console, play it on a Series X. You're going to have the disc, though, for the first Fear. With backwards compatibility, and you could play it at 60 FPS, and that's on console the best version you could play. I guess if you only have a 360, that would be the second best choice, but a super distant second. How much to be a right-wing grifter? Melanie asked. Dude, did you see this shit they unearthed about her? And it wasn't even that long ago. And it wasn't like a slip of the word. She had a completely different mindset. Something made her like snap for her to pull such a far right. And people pulled the what? Well, Rich, you said the F slur in the past before. I'm like, but my mentality didn't change. Me slipping a fucking word out and apologizing for it and holding myself accountable is like, I was always pro-gay marriage. I remember making a video back in 2010 where for some reason I included Peter North fucking intro guy in the ass. I don't know, but I was like, I saw so many people outraged over fucking gay marriage being legalized in California. This is like in 2010. Like, why do you care what two consenting adults do? Let them be happy. So I've always had the same stance. You can't compare the two. It's totally different. She went from having, if bigots say anything bigoted or homophobic, multiple times I will block them, to saying that word. Something happened. I'm telling you, it had something to do with her marriage. And money. Money, I'm sure, is a motivator too. You know, it's not that she like pulled a PewDiePie and said a word on stream. It's she changed her entire persona. That's not natural. That's not something someone naturally does unless there was trauma or financial motivation. So Either or maybe both. You know? Man, let me tell you something. Right-wing grifting is very profitable. Atlas, thank you. Hoot Wireless.
Hoot wireless. Hoot wireless.
Can I get random side grifter sound? You want only one I really got is
girls. When I hear shake it off, I think of my girls. When I hear shake it off, I think of my girls.
You know. So it's just weird that she just, and I think what it is that she's like, I'm fucked. I have no other options in the entertainment industry. So there you go. Jay said he was going to run a train on Steph. That's great, Jay. How Melanie Mack is conservative is beyond logical. Let me wear revealing clothing of mixed fabric and be the Bible believer is just the tip. But she's just like, what happened for such a drastic? If it's really just money that's her motivator, but I feel like she also feels like she just seems very vindictive. Just like her, I mean, yeah, she's obviously doing the contrived, canned outrage thing. I get it. I've talked about it. But you could see in her face, she's angry. She's pissed off at something, man. I'm not watching a Cobra food hack. Thank you. Destiny's latest thing is his terrible take on Final, calling out the open world, yet the OG became open world. How he got over 2,000 likes for it. Destiny, like the political debater Destiny now? I'm still waiting on Jay's train. Oh, well, okay. As you're dealing with him, I'm just a man burping on the internet.
Try to relax your anus.
I can't relax my anus. Dark anus, I'm sorry. Where is your last super chat?
Syra XXS Shitfilled Pen donated $15. Watching King Cobra JFS as a trip. He got triggered when Leanne Michelle reacted to his dating advice to his gothic bad boys. There are 2 parts to this. Thanks Bite Size Cobra Vids. She made him saltier than all the trolls combined.
Yeah, dude, he's a bad alcoholic, man. He's bad. He didn't even realize he was still streaming, and he just wakes up and starts to scream at the top of his lungs. Oh yeah, I'm as goth as they come, Sean. What do you mean we've reached my shoulders? How much? Oh, shit, yeah. So we're at 175 for Super Chats. I have a feeling I'm already fucked in the ass and up until 1. Oh, no, whatever shall I do? Let's see. All right, so.
Try to relax your anus.
15, 30, 45. 60, 75, 75. I'm too stupid to math. 75. Yes, I'm getting out a calculator because I'm too stupid. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we're at 250. What did that take? 45 minutes? Oh, dude, I could play Elden Ring over and over from the beginning. Well, dude, I can't control if we hit I'm not going to try to push for 1,000. That's e-begging. It happens, it happens. It doesn't, it doesn't. No, I'm staying on till 1. Check messages for a Phil gift. Okay, that I will tune in for. But to start phone calls when I haven't even really started the stream. Tonight's going to be an interesting stream, by the way. What the fuck is... I wish I could show that. You made Phil's fat eyes into breasts. You are such a bizarre man. Just here.
Congratulations. 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 Congratulations.
Focus on, can you sell sexy Coco merch? Yes.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Try to relax your anus.
The train thing, I don't know. That ain't a part of it.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
I'm never blowing bubbles ever again.
Congratulations. 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 Congratulations.
You take the bubbles and shut them up your fucking ass. How about that?
Congratulations.
God, I paid them, so I'm not pulling a Phil right here. The bills are paid. I was just like, my fucking storage place, because it's another place I forgot to change the card with. They're like, hey, you're late with the payment. And I'm like, all right, I'm tired of all this. I'm just paying everything. I'm just like, so I paid cards off. I paid places off. I'm just like, go away. All of you, go away. That fucking having to switch that card number has been the bane of my goddamn existence for like 3 months now. It's not debt. It's just my areolas look like ham shanks. I mean, I guess my house is debt, but I don't have debt. What is you say? I really can't believe he got mad at someone. The exposed zone is still on the soundboard. Archaeologist nips. How much for Peg? What do you mean? All right, let's fucking watch something, man. I just been sitting here like an asshole, just shooting the shit. I think I'm pretty. That's one of my special man skills. There's a lot of people who just can't shoot the shit without having someone there with them. Oh, by the way, Keffels is interviewing Chris Chan. Oh, we're gonna watch that. Yeah, we'll watch some of the Crowder video. Oh, yeah, we got to watch Phil with Fat Dracula. We have to. His thumbnails. What are his thumbnails? You know what I noticed? He took his face out. I wonder if he thinks that'll get more people there. God, 117 views. Phil, what are you doing? Oh, man. So here we go. Here we go. Everyone ready for... I'm going to change the screen. I just realized that. Full screen. Get rid of... yeah, no, I'm not upgrading SoundForge. The SoundForge I have is perfectly fine until you tell me I can't use it anymore. So, yeah, that is going to be interesting. That'll be a great way to stay from Phil, keep away from Phil for a while. Yeah, but there was a streamer I was watching today. I won't name them, and it was just like, talk. Do something. Your audio, you have fucking 500 plus people here. Talk. Don't just stare and like wait to just answer something.
What an asshole. That actually legit pisses me off. All right, let's do one more.
It's good to be back. Why did I hit it 12 times? I will enjoy my 1 month membership.
More video.
I'm moving different. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. I'm a
Do you think that Phil would catch on to any of this shit?
dog. I'm biting the fart bubbles in the bath.
Phil actually makes this funnier. Phil makes this funnier. I don't know if Duty's still here. No. Just when you thought this couldn't be funny enough, Phil's like, I don't understand any of this. He's like Ben Shapiro talking about wet-ass pussy. He is like Ben Shapiro talking about wet-ass pussy. To the person who suggested that he watch this, you are a hero. You are a god among men.
We smoking symbiotes.
On this episode of Confused Middle-Aged Man with No Humor. Look, I get it's subjective, but this is why he can't have a React channel. He doesn't have it in him. Like, man, if it was a parallel universe, you'd be like a teacher at a high school, dude. You haven't watched it? There's a Dracula flow with a Phil AI voice. Stop it. Stop it. God, you're all going to make me huge hypocrites tonight. They must have amnesia. They forgot I'm him.
Smoking that Whoopi Goldberg South Egyptian Fur Burger Deluxe Mega Million Scratcher Skunk Bubba Kush. We smoking Dung Beetle. I'm on 12 Vicodin.
He can't even. Oh, Phil.
And smoking on Scooby-Doo Dick. We smoking Sequoia Banshee Boogers. We snorting that good Buffalo Soldier Tamarind Jordanian Jibbies. They must have amnesia.
Phil is absolutely that guy. As he was at like a friend or family barbecue, like everyone would be laughing at a joke and Phil would make it like he was too good for that joke. And then he would have a corny ass joke. He would laugh at his own joke and everyone else would be like, that wasn't funny. Absolutely. 200%. That's Phil.
They forgot that I'm him. That Burberry backwoods pack hitting that pussy smell like a Hellcat V8. We smoking shit.
4.1
And here comes the delicious salt.
million views. I might have to quit the show. I might have to quit. I don't know if I can keep going. First the gummy bear shit and now this. I don't know if I can keep going, man. This is
What does it have to do with... All right, so Phil, it's subjective. Everyone has different humor. Okay, you don't have to find it funny. I'm sure there's things you find funny that I don't find funny, obviously. Phil's volume is always low. It's up all... Yeah, it's maxed out here. He's Phil.
This is ridiculous. What the fuck is going on? And who are the 4.1 million fucking idiots who watch this?
Oh, here we go. My content's better than theirs, even though I don't even edit. You ever think, Phil, that maybe you might be the one that's off kilter? You ever think that you might be going to the beat of a different or the beat of a different drum? I think is what it is.
Oh, I guess the joke's on me because I'm 4.1000001 or whatever, right? I watched it. I gave it a view. Can I erase my view? Is there a way to erase your view?
Oh, he's so salty. So what? It's funny, dude. And even if you don't find it funny, maybe there's a reason that it has that many views. Did you ever think of that?
View after watching a video? Because I don't want it to count. Seriously. Oh my God. Oh, I don't know. What's happened to humanity?
What's happened to humanity?
Try to relax your anus.
What's happened to... You should look up how creepy the Paul brothers' dad is. Ah, yeah.
I feel like when I started on YouTube, there was some hope, right? It's like, why?
What was the hope, Phil? Look, yes, has YouTube become very corporate? Yeah, 100%. But what was the hope, Phil? You had everybody trying to either be AVGN or they were uploading cover songs of fucking Justin Bieber and cat videos. Like, what are you talking about?
Wow, it's a hopeful place where you can go to upload content that has, like, there's humor and there's...
As he's watching something with humor, and it may not be his humor, but humor. This is one of the most limit-pushing things I've seen on YouTube in a very long time. And this guy's saying it's devoid of humor. Oh, God, I'm really priming myself for this Sly T show, huh?
Spirit, and there's hope of something good. And now I've started watching the content from YouTube on this show over the last year, and now I just have to scratch my head of what has really happened. See, what it is
So basically you're saying you have zero interest in reacting to stuff on the internet.
I'm
This is a great sell of your channel.
I'm an isolated individual.
No.
What? No way.
Just stick to my stuff. You know that. Like, I just stick to my stuff. I don't venture outside of the realms of stuff that interests me or you, because you guys turn me on to different stuff from time to time to check out.
Phil, you turn me on.
Try to relax your anus.
Admire. My girlfriend wants to admire your pecs while staring. Please make us happy. Be in the pants. Happy in the pants.
Conductor.
Head in my mouth, but I won't. So there you go. Thank you for being a member for 7 months. Appreciate all the members. I genuinely do. If there's some people I forgot to shout out in terms of how long you've been members, I apologize. If it was a racist Asian voice, I know. Dude, he's he has such a two-dimensional, archaic, I guess you could say racist humor. Like, it's so black and white, but he's definitely, there was someone here who's a behavioralist, like their wife was a behavioralist. Again, this is hearsay. I'm going by a super chat. But other people have said it too. Like, he's definitely on the spectrum because, like, he just misses so. This is the same guy who doesn't get this. Thought that Critical was actually applauding him for streaming after masturbating. Yeah, that's kind of what's funny. Really, at the end of the day, it's amazing. What makes Phil funny is that he's not funny at all.
But like, I definitely stay in my own gaming circles and stuff. And it's like, I don't get it. And people are like, well, here's what's popular on YouTube. You should watch some of these videos.
So if you're not going to get what you're watching, if you don't want to watch any of this, why would you make a React channel? You used to mock reacting constantly, incessantly, how much better you were than reacting.
On DSP versus the internet. And now I watch it. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on this site? This is what people have uploaded. And this is what a lot of people have watched. It's not even... You know, they upload it and people are like, wow, this is fucking stupid. I'll never watch this. And then, no. Millions of views. You do realize you're going to die someday.
Oh, I forgot this part. Oh, go piss, Maximus. He reacted to Dracula Flow. Did you think I was going to miss that? I'm on the spectrum. I'm not this. But, Phil, yeah, okay. But he's a narcissist on the spectrum. There's that extra layer.
Do you know that? You're going to die. You're going to pass away. You will not have...
Yes, Phil. And you could argue the same with my content. That's fine, okay? I could look into a mirror. But you're saying their time is better spent on this earth watching you or me? However people want to waste their time, who is it... either you or I to dictate. You know what I mean? Like, people watch you and I for hours at a time. Yeah, he is on, dude. He's not on a soapbox, man. He's standing on top of a throne with a king's hat on, pontificating right now. DSP, only I decide what is and what isn't funny. And if you just, well, he isn't saying that necessarily either, admittedly. But Natsu is here saying birds, so we can continue.
Have any more time to live on Earth at some point. It'll be the end of your cycle of existence. And you'll have spent time watching this and the gummy bear video. You understand that, right? You could have done it.
James, it's over. I'm going to have to pack it in.
Oh, yeah, it turns me on.
I'm going to come.
Listen, he reacted to Dracula Flow. We're watching Humping Steven Crowder until I'm on King Sly T, and then I guess I'll play some games after that. Mr. Puffy Nipples.
Anything else? All right, I think it's time to split the part, everyone. Thanks for watching DSP versus the Internet, episode 47. When I come back, we got more. I don't know what we'll be watching.
Oh, Phil. All right, that was a good Philitizer. Let's go on to what that is such an AI picture of him. You could tell because it does that weird shit with people's facial hair. Like it's, I don't know, it looks like
They think that because they're a part of the elite ruling class that they're exempt from the rules, and that's arguably worse. They want to force everybody else to live by these rules.
If there were no Judeo-Christian principles, Western civilization oh God. Oh no.
And aren't willing to do it themselves.
Oh! I forgot we were at fill volume.
I have a dream of non-crack holes at a Motel 6. I'm going to miss you out. Globalist!
Been in the news a lot lately.
This is a dangerous man.
Dude, he's another one, I think. Him and Quantum should just butt fuck each other and get it over with. Didn't he wasn't he accused multiple times of putting his balls and cock on dude's shoulders and shit?
Pandering a little bit.
One of them racists. Horrible working conditions.
It was venomous.
It's disgusting and it is vile.
Do you believe it's plausible that Steven Crowder is just a monster?
Yeah, you know what though? Fuck Candace Owens. The only reason they shit on him is because of the deal fallout, which he was stupid for. that happened because he was supposed to be part of the Daily Wire. He wanted more money. He made the whole thing public. That's the only reason she shit on him. You would be perfectly fine with his shit ideologies if the deal went through. So don't fucking be the moral police to me. Yeah, dude, he's gay. Yeah, he grabbed balls too. He's 100% gay. He should go behind the Best Buy with Quantum and they could just have butt sex.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, humping Steven Crowder.
Humping Steven Crowder.
Can't believe someone got Phil to say Mr. Puffy Nipples. That is going on the soundboard. What are my fucking dogs doing, dude? Why am I still shirtless? It's definitely been a half an hour. Digital Melanin. What the fuck is ban anybody named Digital Melanin? Find it so funny that I've literally called Melanie Mack a cunt. She hasn't. It was weird. I was banned by her initially. And then she unbanned me to I guess because she's like, hey, conflict is cha-ching. And then even when I called, like I said, I called her a cunt and called her out on a bunch of stuff. But when I discussed the mechanism of her grift, then she finally banned me. Gee, I wonder why. I got the beanie. I'm going to be wearing the beanie. I have it. It is vacuum sealed on my bed. I'll wear it tomorrow. There you go. Yeah, Rich Pool. Yeah, I'll wear it tomorrow. You know what? That works because I don't want to. Since I'm streaming later tonight, 1 a.m. Like I said, I make it up to you guys because I was on the toilet on and off for about accumulated an hour. Oh, the goal has been blasted through. Oh yeah, let me get. Do I have it up on screen? I'm sorry if I. No, I didn't even put it up. Cool. Okay, so I don't even have to turn it off.
There's nothing I love more than bad stand-up comedy. Nothing fascinates me as much as watching some overconfident drunk idiot get up in front of a packed crowd on open mic night and just letting it rip.
Yeah. You want to make out?
That. Oh, God. Remember that with Deaf Noodles? Oh, man. The good old days.
You think I can be a girl? Douchebag, you know what's it?
Yeah, because it isn't. Women don't go, oh my God, bicep, let's have sex.
It's almost incredible how bad you are at this.
I don't think enough people appreciate the genuine level of intellect, timing, and planning that goes into crafting a well thought out joke. It's a talent, and it's not hard to see who has it and who doesn't.
I'll bake some Mexican cookies, and you go over there, I'm like, what the fuck's a Mexican cookie? What are you talking about? It's like a chocolate chip with sauce all over it? What are you talking about?
Oh, wow, that was bad. I don't think so, dude. Someone sent me, I guess because it was public, his Instagram. And he's with a woman, so.
Not everyone is cut out for such an industry, but that doesn't keep them from trying.
So I drove here. Notice a really disturbing.
Oh, dude, I saw Jimmy Dore. And this is before he went crazy. So it's another one. It has nothing to do with his political ideologies. This is when he was still, I think he was still at the Young Turks for a couple of years. So it was way before he left. And I'm like, all right, let's see if this guy's funny. I tuned into one of his comedy shows. Oh my God. Oh boy, he's bad. You can think my comedy's bad, but I don't consider myself a comedian. I ain't doing stand-up. If you're doing that for a living, wow. It was Jimmy Dore was brutal. Conan O'Brien, yeah, I agree. I think he's like the only funny one.
Trend in cars nowadays. I don't know if you folks have seen these dream catchers. Is this thing?
Oh, dude, a lot of right-wing grifters, kind of like someone who I was talking about before, the butter eater herself. All of them are like failed entertainers. Billy Connolly, I think George Carlin for me. Chappelle's fucking amazing too.
Okay, thank you, sir.
If your stand-up career doesn't work out, that's okay. You can always pivot to selling overpriced mugs and t-shirts that totally don't have slurs written on them.
The Che Guevara Socialism is for Figs t-shirt.
If you found yourself spewing incoherent drivel to make up for an evident lack of talent, then your name might be...
Wow. It's almost like it's the same story for all of them.
Steven Crowder, a man who refers to underage girls as slutty, tweets about wanting to...
Look, here's the thing, man. I may be an unfocused bastard, but I'm changing a lot of that this year. And no matter what, I actually have other talents. I can make banging beats. Not saying I'm the best, but I'm confident. I can actually do voice acting. Not saying I'm the best, but I'm pretty good. All these motherfuckers, they're all fucking washed up and don't have shit. This is why they went this route. They're like, wait, this is easy. If you don't believe there's people if you don't think there's people handing up big checks behind the scene, go ask Chris Reagan. I always bring him up. He told the story.
To have sex with his mom, I guess, and threatens his pregnant wife when he thinks no one is watching.
I love you, but Steven, your abuse is sick. Watch it. Is sick.
Watch it.
See, Steven was once a leading figurehead of the online conservative movement, respected by his peers and adored by...
Man, he has really big, hairless thighs. Like, I just looked over and, like, his thigh was...
by his audience until a series of allegations made by former friends, family, and colleagues tarnished his good name, even in the eyes of fans. His own comment sections have gone from endearing words of support to complete disdain just over the past month alone. But if you've been following Steven as long as I have, then you know these instances are just as much horrifying as they are consistent with his public persona.
What did it say?
Steven as long as I have, then you know these instances are just as much horrifying as they are consistent with his public...
Feminism has enslaved women to the workplace and robbed them of the most fulfilling experiences, being a wife and a mother. Why do you think men are checking out of the marriage pool?
Persona.
Women are less happy than ever recorded in modern history. Feminism isn't working. Yeah, women should be uneducated in the kitchen is what essentially he is saying. Of course he was. Jimmy Dore I'm not right wing. He's in the same camp as him.
A wannabe comedian who failed.
Did you see Sneeko said about a disabled pregnant woman? Also keep the pressure on Logan. He needs accountability. Yeah, well, hopefully he gets it. I'm not CoffeeZilla. I don't have the reach to make anything happen, you know.
So hard at his craft that he sought out alternative means to fulfill his incessant need to be liked, being paid millions to sow chaos and contribute to what makes political spaces so poisonous in the first place.
Yep. 100%.
Before we get to all of that, we do have a sponsor, Bespoke Post. Bespoke Post is a monthly membership club delivering box of awesome top shelf goods from under the radar brands. Every month, Bespoke introduces its members to slick new products, ranging from outdoor gear to home goods, quality cookware. All you have to do is fill out a quick and easy quiz to determine which boxes fit your needs the best. This month, I got a nifty cooler from the Canteen box, this super portable hammock from Retreat, and a fun little little popcorn maker from the pop box. The great part is every box of Awesome has around $70 worth of goods inside, but only costs you a fraction of the value. And 90% of their products come straight from
Why do you
small
hate
businesses,
nature?
many of which are based right here in the US. Plus, you'll even get to see what's in your box before it's shipped. You'll get a box of Awesome assigned to you, and before it's sent out, you'll get to preview all of what comes inside to determine if you'd like to keep it, swap it for
Listen, pickle my balls.
a different box, or skip the month entirely for no charge. You only pay for what you want.
Yeah,
and
I'll
look,
put
it's
the
free to
at a point
join, plus you
quarter
can skip a
speed.
month or cancel anytime, so there's really no downside to trying it. It not only helps me, but also small businesses when you click the link in the description below or visit bespokepost.com/jobbery20 and use code jobbery20 at checkout for 20% off your first box of Awesome. Huge thanks as always to Bespoke Post for sponsoring this one. They're truly a one-of-a-kind brand. Now, unfortunately, back to this guy. I've actually known about Steven Crowder for a long time.
Sneeko said to drug a disabled pregnant woman so she would forget. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Considering when I was 14, I used to watch Steven's videos. I know, okay, don't come for me yet, let me explain.
You need to leave.
I was brought up in a Christian conservative household, and when I was given internet access, I wanted to watch somebody who said things I was used to hearing regarding guns, climate change, and Obama. Not that I actually understood any of those issues, but at 14, I didn't care about challenging my perspective on.
It's so true, man. And they get you young, they get you early, and then your whole perspective as an adult is skewed. Because when you're a child is when it's your formative years. And they got you brainwashed.
On the world. I wanted somebody who would reinforce it, someone who would validate it. And Steven Crowder was that. Steven's shallow dichotomy of Republican good, Democrat bad, satisfied the confirmation bias I was at the time searching for. And that's ultimately one of the things.
Wow, this is interesting to hear this guy say this, because he's basically telling you how that mindset works. The hive mind. It's not just right wing too, just in general.
Things Steven is best at. Presenting a right-leaning perspective in a way that's easy for the youth to digest. In fact, he's long been accredited for putting a young face on conservatism.
Yeah, look, the left are shit, but they're not trying to overthrow democracy, though. They're at least not doing that. But the left are limp dick fucking useless corporate sellouts. And the right are corporate sellouts, too. So they have a lot in common.
Which is different from the old white guy club that people see too often, at least according to Chris Lash, a friend of Steven's.
Yeah, the left is just fucking too PC and irritating.
And husband of NRA spokesperson and local psycho who once compared gun owners to rape.
Keep my name at your fucking mouth.
Rape victims, Dana Lash.
Nah, he wouldn't care about me. I'm not relevant enough.
Another writer critical of Steven echoed a similar sentiment when he told the Daily Beast in 2013, Steven's being promoted because he provides a very good face for the right wing to reassure its older generation that 20-somethings don't really support gay marriage and aren't concerned about income inequality. In the beginning, Steven carved out a niche for himself where he could be easily seen as a more modern breed of conservative, while still very much holding the same views as an older generation of pundits that were being increasingly seen as out of touch. Steven could reach young people in a way that Glenn Beck and Rush Limbaugh no longer could.
866 Gold Line. My N-word.
It's not because he's old. It's because he lost his fucking mind. Yeah, he did good this past Saturday, man. That was great.
That didn't
Donald Trump.
Really?
Because Steven wasn't strictly a political guy. No, he actually denounced that label from the very beginning. Steven Crowder has always been a self-described cultural person, whatever that means, and would rather think of himself first and foremost as an actor and, of course, comedian. Sorry, but I'm making...
Yeah. Him and Jimmy Dore are fucking knee slappers.
You watch a stand-up with me. If I had to see it, so do you, motherfucker.
Oh, God.
I want to say,
Like, hey, look, can you put politics aside for a second and say that this is painful?
if you take the Greyhound, you're ugly, but if you're...
Like he could be the most left-leaning person on the planet, which I probably would actually agree with some of his takes then too. I agree with all of his takes with his mindset now, but he just sucks.
You're ugly, you take the Greyhound bus. Joy Behar is so mind-numbingly stupid.
God, he has a really like annoying voice. He almost sounds like Julia Child. Ah! Well, remember when he freaked out when Sam Cedar came on the H Street Shit podcast, and he sounded like fucking. Excuse me. He sounded like Julia Child. Whoa! I can't do my voice is a little raspy right now.
Could be sitting across from her, talking with her, and not even having the same conversation. Well, Miss Behar, I think this debt is getting out of control. I don't think that we should be passing it down to our children. I know! Like my ex-husband never used to wash his feet! No, I mean, I'm just saying that, we're passing a debt down onto our children that they can. I know! I love blueberry pancakes!
Keep in mind, this is the kind of stuff he whips out
I don't even get it.
when he really needs a laugh. Well, that are his nuts, apparently, but we'll get to that later. This might shock you, but Steven isn't exactly known for a comedy that challenges the way we think.
Biden sharks do 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 do. Biden sharks do 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 do. Biden sharks do 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 do. Biden sharks.
Most of his act consists of making pretty mundane observations.
You guys seen this? It's a Native American Indian contraption, consists of wooden hoops and feathers, supposed to help you sleep soundly.
Getting cheap applause from an audience that already agrees with his politics.
Herman Cain. There you go.
9/11.
And finding ways to show off his world-renowned impressions of other races, which honestly he still can't really do.
So you get these Middle Eastern wannabe thugs. You're nice people, but you can't pull off the thug look. Like, oh, you know what? I am going to mess you up hardcore. Hey, check out the joke.
I know some people that you would not like that would hard disagree with that, my friend. I've come from an upper middle class home, but you live a very sheltered life just for that statement alone.
Urban white boy, I want my nut on the left side. Yes, that's the crib side.
Then would you take medical advice from YouTube? What do you mean?
They're cruising down the street for chicks like...
I won't show you anymore because I am against cruel and unusual punishment, but for what it's worth, part 2 of his act only got about 20% of the views that his first part got. So if that does...
Well, admittedly, no, not really in his defense, but just saying how it is. When you, usually the always the second part, no matter who it is, kind of just goes...
And tell you everything you need to know about his theater skills, maybe we should take a look at his IMDb page, where you can read about his breakout role on, you ready for this? Get ready. Arthur.
What would you think of me if I ever got anything wrong?
Yes, it's hard to believe. My first exposure to this man was when he voiced the Brain on a show my sister and I grew up watching. And to make it even more surreal, one of the
Wait, that was his voice at 14?
The episodes is literally about Brain trying to become a comedian and failing.
Well, now that things have changed, I need to be practical and train myself for a new career in comedy.
You're going to be a comedian?
I just smashed an atom.
Are you crazy?
No, just practical and willing to face facts. No use crying over spilt milk.
Stop him!
No wonder why his voice is so annoying now. He sounded like that at 14? Yeah, he's making fun of, man, I know some people that would like to have a word with him in Rage the Gecko.
You've got to do something fast before he humiliates.
And both voices are high, so that's so weird, dude. When did your balls drop, bro? 30?
Himself.
Ironically, Steven was predicting the rest of his career with this.
I mean, my voice got deeper later on. Obviously, I was only 14, but it wasn't like this.
As he struggled to find work outside of Arthur, with the exception of a few minor roles in the late 2000s, including the jock character in a PureFlix movie and an appearance in the feature film directed by his brother Jordan, where he pretty much just plays himself.
It's a double standard, just like the women's rights thing is a double standard. Like, Now they have, but now we're not allowed to hit them?
Steven's media career wasn't exactly popping off in the way he may have hoped. But that's not to say there
It's always the same thing.
wasn't an audience for his style of entertainment. See, despite growing up in Canada, Steven was always interested in American politics. And it was only a matter of time before Steven launched his own YouTube channel, weighing in on whatever political matters were relevant at the time.
You really can't find anything funny about this administration when Joe freaking Biden is vice president? What? What? It's like having Rain Man as vice president. Yeah. Definitely make a better VP than Joe Biden. Hillary Clinton, Rain Man make better VP than Joe Biden.
This is like Fred, except maybe worse.
This stuff was so quality. Steven eventually caught the attention of Big Hollywood. No, not Hollywood. Big Hollywood was an affiliate of Breitbart News, the fringe right-wing news website accredited for giving your grandparents a computer virus. Turns out Breitbart and PJTV, never even heard of that one, were pretty big fans of what Steven was doing over on YouTube in 2008. And don't worry, I took the liberty of
okay. I'll give him a little bit of slack. It was in 2008.
diving into the dark vat of Steven's old content, so you don't have to.
It's like, oh wow, he's right wing and moves and does stuff. Let's sign him.
Pelosi on Elm Street. The nightmare continues.
Now, whether Steven wants to admit it or not, conservative comedy isn't the most competitive industry. Given how most mainstream comics...
Like, it just really is true. Again, I'm going to sound like Phil right now, but if I took a hard right turn tomorrow, if I came out with a video saying, guys, I realize I'm more conservative than I actually first came off. I'm changing as I get older. People will be like, yeah, he's based. He's finally seeing the light. And it would just be a fucking windfall, dude. Especially because I guess during the Anita Sarkeesian days, a lot of people like thought I was conservative. It was very strange.
Entertainers, and even musicians are typically left-leaning, meaning Steven never had to try as hard to get noticed, given the path that he chose for himself was always so narrow. Before long,
I wouldn't even say I'm left-leaning either, though.
He was being recruited to do stand-up at various Republican conferences, making his long-awaited rap debut at CPAC 2012 with the single Mr. America.
Yeah, during Gamergate, a lot of people misconstrued me as right-wing.
I'll just let you be the judge of this one.
Mr. America, don't you run away. Don't run, be done. Keep Britain was up. Both parties have gone. We like the name was alcohol.
I'd be so embarrassed rapping in front of her like that. This is probably the only rap song she ever heard in her life.
Yeah, but right now you're high. Hey, ain't you big hitter? But now I'm back from the dead. I'm bringing back all my knickers. What knickers? No, it's okay. I can say knickers because I wear knickers.
Great job, Steven. Your tireless effort to engage the youth.
Oh my God. It's so not funny. Or maybe I'm missing. Maybe I'm pulling a Phil right now. Like with him with Dracula flow. But it's like so low-hanging fruit shit.
Youth in America is encouraging. I want to hear this on the radio. Better than anything else on the radio right now.
The fuck are you listening to?
I guess it's time to give rap music a second look.
Oh, God. What mullet and trailer are you living in? Thank you for recommending this. This is very entertaining. And stressful in a weird way, but it's entertaining as well.
I can't do this shit, man. In 2009, Steven Crowder landed a job as the youngest media correspondent at Fox News. At that point, he had climbed the ladder from YouTube to obscure.
Well, that was... Dude, there was no design IM error. You know where ReviewTechUSA came from? I just thought the name was catchy. And on Thanksgiving night 2008, I'm not kidding, I made the channel. And it's sad. You know why I made it? So I could like my own videos. That was a different Rich. And I thought the name, it was that, and I thought the name was a good, catchy name, which I was kind of right. But it's always held against me now because I barely review tech, even though it's not true. A review is coming soon. It's fully filmed.
Pure propaganda sites, and finally to the biggest cable news network in the country, cutting his teeth on extremely pretentious op-eds that have aged absolutely tragically in light of recent revelations. In one bizarrely judgmental article titled "Waiting Till the Wedding Night, Getting Married the Right Way," Stephen writes, "As anyone who's read my abstinence column here at Fox News Opinion could guess," sorry, just what an incredible sequence of words that is. "My wife and I not only waited sexually in every way, we courted each other in a way that was consistent with our publicly professed values. We
Bullshit. Fucking liar.
did it the right way." Now, of course, Stephen is referring to a personal choice that he and his wife made together. Saving sex for marriage is a completely fine and acceptable.
I used to have a channel called RLM Audio. And the reason I named it that is my dad and I back then were going to sell like amplifiers and music equipment. And then like I said, Thanksgiving night, I was like, ReviewTechUSA has a ring to it. And then I ended up switching to that in the summer of 2009, and here I am, staring at a camera and staring at you.
Thing to do, just as it's also fine and acceptable to have sex before marriage. My hot take is that there isn't a right or wrong way to do it, just as long as you and your partner are on the same page. Everyone is different, and that's fine. But Stephen disagrees, going on to write that he doesn't care if you feel judged, since he and his wife were apparently mocked all the time. People laughed, scoffed, and poked fun at the young, celibate, naive Christian couple. We'd certainly never make it to the wedding without stupping. Looking back, I think the women saying those things felt like the floozies they ultimately were, and the men with their fickle manhood tied to their pathetic.
Imagine getting married to someone and have no idea if you like having sex with them. I know there's more to a relationship than sex, but really?
Sexual conquest felt threatened. Side note, but Stephen might possibly be the worst writer I've ever seen, and he's writing it on their honeymoon? Sorry, babe, I'll be there in a sec.
Yeah, I'll be there in a second. We've just started having sex, but I gotta write a column.
Try to relax your anus.
Well, there was this woman. God, she was hot as hell. She's a radio hostess somewhere. I won't give her away, even though she's a public figure. Like, she's like, oh, my family and I was brought up that you don't live under the same roof until you get married. And I thought to yourself, are you fucking mad? There's some women that probably would have ended up marrying, but if I didn't live under the same roof with them and realize how they were. Are you fucking bonkers? You don't know a person until you live under the same roof with them. Period. End of discussion. I'm talking about for like years too. Not a month, not 6 months, not a year. In fairness, so I am error. I could see that. Valid point. 18 months. Thank you, Sheepy. You got the beautiful golden cucumber. I didn't know Tobuscus had a clone. Also, I'm in Utah where things like docking exist. People my age say it doesn't count if you don't move. So, like, you just stick it in and just, like, stay there like you're transmitting data? Roseanne Burnell is in the chat. I need to soak that in for a minute. Excuse me. Soaking? No, I like thrusting. Oh, God. Anyway.
Finishing up my Fox News abstinence column before we can get to stupping. I don't want to focus too much on this one article though, since we still have so much else to cover. But for Stephen to assume the role of an authoritative figure on the concept of marriage, morally grandstanding,
especially now with what we know,
on anyone who may have had a different experience than him, only for it to be revealed that he's been abusing his...
Yeah, I got over the idea of waiting until marriage at like 12 or 13. And you realize it's fucking stupid.
His wife behind the scenes for years tells you everything you need to know about.
Wait, what was he doing behind? I missed that because I was blabbing. Turns out that people couldn't have been more. Looking back, I think that the women saying those things felt like the floozies they ultimately were, and then the men, with their fickle manhood tied to their pathetic sexual, felt threatened.
Side note, but Stephen might possibly be the worst writer I've ever seen, and he's writing it on their honeymoon? Sorry, babe, I'll be there in a sec. Finishing up my Fox News abstinence column before we can get to stupping. I don't want to...
Cornflakes was created by religious reduced urge of May 1sting. He made books about no sex even during honeymoon. The fuck? How would cornflakes not make you horny? I can't get an erection. I had too much corn. Well, true. You are transmitting your genetic code, aka blowing a fat, thick load.
I don't want to focus too much on this one article, though, since we still have so much else to cover. But for Stephen to assume the role of an authoritative figure on the concept of marriage, morally grand...
Not enjoying, wanting to soak in. He probably won't remember any of it. Instead, he got smashed. He was that guy at his own freaking wedding. Of course he was.
And standing on anyone who may have had a different experience than...
His personality reminds me of a roommate I had that I almost got into a fist fight with. I seriously, like, a know-it-all who, like...
...in him, only for it to be revealed that he's been abusing his...
In a statement sent to me by Hillary Crowder, they say that she spent years hiding her husband's mental and emotional abuse. Wow, a hypocrite behind the scenes. I'm shocked.
What? No way.
That he lied about the circumstances. Fuck off, Siri. You're a bitch. That he lied about the circumstances and that he wasn't present for the birth of their children. Oh, what a wonderful Christian heterosexual man.
His wife behind the scenes for years tells you everything you need to know about Stephen Crowder. This article is an embarrassing read, not just because it's littered with incomprehensible slang from what I can only assume is the 1920s, but because it perfectly encapsulates.
I love he wears a gun holster. Doesn't it not have a gun in it? I don't even think it has a gun in it.
It's everything Stephen represents.
Yes, Siri's a detractor.
A reality in which he conceals his ugly intentions behind a wall of judgment, hate, and hypocrisy in an attempt to spread an ideology. And he's been doing it forever.
Is this where he gets clocked?
In December 2012, the conservative advocacy group Americans for Prosperity, funded by two billionaire brothers, by the way, crashed a protest in Michigan regarding the state's recently passed anti-union right-to-work law. With the help of Stephen Crowder, the group of right-wingers erected a giant tent in an effort to aggravate union members who were there protesting, causing a dispute that resulted in Stephen getting punched in the face by a union worker. While the full unedited footage showed the man being first pushed to the ground before getting back up and decking Stephen in the jaw, this crucial bit had been mysteriously left out of the version Stephen posted to his channel for some reason, making it seem like the
Yeah, because they wanted to make the union workers seem like the aggressor.
Man had attacked him unprovoked. This was not only the narrative Stephen tried to spin on Fox, but the edited clip ended up being the one sent in to the Ingham County Prosecutor's Office in an attempt to press charges against the union worker.
They're just all pieces of shit. I'm sorry. They're all pieces of shit. It's incredible. It was like, I'm going to try to get back at you by putting you... isn't that a felony to lie?
Dunning's questioned why Crowder didn't initially provide the original footage to Dunning's office. I'm not holding that against them, but why would they provide the edited video?
To get the guy in trouble, to be like, don't fuck with us, don't get in the way of our bullshit agenda. Dude's holding people political prisoner, and he's not even like a actual politician. That was my fart.
You're getting Grandpa excited.
The longer video clearly shows the guy got pushed down and came up swinging. I think that's the polite way of the prosecutor saying they tried to provide us with false evidence.
Though after reviewing the unedited version, prosecutors ultimately ruled the man in fact acted in self-defense and dropped the case. So at the end of the day, this was all just Steven Crowder whining on national TV about an event that he and his own...
That had started. Wow, I didn't know this. That says everything you need to know about him. Notice how they're all like, same with Melanie Mack. Like she said before, and quote me if I'm wrong, if she didn't, did she say she's always had these beliefs and these values? You have a plenty of tweets that say otherwise. It wasn't like you had a one-off and said them. It's always the same story, dude. They're all fucking liars. They're liars.
Group instigated.
So character assassination, we have it. Wrong.
They're not giving you information. There's affirmation.
I saw that guy's back go down, and then he came up off his feet. Yeah, there he is. What is that, Steve?
He did go down. We were there trying to prevent people from being hurt in tent.
You deserved what you got.
You are a liar, sir. You are being swallowed. Your unions are being swallowed. These are babies flailing before being put to bed. They are violent. This was not an isolated event. Look around you, man.
Stephen was finally dropped by Fox News only a few months later for reasons that are still up in the air to this day. Some say it had to do with contract negotiations, while others insist it was because of comments he made about their biggest on-screen talent at the time, Sean Hannity. But most hilarious to me is when one senior employee at Fox told the Daily Beast that Stephen was never that funny anyway, and crossed the line more than a few times. Do you have any idea how obnoxious?
Oh, this is delicious. This is great.
You need to be for even Fox News to turn against you. To add insult to injury, leaked Twitter messages from Fox's very own Greg Gutfeld seem to allude to how frankly unlikable Stephen was on a private, personal level.
Why is anyone shocked by any of this? I gotta piss real quick. I'll be right back. Like, yeah, he seems like the most unlikable fucking guy in the world.
Shooting ropes.
breastfeed it, breastfeed it, breastfeed it, breastfeed it, breastfeed it, breastfeed it, breastfeed it,
Breasts.
breastfeed it,
Breasts.
breastfeed it,
Breasts.
breastfeed it, breastfeed it.
Helping Steven Crowder.
But you see how all these people are the same? Just like how the quartering tried to put this narrative out that I was scamming my elderly parents out of my house. It's just whatever they could do for their own personal gain. Whoever it fucks over, it doesn't matter. It's all about them. It's all about them. No, I just pissed on the floor and the dog's drinking it right now. I didn't have to flush.
Mind, these messages are all alleged, as I can't personally verify them myself, but it is worth noting that Gutfeld has yet to deny or disprove their legitimacy. Plus, they kinda already fall in line with Steven's public persona, so just let me be messy here for a second.
Screen, what am I doing? God damn it.
They're funny, okay? He has issues. I met him at a bar once, and he sat Indian style on the floor in the middle of a crowded bar. He was asking me what he thought of the looks of his fiance. How fucked up is that? She is beautiful, but he couldn't judge. It was like he was shopping for a car and was asking his friend to take it for a test drive. I nodded and wondered.
Yeah, that's weird for two reasons. One, who goes, look how hot my girlfriend is. What do you think? Like... God, what a weirdo looking for. What an insecure little boy. And secondly, do you not know? Are you attracted to her or not? Or do you want Quantum's asshole?
I'm not going to put it in a bottle and breastfeed it to you.
He won't breastfeed you his butthole, man.
How I got into this mess. Adding it, me thinks he has an issue with his sexuality, which is fine, but it's...
P.S. Extra, yeah, Evil West isn't bad. It gets monotonous. It definitely was a disappointment, but it's a playable game. But Trey Peng is great.
So obvious to...
I could get that to run 120 on that computer too, the minis forum. I can't do that now. I'll lose my voice for the rest of the stream. Next time, you could just give me a regular chat. I literally won't have it. You could hear my voice is a little raspy.
To everyone but him. He was only at Fox News for like 6 months. We all hated him. He acts like he was a badass who left Fox. No, none of us could stand him. He wants to be a star and hates everyone who took that risk and he didn't. He calls himself a comedian but doesn't perform. That's how the Schumer thing started. I would not let him call himself a comedian on my show. And Amy knew that. I hated him for saying he performs. What Gutfeld is alluding to...
Wow. Dude, it's all just a very insecure, angry guy that wanted to do anything to be famous. No, I feel fine, dude. It's just, I think it's the pot. If I screamed right now, it would be a wrap.
Here is an old episode from his show where Steven and Amy Schumer were both guests. And as you can probably imagine...
Oh, she was hotter back then.
Having these two in a room together didn't go well.
And, you know, you slip by the dirty comedian thing, but honestly, you call yourself a comedian, but you don't do it that much. Like, I go fishing a couple times a year, but I don't introduce myself on TV as a fisherman. Wow.
From that moment, Steven...
she was actually okay there.
Would make it a priority to slam Amy Schumer from the comfort of his own studio any chance he got, in a crusade that you cannot tell me wasn't a tiny bit personal.
By the way, Amy Schumer, you're a fat slutty role model. Taking pride in being a fat bag of potatoes. She's the guy she accuses all the guys of being, only she's way gross.
What are they doing there? Dad, I'm fully undressed right now. That's wonderful. You know you're terrible when Fox News won't even... Yes, it's so true. Well, Fox News... Well, you know what they've done, right? To move the goalposts. Now Fox News is too left for some of these people. Fox News. It's too left-wing. We're in a world of shit if people think that Fox News is left-wing. We are in a world of pain.
grosser and fatter.
I'm fat. Snacks.
Triggering the libs, though, would become the focal point of his new show on YouTube, Louder with Crowder, launched soon after his falling out with Fox. And this is where you really get some of the most potent feminist-owned videos that plagued all of YouTube in 2016.
Hey, feminists.
With his first viral video,
what was that? Just
being hashtag SJW Feminist Festival crashed by Crowder.
Now, what does... Okay. I personally like Fox News saying, hey, whatever you enjoy, man. But I'm saying Fox News is too left for some people now. I never thought that that would be a thing.
In underwear.
Prove once and for all that not all feminists are fat, unattractive, boy-cutted, androgynous amoebas. Oh my God.
She's a lesbian! A lesbian!
Epic editing there, Steven. Why he needed to go the extra mile and strip down to his underwear is beyond my reasoning, at least. I think him being removed has less to do with them being offended or whatever, and more to do with Steven intentionally irritating and causing a scene on purpose just to get a reaction for the internet.
Excuse me, ma'am. Talk about body shaming? Let's talk about male body shaming. Should I be ashamed?
He's not even
fuck is going on?
About politics at a certain point. It's just about Steven being a public fucking nuisance that nobody wants to be around. But after racking up a juicy 30 million views, Steven and his producer, Not Gay Jared, which is a totally normal thing to call your friend, by the way, would make it.
Yeah. Because, you know, everyone who's not gay, I'm not gay.
Habit of crashing these left-leaning events for the sole aim of exposing.
Oh, yeah, this is so 2016.
The liberal agenda, according to them. But if you ask me, it was mostly an excuse for Steven to dress up as a woman, as he liked to do over and over and over and over and over. I'm not going to keep going, but it is funny that for a guy who thinks trans people are grooming your kids, Steven...
He dresses... I've noticed that, too.
And sure can't get enough of wearing his wife's clothes and touching his producer in front of children. Like the time he and Not Gay Jared convinced a bunch of people at a feminist rally that they were trans women and were met with kindness and support by the people there.
We quickly found out that nobody questions, criticizes, nor runs security background checks on trans.
Hands up our pussies!
You're at a parade or what, or an event like this. Like, what do you expect them to do?
This grabs back.
Nice going, Steven. You really own those feminists by lying to them and taking advantage of their hospitality for cheap clicks. You definitely look like the reasonable person in this picture. In case it's hard to tell, these videos on Louder with Crowder really didn't contain much substance outside of Steven working backwards from an already established conclusion to prove some kind of flawed hypothesis. Sometimes not even he understands what it is he's truly arguing for. Take, for example, his position on trans athletes. Steven
genuine big fear of being a UN unself-aware is this? Or is he self-aware and he's just an arrogant dick who just wants to manipulate people for money?
Personally wants to see trans people competing in sports with the gender they were assigned to at birth. It's something he's long propagated across his platforms. But here he is complaining about just that.
This is Mark Beggs, a senior from Euless Trinity High School near Dallas, is in the process of transitioning from female to male and taking low dose of testosterone. Just entered a high school wrestling tournament with an undefeated record and, surprise, won. That picture says 1,000 words right there.
Hey, Steven, that is a trans man competing with cis women. He's being forced to compete with women because that's what people like you are arguing for. This is what you want. And this trans wrestler in particular, Mac Beggs, has openly expressed wanting to compete with cis men because it just makes more sense, but he can't do that because Republican-backed Texas law currently requires trans athletes to play in an athletic league which matches their biological sex determined at birth, something that Steven encourages and supports.
My position is biological males compete with biological males, biological females compete with biological females.
Like, Steven, if you're watching, first of all, hi, what the did you mean by this tweet? And secondly, just suspend your political bias for a minute and imagine if there were hundreds of bills circulating around the country invalidating your right to live a normal life. Imagine if your basic access to healthcare, education, legal recognition, etc. was all up in the air for a small group of politicians to dictate. Something about that seems a wildly big government to me, a gross overstep of legislative power that a small government conservative like yourself should frown upon. But
I'm recusing myself from, because I don't know the full...
Steven Crowder and the dozens of other vocal opponents of trans rights, freedom of expression is trumped by blind hatred for those that are just different from them. Despite freedom being one of the deciding factors that makes America the best...
Yeah, that is 100% true.
...best country in the world, according to Steven.
But not only do I believe that our healthcare system is superior to those countries, but there would be another reason outside of healthcare. Let's assume that healthcare were better in those countries. Freedom.
But it's just he doesn't believe...
What is now? Look, you could look at Canada's system. There's plenty of fucking flaws. What freedom, Stephen? Do you know how many people are stuck at jobs because if they leave their jobs, they won't have any health care, so they have to stay at a job they hate, which I guarantee you is by design, because they may have some kind of chronic condition, and they need to have access to health care. That's the freedom you're talking about? Freedom to be enslaved to a job because you need healthcare, and if you leave it, you won't?
Believe everyone deserves the same access to the fundamental freedoms he's been given. At least that's what it seems. Stephen doesn't seem to value those he personally deems inferior, and would rather resort to ostracizing them in a public...
Oh God, the whole thing with Mr. Beast and that one person transitioning. Remember how many people were... Remember, didn't... Out of like she would fucking know anyway, and they're not. Didn't Melanie Mac... Is Mr. Beast transgender? Whoever, I forgot the person's name. Are they a psyops? Yeah.
Setting the same way he was ostracized and bullied as a child.
Oh, but don't you feel a little bad for the bully? He's just a kid. I feel zero bad for him. And you know what happens when bullies aren't stepped down early in their childhood? Gaddafi.
You'd hope someone like Steven, who has talked about being on the receiving end of relentless bullying throughout his life, would be...
Yeah, I remember Melanie Mac lost her fucking mind with, well, shocker.
One to stand up for those who have been unfairly attacked for committing the cardinal sin of trying to live a normal life like the rest of us. But instead, Stephen takes the low road and chooses to relish in the power he now gets to wield as the bully himself.
I think it's better that the bully learn his lesson now as opposed to later on in life when somebody snaps as an adult. It gets uglier.
Steven Crowder, a man who ironically brags about his strong Christian values, likes to spend his time berating people who strangely aren't white by threatening to call ICE on Mexican workers.
I need papers. Do you have papers? He's gonna call ICE, you motherfuckers.
Steven enjoys showing off
Oh, they're all the same.
his impression of Martin Luther King Jr.
5 things you don't know about MLK.
Rich, you're a beautiful man with a beautiful bird. Here's to a blessed 2024 to you and your family and chat. Thank you very much, Master Beatty. Hoot Wireless, of course.
Hoot Wireless.
Thank you, sir, for supporting the
You
show.
didn't expect to hear MLK and crack whores. I have a dream of non-crack whores at a Motel 6.
And when he's not making a mockery of black farmers.
I don't know where you find this many farmers of color.
I'm gonna buy a plow, man. I'm gonna plant that corn.
Oh my God. Can he be any more stereotypically racist? Really?
Get a John Deere, Barack Obama, mother. I'm the president of plowing that ass.
I planted a Hennessy tree, but it's not growing.
Turns out the soil content is a high level of meth.
Yeah, crazy. Whoa.
Wow, I didn't know.
He's disingenuous.
What? And the thing is, people I know who do meth are white. Fucking trailer park mullet special.
Creating George Floyd's murder in an attempt to exonerate the psychopath convicted of killing him.
Was it unpleasant? Yes. Is there any way that would kill someone who was in modern...
He absolutely had his knee on his neck, and it could have choked him, absolutely. But also George Floyd resisted arrest. Don't believe me, you could believe, I believe, a significant other that was in the car. I said, George, stop resisting. But, like I always say, it could be both. The cop could have got off his neck, and he didn't need to be on there for 10 fucking minutes. They already had him handcuffed. So, it's both. There you go. Rich Clip, I'm the president of Plowing That Ass. Nah, Mr. Puffy Nipples.
Moderate health? I can't see it.
Steven's been known to make a mockery of Asian people on the sole premise of them being Asian.
Oh, that is an aggressively Asian face.
When he's not...
That is an aggressively Asian face. What the fuck does that even mean?
Not wearing a dress or cosplaying as a rootin'.
Yeah, he didn't deserve to die for having a fake $20 bill. Period. End of discussion. It's that simple. There's people that resist arrest all the time.
Newton Sheriff with his...
But was he resisting? Yes. Now, if you did not watch, it would be a lie to say he wasn't.
Fake little gun holsters in his studio. He's poking fun at whatever he thinks Islam is.
Islam, the religion of peace. Allah Akbar!
Excusing the...
Yeah, because Christianity is absolutely the religion of peace.
Torture America inflicted against prisoners at Guantanamo Bay.
I personally believe that prison should
I despise all organized religion, so...
be as unpleasant as humanly possible.
Let's take a look at some of these torture techniques used at Club Gitmo. We've got slight sleep deprivation, repeatedly playing children's songs. People out there, do you honestly believe that America is losing its moral high ground and consider this torture?
Killing two birds with one stone in his embarrassing portrayal of not just Muslims, but also trans people in his critically acclaimed video, Transler Bane versus Jihadi Bond, which are two different franchises.
Oh, God.
I mean, that one doesn't even make sense.
I didn't even know this existed.
Steven loves to make the...
Is this like what edgy 16-year-olds... why am I even saying it? Yes. Even the guy here who was like 14 said that he thought that this was...
exact same joke about trans people every single year on Trans Day of Visibility. Confusingly blamed trans rights activists for there being a higher rate of trans suicides.
Is anyone surprised when it's a 42% attempted suicide rate? You don't have that anywhere else in the demographic. That would suggest some kind of mental proclivity toward extreme behavior, and I don't think it's helping people to simply enable it. I don't want...
Or it's because they are shunned for being transgender. Did you ever think of that? Or is that gun holster with no gun in it cutting off circulation to your brain?
DSP Gaming donated $15. I'd like to give my take on religion. In my opinion, they are absolutely beautiful and thought-provoking concepts that are supported by wonderfully supported groups. Speaking of support, I need that money today. Cats crying downstairs. Ban. Gone forever.
I need that money. I really, really do. I need the money for my internet bill, my electric... Phil, pay my electric bill. Come pay my 10,000. Come pay it. Rich, can I get a humping Steven Crowder mix and throw in Phil? I don't have Phil in the soundboard. He'll slowly return. As well, I'm needing some of the fantastic sounds of Review Crowder USA. Well, I can give you...
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Breasts. Breasts.
Breasts.
Cucumbers.
I think that was pretty good.
Want nearly half of all transgenders to attempt suicide. I want that to be lower. Guess what doesn't work? You saying, you're all good, you're a woman. It doesn't help, it makes it worse.
Had this to say about victims.
What?
If a feminist is in the forest and Noah's around here, is she still heinously What does that even mean?
It stand to reason that the victims of rape would usually, not always, generally be those who are most desirable sexually, considering the crime.
Maybe like the 5s to 10s.
I mean, like you don't carjack a 98 Oldsmobile. No.
Well, yeah, they do. Thank you very much, Wastelander. Thank you.
I've searched, and I could be wrong about this. There are many, right? How many times have I been to a Change My Mind? It's always a blue-haired, would-be lesbian feminist who claim they're raped. As far as I know, not one Victoria's Secret model has been raped.
And at the beginning of his career, did it really...
But he's not even looking up statistics. He's just pulling shit out of his ass.
Fun and tasteful bit he liked to call Cultural Appropriation Week, where for about 5 days straight, he and not gay Jared began their show dressed in whatever caricature of a costume they had lying around that day.
This week, the mystical, age-old culture of China.
Oh my god.
Oh, I like the glasses with that combination. Like it. It's kind of like the other woman. Take them off. Put them back on. Ooh. Oh, okay.
What the fuck?
Now, I understand Steven's fans may be quick to write these things off as nothing more than edgy jokes, and that his critics are just being snowflakes for getting mad at such top-tier comedy. But it's hard to make the argument that these are just mere jokes when they still accurately reflect the real belief Steven appears to hold. For example, Steven has stated that he's a
Yeah, it's not that he isn't about these things. He is racist. He is like
traditionalist who doesn't believe in the concept of gay marriage.
Myself personally, I am pro-traditional marriage. I agree with the president on this.
You can't then turn around and make such unfunny jokes at the expense of gay people and expect viewers to suck it up and buy your...
Yeah, when you're impeding on their rights and that is your take, you can't go, just joking.
Socialism.
Someone else who did that too. It's, again, patterns. Weird.
Is for Fig's shirt.
Gayness is still funny. It's absurd, so it's funny. It would be the same thing if a duck walked in right now wearing pajamas. We'd be like, oh my God, there's a duck in pajamas. What are you doing at CPAC, duck in pajamas? I would have never imagined that. It's the same thing when there's a dude like, hello, you look delicious.
There's just no way to genuinely write this stuff off as innocent jokes when it's rooted in something that you genuinely believe. By 2019, Steven had really taken off in popularity, thanks to a little series he likes to call Change My Mind.
Oh my god, remember he was doing that change? Does he still do?
Which is ironically something Steven never actually does. Even if you've never watched an episode of this thing, you've probably seen the memes. The premise is that Steven travels around...
He still does this?
...to various locations, mostly college campuses, and sets up a booth to debate random people on whatever issue he's feeling that day. Maybe it's fascism, gender, immigration, Black Lives Matter is a terrorist organization, you know, non-incendiary topics like those. For the most part, he uses pretty eye-catching and intentionally offensive language to trigger a more passionate response from the people there. Why? Well, it's exciting to watch people scream at each other, I guess. Plus, it's always helpful to make the opposing side look as unreasonable and shrill as possible. Steven is banking on the fact that most of these kids are liberal, so having a substantive conversation with someone who disagrees with him shouldn't be a hard thing to do. But the problem with these debates is that the scales are already tipped so much in Steven's favor that it's really not much of an evenly matched exchange of ideas.
Yeah, because he's just
taking hormone therapy. It changes the way your
these people aren't ready to have a debate with you. They haven't done their research. So you're just like, hey, here's my prey.
Grow, and you're not actually given that much of an advantage, or they don't have as much of an advantage as you think they might. You know?
Are you sure about that?
Well, I guess I'm not sure, but I also not sure about anything because I'm a f***ing moron. You know how it is.
This is his show after all, so of course Steven picks the topic, the setting, the circumstances, who gets the microphone, and
yeah, and who you see. He's not going to make himself look stupid.
When, what makes
What's up, Matthew?
The final edit and what doesn't. Plus, he's already given himself ample time beforehand to prepare his talking points as much as he needs. Whereas the kids he's debating left their dorms that morning not expecting to debate their beliefs on things like abortion. They haven't made a career off politics like Steven has, making them easy targets for him to rain down upon with facts and logic, even when those facts aren't actually facts. For example, take his video, America is Not Racist, Change My Mind. Steven at one point claims that the US has a higher class mobility compared to the rest of the world.
First off, we have more class mobility here in the United States than anywhere else. Certainly than Canada.
Can you define class mobility for me?
Meaning there are more people in the United States who end up in the top 30% of income than anywhere else in the world. at some point in their life, or in the top 10%, including people go from the top 10, from the bottom 10 or the bottom 30 to the top 30 to the top. There's more class mobility here in the United States, more ability to rise out of poverty into upper middle class than anywhere else in the world. It's not even close.
Only I don't know what Steven is going by. Sure, he links to an image of a random study on screen, but even this doesn't show the US compared to the rest of the world. According to the World Economic Forum, America ranks 27th beneath all these other countries. Not what I would call high, personally. In another one on abortion, Steven finds himself perpetuating the notion that the majority of late-term abortions are not a result of medical complications, but rather—
Whoa, 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 whoa. Stop. Who's that? That doesn't look like a spam number. Hello?
Good evening. This is James Grano, Assistant Superintendent at Southern Westchester BOCES.
Oh, yeah, they're having a 2-hour delay tomorrow. It's going to snow. I know. Yeah, no. I'd rather go back to Cyrax until, ooh, no more politics. No.
Obviously pitched up, so maybe that's his contribution to the track.
Sorry. As soon as it got into that, I don't want a shit show. Oh, stop with my politics sucks. My politics don't suck because they don't agree with yours.
"2015 rolls around, and the first half of the year is pretty much silent on—
Wait, Boogie, plagiarism. What happened?
his end, perhaps because in April of that year, Chance got involved in a physical altercation that resulted in him being slammed against a stop sign and allegedly hurting his back so bad he required emergency services to pick him up. It's unknown whether he ended up spending time in a hospital due to his injury.
I'm not laughing about him getting beaten up, but you know it's because he can't stop running his mouth.
But getting beat up definitely deflated his ego, as during this period, there are no talks about beating people up coming from Chance. In a Facebook post made months after, he resented the police for not catching and arresting the man who beat him, as well as claiming the incident misaligned
Watch who not winning?
his spine and caused him to live in a continuous state of pain, despite the doctors who checked him out saying nothing was broken. By October, he had once again taken up the mantle of professional music producer, selling beats he had made for $1 a pop. Quite the steal.
I'm selling 10 beats, 10 tracks. Does anyone have Cyrax beats? I need to hear some Cyrax beats. Cyrax. What, I have liquid on my keyboard. Rax. No, not beat up. Is there any more Cyrax music? I know we listened to that one. Hold on. Cyrax music. Let's see. No.
What up, guys? It's your boy Demigod here. And today, instead of doing a regular upload track, what I'm going to do is actually do a cover to honor Chester and his legacy. And the song I'm going to be doing is Crawling by Linkin Park. And I'm not going to do a regular style, I'm actually going to do a melodic growl / scream vocal style of it to honor Chester in my own way. So,
what are you talking about? Just get to it.
If you guys like this song or my cover at the end of this video, please hit that like button and that subscribe button down below. Help the channel out, please. Like, that would mean a lot to me. And if you guys want to hear more, let me know.
Wait, I'm getting a message. Let me see. Open Zoom meetings. Where'd you go? Oh, damn, that was fast.
We have our guest here, RTU Streams. What's shaking? What's shaking, baby?
Nothing much. What's going on, my friend? How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Can everyone hear Rich, man? It's the first time me setting up some Zoom. I've never done this before.
Yeah, Zoom is easy, man. It's not like this. So I'm on King Sly T. It's Streamception right now from my audience.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yes.
He wants to ask me about the Tractor Gate or whatever the fuck we're calling it.
Oh, no, they can't hear you. Hold on. Let me try this again.
Oh, wait. Now can they hear me?
Can you hear them? Can you hear them now?
Because I didn't have my actual mic down.
Can you? I know. Hold on. Can you? Yes, I'm getting yeses. Yes, we can hear him now. Okay, great. All right, perfect. Yes, Rich. I don't have to. We don't have to be here all day long. I just got a few questions for you, pimp.
It's all good.
What happened that made you think there was a civil war going on, pimp? Because there was a couple. I'm gonna try to do the sharing. I'm not sure if this is gonna work for me. But I first saw a tweet from you about, I believe this one it was a video of Derek and someone else made something, and then you got attacked by that. And then also, let me try to share my screen with you. Let me see if this is going to work. I don't know. Okay.
Well, there was, the thing that happened with that was that people were saying that was like a stage, like it wasn't serious. It was an ironic video, kind of like a Tim and Eric shtick.
Okay.
But no, it wasn't.
Yes. Okay. And then also the starting the Civil War. I think that was when everybody had a big to do over that the documentary is going to start a detractor civil war. How did that tweet come about, and who said anything to you to think that there's a war?
The only thing that was said to me was by Duty, where he's like, don't blow it.
Okay.
And I kind of overestimated. I thought it was going to be like another thing with the Sons of Kojima. However, with that being said, I did overestimate that part. I will hold that. Okay. I see people making videos going after Cat. Now, Phil is dumb.
Mm-hmm.
However, though, Phil knows he is the king of excuses. And I think why he had Cat on is because he knows that people will, quote unquote, attack Cat, and he could use that as a scapegoat. I see the videos being made. I don't want to see the documentary with Mike go away. I want to see it be made. There will be entertainment for years to come.
Yeah.
But yeah. I'm telling you, Phil will, if Phil is chicken shit, if he finds an excuse, he will run for the fucking hills.
Yes. I do agree. I do want to ask you about Cat also, but so just say it again about the detractor civil war. You said you tweeted and you said it was wrong.
It was an overestimation. Yes, I Sons of Kojima them, and that was an extreme. Guesstimate as to what would happen, at least for now.
Okay, so there was nobody saying anything to you. It was just you just guessing that that's what was going to happen.
Like there will be the shit show could still happen with it'll be interesting to see if the documentary even happens.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I know, because you thought that maybe it wouldn't go down, and then not only that, but today there was a tweet. That was the other thing. There was a tweet today where and this is what I was gonna bring up about Kat. When you said, remember when I said detractors are gonna put this documentary?
That was
at
yesterday,
risk?
but yes.
Or
yes.
yesterday. I apologize. Yesterday, and this was about Kat, and this was Hate Army's video saying this was all Mike Clem's fault, and that's why I said I was gonna talk about Kat in a minute. And you think it's because people are clowning on Kat?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, I can see him doing that, but what did you think? What did you think was gonna happen when you hid this girl in the shadows for 6 years, and then she was one way, then 6 years she's
I agree.
I'm not asking. I'm saying more of like what Phil expected. Yeah. What did Phil expect was gonna happen? And so you can't have that's with anybody. It didn't have to be just Phil. If you hide someone for years and then years later pops up, they're totally different. They did it with Leafy. When Leafy was hidden and he showed up and he was bigger, they clowned him too. It's just about that. I mean, bound to happen. I don't think he should have been known that this was going to happen. That's why I didn't get this tweet as well. Like he's going to pull out.
Well, that's why I think he showed her. As much as Phil is an idiot, he's like, obviously he knows she put on weight. They even talked about it. Yeah. So if he has a fallback, he's even used Kat as an excuse for people to stop talking about him fapping.
Yes, I do remember that. I do remember that. Yep.
He even used like when the WWE Championship, when he was on the Stuttering Grifters podcast, he said, "I have to protect my family, so I can't show you my screen name for a game." Mm-hmm. So if people keep going after her for her weight, which look, I've seen her, fine. Yeah. He can in the future, because here's the thing: if Mike gets too close to the Snortex son, Phil will bail. What would be a perfect excuse for Phil to bail? My wife, my wife, my wife, my wife. You could make. Here is the thing: make whatever you're going to make whatever videos you want. There's a portion of Phil's detractors that even before this despised me, and now more despise me after. Make videos. But I'm telling you, if you want this documentary to be made, just leave the wife out. Phil has so many gems of retardation every day. Could I say retarded on your show?
Of course.
Okay. That you have almost too much to work with. If you leave her out of it, there'll be more of a chance the documentary can be made. And I can't talk about anything. Sly, I can talk to you later.
Okay.
I won't say it here. You want it to be made. That's all I'll say.
Okay.
So keep the low-hanging fruit. Yes, I know Kat is large. keep the low-hanging fruit. I mean, look, I'm not talking shit. I'm large. Just leave it on the tree, because then you'll get the whole fucking tree, not just the low-hanging fruit. God, I'm being a really corny, making fucking stupid poetry here, but you get my point.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying about it, but I mean, he's got to eat some of it, because I mean, he should have expected that this was going to happen by showing her. I mean, this was
no, I agree with you.
Yeah. So I get what you're saying. Like he could pull out for it, but still, it's just like, yeah.
He uses her as a scapegoat for other shit.
True.
And I think he was like, why all of a sudden now you're doing a documentary, you show her? Wouldn't you want to like maybe be like when the documentary comes out to show her? Like, I get maybe people are like, oh, he's trying to get in front of it, but now people are going to be, no pun intended, feasting on what they saw.
Yeah.
You know, so why would you do that before? Wouldn't you rather the documentary instead of dealing with the shit show beforehand? But then again, he is Phil and he's an idiot. But I still think that he was like, all right, maybe I could use her as an excuse, just like I use it for my masturbating on May 1st.
I got to bring it up because the people are going to get upset if I don't bring it up.
Yeah, that's fine. Bring it up.
I got to bring it up. The number one detractor talk, okay? You had said in the previously that you were probably second to Tevin, second in command of Tevin, but then they saw you recently say that that you don't care about the top detractor. You would never say you're a top detractor. What was that about?
No, I did say it, but that's me talking out of my ass. Here's the thing. Outside of enjoying Phil for entertainment, I don't think about like I'll watch like Snort Burnell videos, and I know Snort Hogan hates me. I'll watch Snort Hogan videos or whatever, even when I'm working on shit. Phil is like a reality TV show for me.
Yeah.
I don't hold any badge of honor. You know, it doesn't make my small dick bigger because I know a lot about Phil. It's like it's a Gundam. It's like It's a Gundam says, I'm not getting into an Ivy League fucking school knowing about Phil lore. So it was about as sincere as, I can't think of an analogy right now. I'm half asleep, but yeah, it wasn't sincere. I was fucking around. I don't care. They can hold the crown for whoever the biggest detractor is. I'll sit on the sidelines and just watch Phil pontificate every day and laugh at it.
Yeah, I think the whole second thing is just wild. I mean, I am not. I told him to. I'm like, I'm not competing in no detractor race. I'll be the 90th in line. I'm just here to laugh. I don't want to do none of that. They are looking at it as like, when they see you say you're the top detractor next to Tevin, and then when they see you say something else, they're gonna be like, and you already know they have a way about you, so they're gonna be like, yo, what is this dude talking about? Now he's talking about detractor wars. He's talking about being he's the top bowl out here. Like,
dude, I know it's factually. There's people who know how many hairs Phil has on his left ass cheek. I can't compete with that. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to. That was a horrifying visual. I'm sorry, but you get my point.
I get what you're saying.
You know, so like to me, it's just it's entertainment, and I would never be serious about that because I know there's people who know Phil probably better than Phil does.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of people that know about, a lot about Phil, a lot more than me. It's a lot of, the Reddit people that know a lot, and they take it a little, they go a little too crazy with it. Let me see. So, all right. So we covered the top detractor. We covered the, what was it? The whole cat thing and then the detractor war. So there's going to be no more going to war with and definitely the SOK thing is going to trigger a lot of people. Let me just bring it right back to that SOK.
Okay.
Because they were psychotic. Okay. They were doxing. They were going insane. There's people that take this far, but they are like far. So when you compare anybody to them, they're going to take it a little too serious. They're going to take it a feel away because no one's doing that. Me, Aviga, Atlas, Duty, none of us is doing and more. None of us is going that crazy. So when they hear that, and then anything compared to that, I'm sure
there are other ones. No, but the ones you named as examples aren't ones doing that. There's other people that because I used to super chat Phil and I was a member of Phil's. That's like a declaration of war to them. Yeah. So there is that portion of the community too that still takes this way too seriously. Maybe not Sons of Kojima levels, okay, but there is a portion of people even before this that hated me simply for that reason. So,
who are you? Do you know any specific? You got a name? Because if there's a name of someone that's taking it to Kojima level, I will bomb on them right now.
No, not Kojima.
No, I said to that level. I'm saying, do you have anybody on hand, like a name of someone that you are seeing?
Well, think about even after Kojima, the Sons of Kojima were way, they're nowhere even a thought anymore. They imploded. Someone got Phil's bank records.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that's a fact. But that man also said that he was wrong for doing it and disappeared because the Kiwi Farms bombed on him for that, too. That's why. He even said he was wrong, and everyone else got him out there. Like, we reference it because it's out here now. And when he says, "Oh, I'm broke," but then you be like, "Well, look at this, what happened?" Nobody really was happy that did. No one really. There was people that celebrated it because of, wow, we got him on a lie or whatever. But no one was like, "Oh yeah, let's do it some more." Like the major people that be talking about it. There's not too many people. Just like the swatting, just like the bank, the identity theft. Nobody really is after. No, I can speak to the people that I talk to. We're not trying to do that at all, at all, any way, shape, or form. Trying to get into his accounts, try to do any of that. That's psychotic.
your name didn't even cross my mind when I was thinking that.
No. I get it. I'm just saying. Like, and when we see it take too far, I'm one of them that's gonna call out both sides. I always do it.
Me too. Me too.
I'm gonna call out. I've gotten wars with because I've called out people for doing wrong that everyone loved. People got upset about it. So if I see it, I'm definitely not rocking with it at all. Well, I'm just saying some people, the things that you say definitely irk a lot of people. And I see, like with the war, I was confused. And with this, and now, well, you'll explain later about why you meant about Cat or whatever. But that's why I wanted to have you on, just to talk about these things. I've been
no, it's all
confused
good.
this whole
And now,
time, bro.
And now that's fine. Now the air is cleared out. I mean, look, talk about whatever no one's going to listen to me anyway. It is what it is, and people are going to do what you want to do. But my suggestion is to just keep it about Phil. If you do, fine. If you don't, fine. I'm not going to I am just making a suggestion, and I'll leave it at that, and it'll be worthwhile if you don't go beyond Phil. Anything Phil does, you could talk about. Talk about it all day. You can even talk about Kat being on her stupid shit that she does, but don't go for the low-hanging fruit. It'll increase the chances of the documentary happening. And the chances are higher than you realize for reasons like I said, I'll explain to you later.
I feel you. I feel you on that. It's a hard sell, Pimp, because it's like he the things that he said, he doesn't want to put her in danger. He's and then he just prances her around. Just so happens when Mike Klum starts coming out talking, it's just like, bro, what are you doing? And I think that's why she's gonna get it a little harder now, because it's like, but I think it's more of what is he doing to this girl that I've been seeing a lot more. Yeah, you'll get the Cat is big or whatever. You'll get that comment, but it's more like, bro, he's like doing something to this girl. Like, why are you parading her around for money? Why are you? That's what I've been hearing a lot more. Like, I don't want to say, but someone was more like a lot of people were like more bothered by that fact. The jokes are gonna fly, and that's gonna be a hard sell to stop. But it's more like he's kind of like, I don't want to say abusive, but it's more like there's something going on. And why?
That's what I'll say too. I don't want to, we aren't behind closed doors, nor do I want to be, but it's, he can't be having a normal relationship. He's not normal.
True.
You know that once Philip Paul Burnell walks out of that room, it's not like he's a totally different person. He's a bad actor, so you can't tell me he's putting on a persona, even though he says he is. He's not. Imagine living with someone with that mindset.
Yeah, it'd be difficult. Not healthy. Not healthy.
I mean, look, I know she was like a fangirl of his before they got married, but she probably, like, when she moved in, she was like, yo, this is the fuck, I'm living with the snorting Twilight Zone.
Yeah. And we got to go off of also the side scrollers. He can't talk about his accounts because it could put him in danger, but he will use her domestic abuse as a way to get out of questions towards the end and invoke that emotional response. So it's not the first time we've seen him use Kat in that way. I don't know why in any world your video game is more important than this girl's abuse. In any
Poem's future brought up a big point. It ties back to WWE. He's like, he showed you like everything but his blood type when his internet was getting hacked, but he couldn't show you a screen name for a game that was more intrusive than like your gamer tag on Xbox. You know what I mean? So Phil tells without telling, and he doesn't even realize it.
Yeah. Facts. What about the topic of detractors making fun? Oh, that's something else. Oh, yeah. He just said, watch out. He said, watch out. Cause you don't want him to back out. And he knows something that we don't know about it. So hopefully, I mean,
it's a good thing that I know. That's all I'll say. So,
all right. What does any of this have to do with what are you talking about, Nugs? I'm just seeing if anybody's got a question while we have you here for a minute. Do you have anything to say while he's here, gang? What you want me to ask? Because it really was just, I want to know about this detractor war. That's really what the point was. I had no clue. You want names. Names. I already asked if he had names. He said he didn't have no names.
I have one. I know the name of who else, but I'll tell you, I'm not going to name a name and have people go after him.
No. Oh, and this is a name.
Matter of fact.
All right, you want to drop a name? Drop a name.
I'm not dropping a name publicly. I'm sending it to your DM.
Oh, okay. All right. We got a name. Oh, okay. Oh, all right.
Yeah, I'm not bullshitting. I just don't want to say it because I don't want people going after him or anything.
Okay. Yeah. He a top bull. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, yeah, I think Rich, that's all I got for you, pimp. I mean, for right now, I just want you. I want to get down to the the bottom of this whole detractor war. But he said he messed up on it, gang. He said he shouldn't.
Yeah.
He shouldn't. It was nothing. He said he shouldn't have done it or whatever. And watch out for
and
Cat.
here's the thing. Again, you're going to do what you want to do. I just made a suggestion. Take it as you will. And I got good news for you now. I'm actually going to go take a shit. Your audience now knows that. Jesus. And yeah, I'm a shitting man. So Nelma, thank you having me on.
Yeah.
And let's all hope and pray that this fucking thing gets made because I still think it's like 50-50.
I appreciate it. I appreciate you coming through, and I hope you still think it's 50-50 after what you know.
Because it's Phil.
Oh man. Well, hopefully it does, because
the number would be even lower if I didn't know what I know.
Yeah. I hope that it. Damn. All right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna have to chop it up. I'm gonna have to get the deeds, man. I need the deeds.
Yeah, I'll hit you up either later or tomorrow, and I'll tell you more. But it would probably be like 30-70 if it wasn't for what I knew.
Jesus Christ! All right, man. I appreciate you coming through, Doc.
All right, see you later. Bye, guys.
Yeah. Cheers.
All right. Yeah. No, I literally do have to go. Shit, I wasn't playing. Listen, at least Sly knows I wasn't lying. Nah, I really. Oh my God! So there was an interesting video. This kind of ties into what I was talking about with. Let's go to Duty Streams. Shout out to Duty. It's from the LolCow podcast. This is where I jump off the. Where is it? It's about LolCow. Here it is. Go away, Cyrax. No, I lick the shit off my hands to lick my hands clean. That fucking fight. Yo, and is he talking to her sister? Crazy mom. I allegedly follow her on Twitter if that's actually her real handle. No, this is not the longest intro ever. I've seen longer. I've never watched Wings recently play Call of Duty.
Hold to toes. Mm-mm.
Elden Wings. Ban anybody who calls me Elden Wings.
What up, Don? How you doing, player? Hey, Balzam. What's good, Junebug? You guys check that shit out on Twitter. Pay token.
I'd rather play Scrapyard, but that's just me.
Cinematic masterpieces.
I don't like this map.
You kill this shit infinite torment. The only issue is I actually enjoy playing this game, and I don't give a fuck about like what people think about me anymore.
Yeah, me too. I'm liking Modern War. At least the I have never once touched a single player. I'd play with Wings. I don't care. I'd absolutely play with Wings. Call of Duty.
What's up, John Bono?
I'll do a game night too. It's just the Saturday night thing wouldn't work for me.
Let's put that right there. I've been playing Doom 3, so like my sensitivity is probably whack as fuck right now.
Doom 3. That's an interesting one that I didn't expect him to say. Tony Chase, he's not gay, not ever, not never. Who said that? Well, did you hear that YouTube is allegedly bogging down people's CPUs if they're using ad block? That's pretty nuts.
All right, let's head back this way. You know, like, it's creepy that woke is considered a, considered like this thing that you don't want to be. You want to be asleep. Right, like, why is that a thing? Like, you realize the alternative of not being woke is being asleep, right? Like, letting the world.
You kind of got a valid point there.
World pass you by, that kind of shit.
I mean, in my opinion, I kind of like the atmosphere of Doom 3. Yeah, if they in Digital Melon, if they invited me, sure I would go on.
Let's move back this way.
you're keeping your eyes closed to the changes of the world if you're not woke. I mean, granted, some of the extreme shit I don't agree with, but yeah, actually, Digital Melanin has a good point. Wait, he still does the.
Look at the dude I get killed by, right? He sees me, lasers me. The guy standing on the other side of the truck doesn't shoot him, and he runs straight by him. He's so oblivious. I got killed by like a 2-year-old. No, and he fell through the roof. Both of them did. Come on.
Where does Wings talk about the podcast, though?
The problem I have with like a lot of the anti-woke people is like the things that they're anti-woke about is just mean-spirited hatred. What are things people are anti-woke about? People.
Well, that's what someone, when they were defending Melanie Mack, when she, did her contrived outrage and used the F slur. She's so based and so anti-woke. I'm like, because really? Like, so you're saying that being anti-woke is exactly what people accuse you of being.
Being transgender.
Why are you really scared right now, Angie Nash?
People of the same sex having marriage, basically desegregation. Like, these are things that people are anti-woke about. Like, why do we have to be politically correct? Because
yeah, based has kind of lost all real meaning. Yeah.
Calling people to rock.
What happened to Augie RFC? Is he still around? I don't see him anywhere. I don't see him on Twitter. I don't see him on YouTube.
Derogatory names just doesn't help society, right? Like, it's one thing to do one thing, it's another to do another.
Yeah, like, what is based?
It's one of those maps where it's like,
it's not my least favorite map, but it's not great.
Like, how does that guy stand in the middle of the fucking field and nobody shoot the shit out of him? If I stand there, I'm dead less than 3 seconds. Less than 3 seconds, I would be dead. But he could stand there with a sniper rifle.
Yeah, it's like Modern Warfare 2, everyone seemed to love, and I'm like, the reboot, I mean, and I'm like, Was the base, I didn't play it enough, was the base shotgun in Modern Warfare 2 the same as Modern Warfare 3?
People are talking about Christian values. Like, the funny thing is, like, I live in the Bible Belt, and one thing about the Bible Belt is, like, some of the churches I've been to, or like the church people I've been around, like, one of like the topics of conversation that they'll have, like when they're like eating hot dogs or having a barbecue or something, is that the church is straying too far away from the core values. This is a dog whistle for, like, they want the church to be harder than like it used to be, where they didn't accept anything outside of what's this given standard of Christian values. But the problem is those old hard ways is what's actually killing like church groups off in the vast majority, because like 8-9 years ago, like 28% of the
because people are realizing that living their life according to an antiquated Bible or an antiquated piece of literature is
try to relax
stupid.
your anus.
I mean, believe whatever you want to believe. I would fight for your right to believe it, but I could have my opinion on it. And what is it, Kaz? Modern Warfare 2 is the Bryson 800. What is it in Modern Warfare 3? I think it's the same gun. I've been praying hard to God every single night for my friend Jesse, asking for healing. To me, that's what being Christian is about. Well, that's being a positive Christian, not using it to fearmonger.
Population was an atheist, like, in the world. And I don't know what the number is now, but I guarantee it's higher than 28%. I feel like I meet more and more people that don't follow a religious like teaching versus that do, unless I'm in a certain amount of circles.
Lockwood
right?
6. It just feels different, even if it's the same shotgun. It's not like completely fucking useless, whereas the base shotgun in Modern Warfare 2, at least with how I played, felt like shit. Could be in my head. Who knows? Maybe I'm just more in the mood for Call of Duty than I was for Modern Warfare 2.
When was the last day I went to church? Oh, man. I'd have to ask Kelly about that one.
Oh, nice shot.
Did he just not... Oh! Well, that's what I get. Not paying attention to names. I thought it was getting gains because he killed me
That's why I can never be good at a game while streaming.
before.
Mostly.
Apparently it wasn't.
If I'm trying to do both. If I'm solely paying attention to the game and being boring.
Like, all my deaths come from the MCW. There's a Holger 26 at least.
And the thing is about, I'll show you the tweets from Melanie Mack after this, is it wasn't like she slipped into, like she had a totally different belief system and she just made this hard instant right. There had to be something that happened.
No, I'm just saying, like our,
That isn't a natural switch.
our podcast is built in a certain way. If we can't feed into like the pro.
Look here, look.
Look here! Look, listen! Breasts! Profit, like, the project's probably going to
Thank
get
you.
dropped. Like, as soon as Keem feels like there's no money in it and he drops it, the podcast is pretty much dead.
You sound so positive, Winks. I'll have something to say in a second once he says something else.
We're on our second editor. The first editor wanted too much money.
Wonder how much he wanted. Okay. I see you, Classy. Terrence, I love you. Yeah, it's almost like it's a mixture of nothing else worked out for her and she has a lot of like anger because she feels disenchanted because her marriage, again, this is all speculation, but it's just weird. Love you, Terrence. See? Did I just say it twice? I think I did.
Dude, again. Fuck.
I mean, the podcast is getting views, right?
Guys, nobody wants to deal with their fucking trolls. Like, I don't think you realize how badly the trolls have fucked my life up. And not for the better.
I want to see what he says. And then we'll go
I
back.
guarantee you Local's not going to be a success. And I can tell you the exact reasons why Local won't be a success. Neither Tommy or Boogie ever help try to get guests. They don't reach out to try to get guests. They don't do anything half the time. Half the time they don't respond to text chat.
Oh, when you're talking about dirty laundry, you're airing out your dirty laundry in front of the scenes. What did DL5 do? Oh, what happened?
We only have the editor through January right now, so there's probably going to be 3 more episodes. And that's probably going to be it.
But why? It's doing well. Yeah, you kind of say the same about my podcast. No, I didn't ban him. I just demodded him because he did that thing where he played the system so he could pay less money.
And I understand why they do it. It's because we haven't seen a dime from this shit yet. Like, we've been doing it for 3 months. We've yet to see a dime because all our money goes into the editor or we lose sponsors or shit like that.
See, this is what I'm talking about. And this is what it kind of ties into, like, with King Sly T before. Like, why don't you want... A lot of these dudes are content farmers. Why do you want to destroy them so you... Like, if they quit... If you have a Wings dedicated channel, dude, he doesn't. But I'm saying, like, what are you doing? Why do you like shooting yourself in the foot? These are the people that take it too fucking serious. You know what I'm saying?
No, like I said, like what I think would help Locale Live right now, and what would save it, is if Boogie and Tommy actually tried to help get guests. Like, I haven't got a guest yet, but I've been trying. I've tried for...
I know I should get guests to come on the podcast. I know it would, or the show. I know it would help. It would get like thousands of people watching concurrently. I know I've done it before, but it's so stressful dealing with guests. So stressful. I have a couple in the pipeline. I'm actually looking forward to them. It still is stressful, though. I'm kind of an antisocial guy. Which is strange with what I do, but it's true.
Cobra, I've tried for Cyrax, you know, I reached out to Harley, which I'm going to give Harley credit more so for Keem because he said he's doing...
Yeah, I'm going to listen and talk to Jay. I like putting these things so I don't forget. Listen, that bit's recorded for you. We should try to get the occasional guest on the stream. I know we've done it already, but more often, I should say. Doesn't have to be a regular thing, but, you know, we should.
He did it as a favor to Keem. Keem got Blade as well. But, like, I don't know. It is what it is. I need Tommy to, like, sit back and let me host. But I also need a week in advance in what guest is going to be there. So I can do research, get questions, create a narrative. Like, I just... The timeline we're on right now is just too quick for what we're trying to make. Right? Like, it's...
Yeah, sweet every Anita, match sure. I haven't talked to her in a while, man.
Like this. Meaning that...
Makes me wonder if there's people whispering to certain people behind the ear, behind the scenes in their ear. Yeah, stay away from Rich. He's a dick. Wouldn't shock me.
Generally...
And they wouldn't be wrong.
Generally, here's what happens, like the time frame. Like, we'll record on Wednesday. We'll upload it that night. Anything else that happens that day, we'll By Thursday afternoon, we know if
She ain't
everything's
gonna
good. We don't got to
unblock me.
record anything else. Then we plan on a live stream, and then it gets edited and goes up Sunday. This guy's coming back here.
Editing that live stream can't be that hard. Yo, what do you pay the editor? I'll take it. I could use a little extra money. Hire me. That ain't hard editing at all.
Come on, dude. Like,
I mean, if they were doing like H3 podcast multi-angle shit, nah, no thank you. That is a lot of syncing, and when you go to the different angles, like I've done it before, I know the work that entails, but what they do?
the problem is we got no pulling power, man. Other than Keem, like you're asking, like, get the quartering, get Razor Fist. The quartering hates Tommy. I don't know who Razor Fist is, but I know the quartering fucking hates Tommy. So why would the quartering come on?
This is about your podcast?
Yeah.
Is there something going wrong with it, or?
No, it's falling apart.
I mean, you say this too. It's not really going to put out a positive energy. Wings.
You think so? Why?
Mixture of different things, but mainly money.
Oh, yeah. Money's always king.
Dude, I only go on shit if I'm invited. I don't like inviting myself on stuff. That's my rule.
It's because of my trolls. It's the reason I don't have sponsors. Yeah.
I don't get it. Why do people? And the thing is like, oh, because they here you. What you don't understand is you have to put in zero effort sometimes to get sponsors to drop somebody. You could you could make up that you saw Rich ReviewTechUSA fucking a chicken in my backyard. And some sponsors would be like, all right, that's it. We'll break ties with them. And like, they don't even need anything verified. Like, if sponsors are so skittish, and that's what I'm saying. Like, look, I'm not saying you have to like Wings. You don't have to like Boogie. You don't have to like Tommy. You don't have to like Keem. But just let them make money. It's weird that you want to get in the way of that. These are people that you fucking sniff the farts out of their ass and follow everything they do, but you want to take them down? Wings? Out of all the fucking, like, look, yes, I know he's done stupid and said stupid, terrible shit, but there's so many worse people on this platform. You're wasting your energy to try to kill his podcast? Why don't you go after fucking Logan Paul? Why don't you? All these other people have done such. I'm not making a whataboutism for him, but to be so hell bent on fucking over his nipples is just weird. Rich, I'm inviting myself onto your stream. Like, look, man. Like, I talk about people. I mean, look, Phil. Mostly on a daily basis, and I talk about tons of people, but I don't want to see, like, I always bring him up as example because it's publicly known how much we hate each other, is Pat the NES punk. It ain't my place. Like, am I going to call his sponsors? Give me a fucking break, dude. If people want to support him, they support him. If they don't, they don't. It's not my place to steer them in any direction, or it's not like, or to stand in the way. We'd be fucking, like, get a life, including me if I did that, which I wouldn't do. What's up, dude?
The reason I never have sponsors is because anytime I get a sponsor, they throw that age of consent clip out there and pretend like I'm this hardcore pedophile or some shit.
No. And you don't even need to have like a clip. You could literally, it's happened to me. You could just say, Richard ReviewTechUSA was streaking around my neighborhood and it was disgusting and I'm concerned about buying your products now. All right, he's gone. We don't want and it's like, is there any evidence? No, but I don't need it.
No. That's why I shared a clip of Destiny today who has sponsors, but he's got like this clip that's like worse than anything I've ever said. Like it's so selective.
Yeah, because he's more popular. It's because morality to a corporation it depends on how big the check is. If you're not going to be as profitable to them, all of a sudden they're the moral police. But if you bring in enough revenue, be like, yeah, okay, they had these controversies, but we'll turn a blind eye because it'll be profitable to have them endorse our product. Companies don't have a moral compass. It's all about the bottom line. The fuck was that?
He said it in a malice way as well.
But see, it's interesting, Duty. I'm glad you posted that shit because it kind of ties into what I was talking about. Some people take this shit too fucking seriously. You know what I mean? Melanie, I don't know if she had a hoe phase or not, Melanie Mac. Anyway, let me go to Twitter. We could look at some bangers. Who's messaging me? Yeah, Sly. I wasn't bullshitting about those people. Or having to empty my ass. I was telling the truth. Anyway, so there's me saying goodnight to Keemstar.
Shooting ropes.
Oh my God. Yeah, that is. Why does it look so? Why does shit with like a camera look so dusty? I mean, I know I have fans in my room, so, but it doesn't look like that. When I looked at it, it didn't look like that. Anyway, this is me playing Trapang at 120 FPS. Yeah, Pearl Davis was demonetized, which I wish YouTube wouldn't do shit like that. I understand sponsors don't care. They just see now she's a victim. Please look at me while I fart. I need eye contact. Another man, I got a lot of pictures. Keemstar is like becoming my next Bill Gates, where I have weird ass pictures. Oh yeah, here on the soundboard. Sorry.
Nipples. Mr. Puffy 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 Nipples.
Oh yeah, this is me talking about Phil pontificating about how terrible my Dark Souls 3 beat is going on my main channel because I'm going to have Dark Souls gameplay, which will make it transformative. Still need to finish that. Yeah, I have a billion mini PCs because company that's me filming the review. Here we go. This is 2018, 6/12/2018. It's what is it, a little over 5 years ago? So is Nathan Drake straight just for the sake of being straight? Newsflash. This isn't like a Freudian slip. This is like a conscious typed out thought more than once. Gay people exist and it's a normal thing. There are lots of games of straight couples, so you either have to be against all relationships in general or okay with them. Otherwise, you're a bigot. This is Melanie Mack. I got more too. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Disgusted. Look, another one. Just blocked 2 of my followers who replied to this tweet with homophobic hate speech. I have no tolerance for that, so good riddance, bigots. I mean, now a lot of people brought up the whataboutism before, like when I was on Periscope and I said the F slur. I was like, how is, say, which was wrong to do, you know, how does that compare when my mindset is, oh, I've been pro-gay marriage with video evidence? Like I said, I had in my video saying I was pro-marriage, I had intro guy interacting with what the fuck was the name of the porn star? But my mindset had always been the same. If it's two consenting adults, let them be happy. I didn't change on that. But this is not, it's a Dave Rubin move she's doing. It's a Dave Rubin move. Nothing else worked out for her. And again, that's why she blocked me, because I figured, I called her a cunt and she didn't block me. I know I talked about this when I first started the stream. Why now are you blocking me? Because I let people know about your little scheme. Because they know how it works. Look at what we're watching. We'll go back to Steven Crowder. Yes, we will go back to Steven Crowder. It's the same shit. Just a different person. She's 37, actually. And she dresses like she's 15. From 2005. You're gay, you know what?
Congratulations.
Yeah, she's 37. So, there she is. Now, people's takes change is the argument I usually hear, but not to that extreme. Come on. Like, that is on another level. Let me get the facade of Steven Crowder. I wish I knew Mean Minus Money what made her change.
This doesn't show the US compared to the rest of the world. According to the World Economic Forum, America...
Or to die in a hospital, which you might recognize as literally the opposite of his point.
But Stephen will stop at nothing to make sure he comes out looking smarter than the other person in the heat of debate, even if he needs to pivot to another talking point. If you watch enough of these, you'll sometimes hear Stephen say things to the effect of, hold that thought, or let's put a pin in that, when his opponent...
Wow, an insecure guy who always needs to be right about something
says something that actually makes sense. Only Stephen never comes back around to those points.
What's your position on the minimum wage?
Hold on a second. Is this your changing my mind? I want to make sure.
Yes, I want to get started.
Okay, my position on the minimum wage. Yeah, you know what? I'm not a fan.
Are you against illegal immigration and legal immigration from...
Of course he's not a fan of minimum wage.
Poor third world countries?
Of course I'm against illegal immigration.
Well, I'm trying to convince you that your own objectives, if you're a conservative, cannot be achieved under capitalism.
Okay.
And so I'll
Sure.
give you an example of that.
Yeah.
You have a lot of Republicans like Paul Ryan. You cannot deny that he is a big capitalist, and he has lots of capitalist donors that would like nothing more than to increase their profits. I think you can agree with that. And people like that have been opposing immigration reform for decades because they believe that mass immigration will lower the wages of the working class and
Yes.
increase their profits.
Okay, so I would agree with you on that.
So if you impose a minimum wage, you're not going to have this mass immigration coming in because the companies that are taking these illegal immigrants and taking these low-wage immigrants, if they had to pay them $15 an hour, we wouldn't have mass immigration like we're having right now.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know that I agree with that premise. So let me kind of go, because first off, before I would like to take that, hold it. What example we point to before we go on? Because I know a lot of times we just...
He doesn't have an answer. Because people who are illegal immigrants will work for a lower wage because it'll be off the books too, depending on the job.
Disagree.
It's just that it's just that the donors that are in his pocket don't want a minimum wage.
Successful socialist country.
They just get forgotten as the conversation trails elsewhere. Stephen also...
And the pivot is so subtle that his audience, shockingly, doesn't notice. And it's like, yeah, he's kicking this guy's ass.
Loves to move the goalposts when he senses his opponent making an argument.
Humping Steven Crowder sounds like a game show. On today's episode of Humping Steven Crowder,
he isn't able to disprove.
The idea that there have been different genders outside of man-woman for centuries.
Dude, the economy sets the wage. The minimum wage has not been indicative of inflation, has not matched growth with inflation for how fucking long now?
Okay, how so?
Yeah, India. Yeah, in
Sure.
India, you know, they have their gender.
Why does he always pick the people that look like the typical? Why? Just pick a dude or pick a woman that's just like chill. You do that on purpose to make them look like a stereotype so people instantly dismiss their opinions. Christ, why can I see this and I'm not bright? I'm average intelligence.
Native American cultures, they have third genders.
Sure.
In ancient Egypt, they had third genders.
Okay, so you do realize, and you talked about how very different it was from Western culture, so antithetical to...
Hey, you want to know here's something funny that's kind of cool too, Steven? Did you realize that parakeets can change their gender just like that?
Western culture, you named India, ancient Egypt. You know what else? We also believe in that's antithetical to those cultures. We're against slavery.
He tried to claim the idea of two genders was a new one, when the individual in classes corrected him with historical examples that proved him wrong.
I know we are not birds. Thank you for letting... We are not birds. But you're making it like it's some...
He immediately pivots.
Steven is relying on the people he's debating to not be prepared, so it's easier to twist the conversation wherever and however he wants.
Yeah, and how could you even... This is the guy who literally tried to get someone put in prison because he knocked them over and they defended themselves. Think about that. How could you trust anything? This is what I'm saying. There is no honor among these pieces of shit.
And if things get too hot, you can always just pass the mic to someone more naive.
But the argument I'm making is that, Rich, homosexuality and transgender is only something human. No, it's not.
Define, because it's a very specific definition. You came in and just said shill. And I'm really quickly get ready to give the microphone to someone else. If you don't stop doing this, because this isn't the goal of this. What's a shill?
Well, I think you're getting upset because you're losing the debate. But
that's
which is true. He doesn't like losing
fair,
anything.
that's fair. Name again? Yusuf. I appreciate Yusuf taking the time. Everyone give a hand to Yusuf. Appreciate it very much. We'll grab someone else here. Thank you, Yusuf.
Or, just using a woman's own abortion against her.
Baby, let me tell you something. What you ended was a unique genetic code that had eye color, hair color, how tall it would be, how much it would weigh, its personality, proclivity toward mental illness, what kind of hair pattern to male pattern baldness. When you had that abortion performed, you eliminated all of that. That's a scientific fact.
The fact is that it was a choice and it was something that had to be done.
Like, even if you're pro-life, what kind of excuse is it to weaponize something so personal against someone for the sake of looking cool in an amateur debate with a college student? Just a cruel example of his strategy to come out looking intellectually and morally superior, no matter the cost. On the surface, this show may present Steven as having a willingness to change his mind if someone can convince him to do.
Which anyone with a brain knows he has no willingness to change his mind.
So, but that's not
It's a fucking ruse.
the same sentiment he expressed in this clip at the beginning of the series.
So it's important, this isn't about just a debate or a highlight reel. The point to this exercise is to actually get people to question their own point of view and see if their argument is rational. And maybe at the end of it, they'll end up changing their own mind.
See, in case it wasn't painfully obvious enough, Steven never intends to change his mind. I know, hard to believe. After so many episodes of this show, the only thing that Steven's ever reconsidered is his opinion on Teslas. Now he likes...
Oh, wow, the Hodge twins. Interesting. They didn't change it all either. Oh, wait, they did it. There were another ones who did a hard pivot. I just think that someone shoved a big fat check in their pocket.
Them, I guess.
I don't think it was any kind of trauma with them, or at least traumas off the table.
Because they personally benefit him and his wife?
I have changed my mind on a subject.
Really?
Teslas, let's go.
Great. The Change My Mind series, though, has never been anything more than cheap entertainment, masquerading as some open and intellectual exchange of ideas, in which Steven's beliefs somehow always end up looking the best. Steven knows his audience doesn't want to see evenly matched debates.
No, they just want to have their affirmations be affirmed even more. I talk about this quite a bit because I'm a man with an ass.
Boring. They want someone dunking on a woke college freshman on their way to their next gender studies class or whatever. They want their preconceived view of the world validated, and Steven is more than happy to provide them a safe space. I mean, if he were really looking to have a productive and nuanced conversation, wouldn't he debate real experts as opposed to naive undergrad students? There's a reason he's continuously backed out of debates with people you'd
Oh, he had the panic attack with Sam Cedar. Please show it. Please show it.
Are on Steven's same level of political prowess. Take Peter Hadfield, for example, a YouTuber who frequently debunks pseudoscience and climate change denialism on his channel. After baselessly trying to refute Hadfield in 2017, Steven Crowder challenged him to a debate, to which Hadfield accepted, but was surprised to see Steven fail to show up to their previously scheduled live stream. Well, I'm sure there's a good reason for that. Maybe that was during one of Steven's many hospital visits. I mean, who's to say? He'd only do this again with Cody Johnston, a left-leaning YouTuber who challenged Steven's position on gun control in 2017.
Hey, that's another pattern with people that who's someone else that did that?
A premium grifter.
I have no idea.
I pointed to an actual investigation done by the state of New York with actual hidden camera footage of someone actually trying to buy and successfully buying a gun at a gun show. That's all I pointed out. And his response to this was to tweet in all caps, "Challenge accepted," and then say we would debate. Not would you debate me, but treating my little segment as a direct challenge and request to debate him. I would show this tweet of his, but he deleted all of the tweets associated with it. Here's my response, if that helps.
Yeah,
I still am
he
not
just did
sure
that
what he
again,
wanted
too.
to debate.
But perhaps the most famous instance of Steven debate dodging is with Sam Cedar, another political commentator and voice of Hugo on Bob's Burgers, who Steven has tried to avoid at all costs, starting when he inexplicably dropped out of a debate with Sam at the 2018 Politicon, then hilariously tried to lie about it, which may not have been the best move, considering there's an entire phone call out there with an event organizer confirming Steven got, quote, cold feet and had to bail at last minute.
You've never gone to one.
Is the phone.
She's cute.
I did want to talk to you about the debate.
Okay.
So it seems that Steven Crowder has maybe gotten some cold feet.
They're all the same.
Okay.
And feeling a little intimidated, so I don't think he's coming.
He's not even going to come?
Right.
Why is that?
You know, it's a great question. I would
I said she's looking. I'm not looking to hook up with her. I think she's engaged out. That's fine.
love to ask it to him myself. He's not even answering anymore. I don't know what his team is doing around him, and that's, just for me to speculate at this point. I don't know.
He has a team? He has a whole team and he won't do it? He can bring the team.
I believe it's his father, but I can't confirm or deny that.
Okay.
That means it is his father.
All right.
I'm not quite sure.
So now that we're all up to speed, let's fast forward to summer 2021, where Stephen gets into an argument with Ethan Klein,
What is that
challenging
picture?
him to a debate. Ethan accepted, but days before it was all supposed to go down, Ethan tapped Sam Cedar and asked if he would want to pop into their call the following Monday. Sam agreed, but in order to be there on time, Sam ended his show that day 30 minutes earlier than usual. Everything was going according to plan until minutes before the H3 podcast went live. Ethan receives an email from Steven's booker, his dad, it's his dad, let's be honest, that Steven's pregnant wife had to be rushed to the hospital and that they need to reschedule for the week after. Because the timing was so peculiar, Ethan immediately suspected Steven's team must be keeping an eye on Sam's show and canceled out of fear that he may ambush Steven during the H3 podcast.
Oh my God, I didn't know it was that deep. and you use like your wife being sick as an excuse, oh God, there is no honor among thieves.
Podcast, to which Sam was quick to dismiss at first, only for Steven to later admit to monitoring Sam's show after the fact. That's how terrified Steven was of facing this man in anything even resembling a debate.
You're so clever, right?
Steven Crowder of the Cucumber in his halls. Fish is better than birds. Change my mind. It is time to debate. I'll debate that, man.
Idea that you were taking your show off early last time, coming in today with your pig pen peanuts eyes.
I'm very genuinely unsure what it is about Sam Seder that strikes so much fear into Steven Crowder, but by the time the H3 debate finally rolled around, Steven's worst nightmare finally came to fruition. And I do mean nightmare.
I don't have it on there. The quartering and Steven Crowder will be on in 20 minutes. I can breastfeed it for you, though.
Breastfeed it, breastfeed it, breastfeed it.
Breasts.
Boobs.
Oh, there he is. Oh no, Sam Seder. What a fucking nightmare. I had no idea this was
What a fucking nightmare.
going to happen. I thought Ethan was a
Yes, I am still staying until 1 a.m. like I promised.
stand-up guy. This is where we are.
We hit the goal. Like I said, it's be 1 instead of 12 because
Yeah, I told Dave, remember I told you? I said I guarantee you he's going to do anything he can to avoid the debate.
The day Steven was meant to go live with Ethan, Sam had pre-taped his show and aired it as if it were live to trick Steven's team into thinking it was safe, assuming they were watching.
Wow, I didn't know that either. Oh, the goal was definitely hit, 100%.
Turns out they definitely were, and were entirely blindsided when Sam joined the call. And as you can probably guess, things got messy fast.
You take those off with a velveteen buttons.
We must have been.
And they all do the same thing. They do it to me, too. They'll go after your parents because they don't have anything else.
Very worried about this, Steven. I don't know why.
No
it
one's
would be
worried
come
about
on,
it.
Sam.
I didn't want to do it.
Let's have the
Sam,
debate.
come
If
on.
no
Steven, you are such a coward. Stop showing your little leprechaun co-host who comes out dressed like your
Ethan, come on,
sidekick.
Ethan, why do you have to bring on a
Show
guy who
Steven.
He can't build an audience, and so what happens is he uploads 15 times more, has less than a 50th.
And he's going to flex his sub size. It's just so typical. I've had this whole playbook done to me.
For the audience.
Well, that's why he wants to debate you, is so he can build his...
Sam,
Do you
Sam,
think
come on.
your audience cares that I only have 1 million subscribers and you have, what, 6 or 7 million subscribers?
Let me answer. Can I answer?
Yeah, you go around the college campus debating nobodies. What's the difference? We know what the difference is, but what's the difference? Oh, because he knows what he's talking about. You look like a fucking idiot.
Can I answer your question? Can I answer your question? Sure. Do you want me to answer your question? My audience would say Sam who?
How did you know I ended
Who cares?
my show early last week, Steven? If your audience doesn't even know
because you're an
me,
idiot,
how
and
did you
half
know
of your
that?
staff
Do
doesn't
you
like
watch my
you.
show?
Sam, fake stand-up comic who we can't find any footage about online. Let
I'm
me
not
finish.
a stand-up
You're not a stand-up comic either, if you want to keep it real.
comic.
Oh, you're not? Okay, that makes sense.
You're about as much of a stand-up comic as I am an actual music producer, at least for now.
Because everything that I've seen is incredibly unfunny and unentertaining, which may explain the audience.
Irony alert, Steven.
Thank you.
Coward.
Won't even take off the glasses.
I was right.
All right, yeah, you can
run
away.
You run away twice. Cold feet again.
Come on, Steven.
Wow.
Becoming extremely irate, Steven went off on...
Yeah, like with all of this shit, literally trying to get a union worker arrested for something it didn't. Like, how did he not get in trouble for tampering with evidence, basically? Isn't that tampering with evidence? I'm not legal, but fuck this guy.
On Ethan, switching his camera over to his co-host, and left the call within minutes of Sam showing up. No debate happened, because according to Steven, Ethan took the coward's way out. But then again, Ethan Klein has never claimed to be a master debater, which Steven was aware of, referring to Ethan as a layup in the days ahead of the debate. Not everyone
That's why he would have done it.
is as experienced in the great halls of debate. I get it, I'm the same way. But Steven, on the other hand, does this kind of thing for a living. You would expect a little bit more from someone like him. And despite how much he loves to insist that change my mind isn't a debate, Steven prides himself on his ability to have open discussions on divisive issues that challenge our beliefs, with college students who aren't Sam Cedar. Being blindsided by Sam in this instance still doesn't explain why Steven has gone to such lengths to avoiding conversation with him in the past. Is it because Sam is just an unfair, malicious debater who, as Steven claims, everyone tries to avoid? Well, I just don't think that really fits. So maybe it's just the simpler answer, that Steven Crowder is just not good in debates, and knows it's harder to use disingenuous.
No, he'd rather just body people who don't know the full scope of things that he knows he could easily find loopholes to make them look stupid.
Rhetorical tactics to
It's that
manipulate
simple.
the conversation when it's someone capable of calling him out. Steven has demonstrated that he is incapable of defending his ideas on a genuine debate stage, and I think it's something he's always been insecure about. Much like Ben Shapiro, he'd prefer to take pot shots at college students that he can easily package into a triggered SJW compilation that gets millions of views on his channel. That's what reaches a bigger audience and makes his arguments look the best, after all. But at least Ben actually has real debates sometimes. Speaking of which, why don't we check in on how these two besties are doing now?
Well, folks, I'm sure many of you have seen the controversy that has broken out between, I would say, our former friend, Steven Crowder. I'm personally insulted by Steven's behavior here. It really is one of the ugliest things I've ever seen.
Oh, well, that's sad to hear. Steven and Ben used to have such a close bond. Yeah, they were so cute together.
Lawyer present? Do I need a half Asian bill?
Oh, just copping a peek. Got him!
But these two have always had a long history of genuine friendship under their belt.
Yeah, he likes showing his thighs quite a bit.
One that predates online fame, with Ben Shapiro being Steven's first lawyer who helped him negotiate his original deal with Fox News. That's how far back they go. They've helped each other out more than a few times professionally, which is why they effectively split the conservative community in half at the beginning of 2023 with their falling out. There's a lot of petty gossip to get into here, but trust me, we're gonna go over all of it. So sit back, relax with a steaming mug of Black Rifle coffee in one hand and your baby Matt Walsh plushie in the other, and
Wait, the Matt Walsh plushie isn't a real thing, right? I know Black Rifle coffee is.
let's get into it.
Please say no.
On January 17th of this year, Steven Crowder published a 27-minute video ominously titled "It's Time to Stop" to his main channel of almost 6 million subscribers. With no conventional intro, no jokes, and no cringy music video, thank Christ, Steven has almost a somber approach in making vague allusions to a conversation that he admits he's actively avoided.
This has been a long time coming. This is a conversation that I've actively avoided, sidestepped, and I've hoped and prayed that it not be necessary behind the scenes for a long while, but that's no longer possible. This has to stop, or I'm going to have to stop. This may just not be for me anymore.
Yeah, that's pretty intense, huh? Steven has spent his entire adult life as a political commentator. What could possibly be so serious that it makes him question his future in the...
Because he doesn't want to do, he wanted a ton more money. Now, keep in mind, that wasn't, the 50 million wasn't going right in his pocket. It was a 50 million budget. Like, it was going towards the crew and stuff, but he would have still had plenty at the end going right into his motherfucking pocket. He's just an asshole who has an overinflated fucking sense of self-worth.
The industry.
For the first time, I have to say that I believe many of those in charge in the right-leaning media are actually at odds with what's best for you, the viewer, the customer, and more importantly, the country.
Oh, shit, here we go.
We here at Mug Club, we thought that we were all in this together.
His channel's ruined. Well, his is ruined, mine's dead, so everything's looking good. Which is my own fault. Actually, there may be actually 3 interesting stories tomorrow.
That we were fighting
rich plushie merch,
the media.
Oh God,
entertainment industrial complex. But too many of those in charge of the big.
Yeah, even if people are unsubscribing, I always think back to Stephanie Sterling, Jim Sterling, whatever. Depends on when you watch them. When they came out as transgender, God, people left in droves. But they still get just as, if not more viewership than before.
Big conservative platforms are verifiably in bed with them. Big tech is in bed with big con. The people I thought.
Oh, I'm so tired of the word big tech. As you're sitting on YouTube crying, you're part of big tech. Congratulations, so am I.
We're fighting for you. A lot of it has been a big con.
Now that is obviously a very provocative statement, and I have to think that Steven chose his words very carefully here. He's trying to elicit interest, teasing us into believing there's some big bad enemy out to attack the little guy. He's hyping up whatever it is we're about to hear next.
Yeah, the little multi-millionaire guy.
As some earth-shattering revelation that could expose
like Ren and Stimpy, the jostler, rubber nipple salesman.
Conservative media as we know it. What is Big Con and who's a part of it? Well, he doesn't exactly tell us, at least not in this video. But he does go on to detail a contract that he had been offered by an unnamed conservative media group, which included terms so restrictive and offensive that Steven went so far as to call it a slave contract.
I will transition
$50 billion. How many years? Slave contract.
Mug Club into a full-scale network with independent content creators who don't want to be locked into slave contracts. There's no need to be enslaved like this.
These terms basically said that if Steven's YouTube channel got demonetized again, he could see his payment listed in the contract slashed as much as 25% by the company making the offer. But again, doesn't say who that is.
If blank is boycotted or dropped by more than 50% of the advertising partners, the company is not able to replace them within 90 days, the fee will be reduced.
Oh my God. If you don't make a company money, they will dock your pay. Wow.
What? No way.
That it is. There's no union here, champ. You don't get it.
By 25%.
Though Steven does say enough to allege that whoever offered him this deal is deliberately trying to take advantage of him, suggesting they're licking the boot of big tech and bowing down to censorship to the detriment of conservative principles, and that smaller conservative
Yes, Google Fish, I'll shit on you right now.
personalities should be mindful of any deal that may be presented to them to avoid getting locked into something they can't get out of.
Just subdue you a little bit. Just soften your edges a little bit. Just play ball a little.
God, his voice is so insufferable. Is that another requirement to be on a fucking right-wing grifter? I mean, think about it. Jimmy Dore's voice is also insufferable too.
More, so we can keep our content all monetized. I won't do that, and I'm willing to bet that most of you won't either. Let me know just how many of you won't. Enter in your email at stopbigcon.com.
This, as Steven probably planned, ignited wide speculation of who could have offered this slave contract in the first place, but most seem to assume Ben Shapiro's very own Daily Wire is the culprit. The company that employs Candace Owens, Matt Walsh, Jordan Peterson, I mean, they're one of the biggest sites out there, and as confirmed by their CEO, Jeremy Boring, in his
I'll
own
get right
video
to it, Chad. I have psoriasis.
the Daily Wire had in fact approached Steven with this lucrative contract they believed was not only fair, but grossly misrepresented by Steven in his video. Now, if there's anything I know about Jeremy Boring, it's that he lives up to his fucking name. So I'm gonna try to get through this snooze fest as fast as we can. Something we have to understand before going further, though, is that Steven Crowder, well, gets banned a lot. It's kind of his thing, really. He acts controversial, gets punished for it, then cries.
Yeah, he does rage bait things like someone else that we were talking about before with red hair. And because that's part of what brings the people in. Oh my God, what are they getting? And people love what they say too, because there's a lot of people that are very fucking hateful out there.
Victim. It's pathetic, but you have to understand this work.
It's the cycle of say something terrible, face repercussions for it, cry and be the victim. Your audience is like, yeah, they're trying to silence him. Free speech. Gay people scare us. And it just goes round and round, and it works. It's very, very, very well. It's very profitable.
works for Steven's brand. It helps drive more traffic over to his own website. Making people think that you're constantly on the brink of losing your platform will galvanize them to support you in other more profitable ways. They purchase the content you lock behind a paywall, they buy your merch, subscriptions, whatever it is. Steven's fans are more likely to buy Mug Club when the threat of suspension is constantly looming over Steven's brand. But losing his YouTube revenue would also mean less money is being funneled to the Daily Wire if they were to ever partner. And even though the Daily Wire
they want to cover their ass.
Would be willing to cover a lot of the financial burden if they were to lose advertisers as a result of Steven's controversial segments. As a company looking to make money, they still have to consider their own best interests.
And that's all this was meant to accomplish. You say, well, it's the same in the end anyway, because you're still telling him, if you say something YouTube doesn't like, we're taking away your money. Well, no, if YouTube would be the one taking away the money. We're just saying that we can't bear the entire brunt of that.
After all, as Forbes outlines, the Daily Wire is one of the biggest outlets on Facebook by a wide margin and appears on the top 10 Apple podcast charts. They can't be putting themselves at such risk of losing that position, since existing on Facebook helps them reach so many people. So of course, from a business perspective, it makes sense for the Daily Wire to include that specific clause in the contract. If Steven is earning them less money, then why should he be paid the full $50 million they've offered him? Which,
what are they, a fucking charity?
Yeah, is something else Steven conveniently left out of his original video. I wonder why that is. Could it make him look ungrateful? Like a whiny baby looking for charity in the form of tens of millions of dollars?
Steven's philosophy seems to be, I deserve to be paid millions and millions and millions of dollars, whether my show drives the revenue or not. That's not a business relationship.
That's a malignant narcissist, I think.
He's not looking for a business relationship, he's looking for a benefactor.
Because just to summarize here, Steven Crowder was offered a payout of $50 million over the span of 4 years with a guarantee of a little under 200 episodes per year, which equates to only 4 90-minute broadcasts a week, not to mention a 4-week minimum vacation. That's what Steven calls a slave contract. But
can I have that slave contract? Can I, please? Bro, I'll take it.
Jeremy was quickly backed up by the Daily Wire's biggest personality and Steven's own former best friend, Ben Shapiro.
Fuck his thighs. I'm so tired of seeing that man's thighs.
PP on Twitter.
My coochie pink, my booty hole brown.
Yo, this is like, dude, this is like Phil watching Dracula flow. I gotta piss real quick. I'll be right back.
Breastfeed it.
Yeah, like I can't rag on Phil for taking breaks because I take them too. Well, I mean, what am I gonna do? Piss my pants? But the thing is, Phil doesn't play anything. He just gets up and goes off and just leaves his chair there. Like, play music, play, I don't know, like do something. Like, don't just have your chair there.
As well as his own broadcast later that
Only XQC is allowed to do that.
week. It was only after this exchange that Steven brought out the big guns, publicly releasing a phone call between him and Jeremy Boring that Steven had recorded without the CEO's knowledge. I guess this was supposed to prove how unreasonable and slimy Jeremy was being, but he kind of proved the opposite just by being this much of a snake, I think.
Let's say it's a kid who comes in with 500,000 YouTube subscribers or something like that, or 100,000. Let's say it's some other kid you're paying 6 figures to come in and do it. There's not the penalty of the demonetization or if they're removed from iTunes, Apple, YouTube.
Yeah, sure there would be. If making money off of those platforms is part of how you're justifying the salary you're paying someone, then or the fee I keep saying salary, the fee you're paying someone, then when those go away, everybody loses money. You can't pay the same amount with less revenue.
Yeah, why is that such? You're not getting paid salaries, dude. It's how it works.
How about you create a different business model?
Even when you listen to the call itself, Jeremy sounds anything but uncharitable to Steven, politely explaining his company's position while Steven moans about wanting to be more offensive than what the Daily Caller will allow. If he really wants to be a provocative idiot, then he needs to accept the consequences that could follow as a result. They're still willing to work with him even in the event that he gets banned. It would just equate to a marginally smaller profit, 25% less. This isn't about big tech, it's about business. And the reality that when you play stupid games, sometimes you win stupid prizes. You just can't expect a company like the Daily Wire to abandon all of its interests just to accommodate your annoying edginess. Calm down and grow the fuck up.
And you would still get millions upon millions upon millions of dollars out of the project. Not because I can't use it that often, dude. Like Mr. Puffy Nipples, that's more... When I put something on the soundboard, I got to think of how often I'll use it.
It only got pettier from there, with Ben doubling down his support for Jeremy, tweeting, "It's nasty to attack my company and Daily Wire Plus host as a big con by lying about the meeting of a non-binding term sheet. It's despicable to plan weeks in advance to attack my best friend and your friend by setting up and secretly taping a phone call, all to grow your email list." Sorry, that's the best Shapiro voice I can do, and I'm not done, so get used to it. Prior to October 5th, Steven's agent requests we send an offer. October 5th, we submit a non-binding term sheet. November 2nd, Steven tells Jeremy he wants $30 million per year and us to send him a new offer, refusing to redline
$30 million per year?
the term sheet. November 14th, we told Steven we couldn't do that. December 12th, Steven apparently registers stopbigcon.com, knowing he's leaving the Blaze, and that we haven't provided him an offer to his liking. Steven needed a plan. Attacking us was the plan. December 15th, Steven announces he's leaving the Blaze. January 7th, Steven texts Jeremy in friendly fashion to ask if they could talk. January 9th, Steven calls Jeremy and secretly tapes him. This means 96 days elapsed between when he received the term sheet and when he secretly taped Jeremy. And it means that 36 days elapsed between when he decided to attack Daily Wire and Jeremy by purchasing Stop Big Con, and when he called Jeremy to tape him. Gross. Once more, if you actually care about the supposedly horrific non-binding first offer term sheet offering $50 million for 4 years, Jeremy reads it line by line here. It is quite simple. If your show loses money, you lose money. This is how capitalism works. You know who knows this? Steven Crowder. That's why he has a piss off YouTube segment in which he deliberately does not say the things that will get him kicked off of YouTube and directs people behind his paywall. He must be a shill for YouTube or something. Okay, that's it. I'm done. Sorry. I had to.
Oh my God.
Had to, okay? For the first time, I think, ever, Ben was publicly duking it out with the man he had started a career alongside. And he wasn't alone either. The Daily Wire's own Candace Owens referred to Steven making a total bitch move. And Jordan Peterson originally sided with Steven, tweeting out Steven's initial video before deleting it as soon as he realized it was about the company that employed him. Good say.
Breasts.
babe there, man. The reality is that Steven benefits from big tech just as much as the Daily Wire does. Without mainstream platforms like YouTube and Facebook, these guys wouldn't be able to have such an empire of their own. These sites may have basic rules on what they'll allow, but Steven cannot deny they make it possible to run and operate a brand outside of the conventional networks that are usually far more predatory than what the Daily Wire was offering. As journalist Danny DiPlacido put it, Crowder, Shapiro, Owens, and Peterson all use the platforms of big tech to boost their brand and become wealthy, powerful influencers, all while bitterly complaining that the odds were stacked against them, while the millions of dollars floating around in the conservative media sphere tell a radically different story. The nerve of Steven Crowder.
That's exactly what it is. And it's amazing how many people just, it's like, yeah, she may be a nobody, but she's making bank by being a bitch.
To complain about such a generous contract from the comfort of his cushy job as a mouthpiece for the Republican Party is ironic, especially considering what else we would learn about Steven's business practices over the following months. But this all only came to light after a series of allegations that shined a light on Steven's more impulsive personal side, putting him at further odds with an audience that was already beginning to turn on him.
Steven has a lot going on. I guess is the best way to say it. He has a lot going on, and that should be clear because people don't do stuff like this if there's not a lot going on in their lives. I would like to implore my audience and everybody that isn't paying attention to this situation not to condemn him, but to pray for him.
After
pray for him. Famous. That's another way to say fuck you in 2024.
Cryptic message from Candace Owens, hinting at some kind of personal difficulties in Steven's life that would explain his recent falling out with the Daily Wire, Steven took to his own channel to publicize his divorce from his wife, Hillary. But if you've watched this video already, you know it's kind of fucking strange. Let's go through it.
Since 2021, I've been living through what has increasingly been a horrendous divorce. Now, let me say on the outset, to be clear, there is no infidelity, any kind of physical abuse at all on either side. And no, this was not.
But you're a Christian. I thought those Christians don't get divorced.
My choice. My then wife decided that she didn't want to be married anymore. And in the state.
I'll pray for you, Steven.
Of Texas, that is completely permitted. And I still believe that children need a mom and a dad and that divorce is horrible. But in today's legal system, my beliefs don't matter. In Texas, divorce is permitted when one part.
Oh my God, you can't own your wife. Fuck. It's almost like women are people with their own free will.
What? Away.
Wow. And he looks hard.
Party wants it. Period.
So one of the first things you'll notice is Steven's repeated mentioning of no-fault divorce laws in Texas, which allow either party to leave a marriage without cause, which as many have noted is kind of a really weird thing to bring up given the context here. Like, how are we supposed to read that exactly? Do you want your wife to stay with you against her will? Should she not?
Yes, he does. That's the insecurity. That is what the
not be allowed to leave. This is the implicit message a lot of people picked up on in this video. But I learned it also tracks.
You know how many insecure dudes would love that? Like, no matter what, they have to stay with me.
With statements he's made in the past.
And if you devalue marriage to nothing more than a hopeless
yes, he's getting divorced.
endeavor, well, then you open the floodgates. Yeah. It doesn't matter. You can have no-fault divorce laws. You know, it's a big argument you hear all the time.
And it follows a bizarre pattern of men today becoming increasingly critical of no-fault divorce, even in abusive situations.
A year into the relationship, it gets really, really abusive.
Didn't she like go for some really weird dude as a...
From who?
From both.
This is so rare.
Anyone
so
really.
Rare.
I mean, it happens.
Go on.
My point is, even though it might be rare from what you guys think,
it is.
if it would happen, what would you recommend for those people to do? Would they divorce, or do you want them to keep going in the relationship?
Keep going. You can't divorce. I mean, that's not a real thing.
Even though it might be like physically abusive.
You got to endure. People are too.
Oh God, this.
Congratulations. 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 Congratulations.
Breastfeed it.
Congratulations.
Breastfeed it.
Congratulations.
Breastfeed it.
Congratulations.
Breastfeed it. Breastfeed it. Breastfeed it.
Congratulations.
Breastfeed it.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
I'm never blowing bubbles ever again.
Breasts. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Look, I could be wrong. When did he get his hair plugs? But I wonder if he... Because Jay was ragging on him for his baldness and said he looked like Fester. I wonder if he got hair plugs because of Jay roasting him. Probably not.
You want to stick in the
People
relationship?
are just.
See, I mean, look,
people
I'm gonna be
nowadays
honest.
are just.
But his hair plugs look so not real, dude.
Everybody quits. Everybody gives up. It's.
Yeah, you know, ladies, if a guy punches you in the face, just stay with him.
Too hard. I'm this XYZ. This is why I'm special, so I can fuck up this entire situation based upon me being special.
It's just a very strange thing for Steven to harp on this much. Just like how he feels the need to clarify that his kids had nothing to do with the separation.
Now, in all this, one thing I want to be really clear about is certain. True north here is that my children are blameless. Completely without fault.
Like, thank God you cleared that one up.
What are you talking about? Who was blaming the fucking kids, you weirdo?
For a minute there, I was convinced your 2-year-old twins were the culprits. I'm glad you put those rumors to bed. Steven ultimately wants everyone to know that this divorce is not something he wanted, despite it being alleged after the fact that Hillary only filed for divorce in December 2021 after she learned Steven had been talking to divorce lawyers himself a month prior, so that's all a bit questionable. But you know, I'm not exactly one to take Steven Crowder's word at face value at this point. In fact, he's so incapable of taking a sliver of accountability, the only thing he blames himself for is picking wrong.
She wanted something else for her life. That's not my choice. She simply wanted out, and the law says that that's how it works. Now, of course, look, I get it. There are multiple sides to every story, but one thing that is undeniable in this case is that it's no one's fault but my own in that I picked wrong, and that's certainly not the
picked wrong?
fault of my children.
Yeah, I don't think that's the issue here, but yeah, well, whatever, man. Steven
He picked wrong.
spends the rest of the video accusing Candace of extortion, which she didn't exactly take kindly, to say the least.
Steven Crowder on election night was our friend. He was on the backstage with all of us, laughing, having a great time. He even sent me a retrospectively very flirty message thereafter on Instagram about how nice I
Oh, God. Yeah, they just are unbearable.
looked on election night, even though I didn't respond to it. It's very erratic to go from being friends with somebody, being with them on election night, laughing, having a great time, to suddenly wanting to ruin their entire company. This is what I was thinking. This is a broken man who is on some sort of a spiral. It is likely his divorce that led to this moment. He's acting erratic. He's acting...
Jesus.
Panicked, and this at least gives us some sort of an excuse for why he behaved this way. I then went on to my
They're as bad as the drama community on YouTube.
platform.
If not worse.
And I said, pray for Steven Crowder, honestly, because that's what he needs. He needs a prayer. And a prayer.
She has no breasts. I just... That was a random thought I probably should have kept in my head, but that's okay.
Apparently, nobody's answering those prayers right now because he's still acting erratic. He's now upping the ante and suggesting that I extorted him. I will not take that lightly.
Another detail that Steven miraculously forgot to include in this video is that Hillary made a specific and private request via attorney that he not discuss their divorce publicly at all, according to Yashar Ali, whose Substack article we will be discussing in depth. This article, of course, was published alongside the now infamous Ring camera footage, in which Steven can be seen verbally accosting his wife in summer 2021 while she was still pregnant with their twins, embodying some kind of cartoonish villain as he chomps away at a cigar and barks orders at the soon-to-be mother of his children, demanding she fulfill her wifely duties and arguing why she isn't allowed to take their one car to the store, as if this is some
How did this footage get out? I hope his wife divorces him and takes the kids. Well, I don't even. What is the standing on that now? I haven't kept up.
Some kind of change my mind segment.
If you refuse to do wifely things, then I will go pick up the groceries.
I refuse to do wifely things. Who the fuck says that unironically? Wifely things.
Steaks, wood pellets, my grill. Hillary, how do you respect me? No, you're not taking the car.
Steven,
You're not taking the car.
Steven,
You are not.
then I
taking
will
the
ask them to pick me up. Would you like me to ask?
Oh, that's right.
It's not about Steven.
Get an Uber.
Okay, Steven, I can't.
You want to walk out right now? Listen to me. I can't go to the gym. I can't go to my parents. I can't call my friends. I can't go. I can't be home.
Why do you only have one car? You have more money than fucking God.
You're gonna take the car and leave me here. Hillary, just think of how boxed in you've made me.
What do you need me to pick up? I'll get it. I'll be back when I'm back.
No, that doesn't work either. You'll be back when you're back. That doesn't.
That's insecurity, man. Please do wifely things. I'm getting on it. Yeah, 100%. This dude could wipe his ass with like fucking 100 Tesla Cybertrucks. They have one car. Get lost.
Either.
Now, this is another point of contention many have rightfully been quick to question. Why the fuck does Steven Crowder, a man worth tens of millions of dollars at least, have only one car to split between him and his wife? All we can do as outsiders is speculate. But it has been said how abusers tend to keep just one car at the house as a way to stifle their partner's mobility and independence, forcing them to stay reliant on their abusive spouse, which makes it harder to escape an abusive situation, both mentally and logistically. Regardless, Steven insists his wife, who is 8 months pregnant with twins at this point, might I emphasize, should take an Uber for the errands he insists she complete, which include fetching steaks and grill pellets for her husband. She's literally doing this for him, and he still is sitting here treating her like a misbehaving child, expressing her concern that the dog food she'd be dealing with could potentially be harmful for pregnant women. Not that Steven would care about any of that. He's smoking a fucking cigar in front of a pregnant woman, for God's sake. So much for caring about the safety of the unborn, huh, Steven? Those are his own.
Well, all right. If we're gonna do semantic, he is outside, and she's not close to him. So, I'm a man, and I'm a man in the tub. Birds.
Focus on your sexy, bro.
Children he's hurting, if that's any indication of what an amazing father he'll turn out to be. I mean, it's frankly hard not to get mad here. In the video, Steven becomes more agitated as he asks if Hillary's feeling some constraint and says if she takes the car to, again, get his groceries, then he won't be able to go to the gym, see his parents, or his friends. Just tragic stuff. But you know what would solve that? Using a fraction of your wealth to buy a second car, maybe. I don't know. Steven goes on to demand Hillary show him respect, and that discipline is the only way she's getting out.
Yeah, that says, because granted, wifely duties is pretty damning in the other stuff he's doing here, but you could take a clip of something from me out of context and you can make me seem like the worst person on the planet. But only having one car with what's in his bank account says more than anything else here. More than anything else here.
Out of this, whatever the hell that means. She's an adult woman, not a dog.
No, I agree with you, but I'm just saying if he was inside, I would hold him way more accountable, but
the only way out of this is discipline and respect.
Discipline and respect? What the fuck is this, a fucking military academy?
The only way out of it is we're at an impasse.
We are at an impasse.
Good. Because you can't have any discipline or respect. Yeah. There you go. You throw your hand, you give up so easily.
I don't give up, Steven.
Hillary, you give up so.
I can't have discipline. Could you imagine being married to someone like, holy fuck.
I just said the only way out of this is discipline and respect. You said, then we're at an impasse.
Steven, no, we are at an impasse.
Hillary assures Steven that she loves him and is committed to their marriage, but Steven not only replies with "I don't love you," he insists that if she were truly committed, she'd put on gloves to deal with the toxic dog medication.
And I need some space. We need you to stop engaging for a little bit, okay? I love you. I love you very much.
I don't love you. That's the big problem. I've never received love from you, and the fact is when I go, look, I need you to do A, B, C, and D, you just be disciplined about it, you go.
Wow, he is a real manipulative, gaslighting fuck.
No. But I love you more than life itself. Okay. Put on some gloves. No. But I love you more than life itself. That's not fair. That's not fair, and it's disingenuous.
Because she doesn't want to touch a medication because she's pregnant, and you could easily give the dog the medication. This guy, man. And I've met a billion people like him, too.
Become someone who's in it, day in and day out, worthy of a wife. No, not as a wife. I didn't say as a wife. Hillary, come on now. I'm not going to engage. I'm not going to engage anymore.
And as Hillary calls his abuse sick, Stephen snaps back with a stern "watch it."
I love you, but Stephen, your abuse is sick. Your abuse
Watch it.
is sick.
Watch it. And watch it.
I'm going to let go. I'll get what you need me to get.
The two eventually head inside, where Stephen and Hillary have both confirmed that Stephen shouted the words, "I will fuck you up," before Hillary took the car and retreated.
Oh, he confirmed that he said that. Well.
To her parents' house, afraid for what Stephen could have done had she stayed in the home.
I'll text me what you need. I'll get you what you need. I love you. I'm committed to you.
Put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to do those things?
I'm not going to.
Are you committed enough to do those things? You're not committed to anything. You're not committed to anything. You just said I love you. I'm committed to it. Walk the dogs. Put on some gloves.
Yeah, he needs Quantum, though. Quantum, he should hire Quantum to work on the show.
I need to
walk the dogs. Put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to do those things? Are you committed enough to do those things? Are you committed enough to do those things?
I mean, these right-wing hosts now could go full mask off. Look at Melanie Mack. They don't even have to hide it. I would love to see Craig explain away her other outbursts. That were contrived, but I would love to see him explain them away.
The dogs. Put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to get the medication the dogs?
When approached for comment, Hillary's family issued the following statement to you.
Damn, she kind of looks like, who's that actress? I can't think of her right now. Whatever.
Shar. Hillary is currently living alone in Dallas, apart from...
When can I send a request that deep dives in Logan? You could send it now if you want to.
Her family and support system in Michigan, and is...
Scarlett Johansson. Yeah, I knew I wasn't going crazy. Look how many people were saying that. I mean, hey, whatever, but she still has awful takes, Donald Trump. You know what I mean?
Focused on taking care of her young children. She is not prepared at this time to speak about her divorce becoming public or the misleading statements made by Stephen about their relationship.
No. Scarlett Johansson. Kirsten Dunst is hot too, but she looks different.
Truth is that Hillary spent years hiding Stephen's mentally and emotionally abusive behavior from her friends and family while she attempted to save their marriage. She was the one who was asking to work on the relationship to keep the marriage intact for their unborn children. In June of 2021, Stephen...
Why? It's actually very unhealthy for people to stay together for the kids. That's a very widely known thing. I don't understand why people always use that as an excuse. It's the worst thing you could fucking do.
Left their home to pursue elective surgery. Hillary urged him to get the help he needed to address his abuse with the hope that their marriage could be saved and that they could peacefully live together as a family. Instead, Stephen refused to do so and chose not to be with his wife during the birth of their twin children. After the birth, Stephen bought a townhouse and left their home permanently. Hillary was unaware.
He doesn't have the money for another car for his wife, but instantly could go out and buy a townhouse for himself. Jeez, again, actions speak louder than words, and here's proof.
Aware that Stephen had hired a divorce attorney and asked his assistant to cut Hillary off financially. There is significant documentation substantiating these facts.
You tagged me in there an X.
We hope that Stephen will cease speaking publicly about these personal matters in an untruthful manner. We also look forward to there being full transparency in the legal process so there is fairness and accountability for the actions that caused the divorce and to ensure the outcome is what is in the best interests of the young children. Stephen's response to this
leak is pretty much what you'd expect, that his words were taken out of context, and that the footage we saw was deceptively edited, something that Steven has had plenty of experience doing, but yeah, I digress.
Look, broken marriages are ugly, and in them people do ugly things. Myself, of course included, I would never claim otherwise. However, due to recent misleadingly edited leaks to the...
So wait, he didn't have a heart problem? Oh, dude, you know what? We may have to skip Logan Paul. They have a video on Pearl Davis. Yes, that is the next video. I need that video in my life. No, stop. He got an elective surgery to make his chest look more masculine. He has money to... Again, it goes back to the wife not having a car. He got a townhouse just like that. He got elective chest surgery to make his pecs look bigger, but he couldn't get her a car. That's it. That's all she wrote. That's it. It's a wrap. Birds. Yes. Birds. Like, bro could make his pecs bigger and spend money, but he couldn't buy his wife a car. Control freak much? Well, at least, you know, he may be a piece of shit, but he has great pecs. What the fuck?
The tabloid press without context and not subject to consequences of the court.
I'm just wondering what context could justify threatening to fuck up your pregnant wife. I'm curious if Steven has a defense for that.
So today, I have filed a motion to officially unseal all files.
What's going on
at
X now?
Of legal record, finances, relevant medical records, including...
I got it, but we're going to talk about just pearly things. I saw the other video from the person. That is delicious.
Mental health history or evaluations, depositions.
I'm more interested
any
in that.
motions or sanctions from the courts of Texas. I will not be leaking private marital information to the press, but if the privacy agreements are not respected by all parties, I will address all that is a matter of irrefutable legal record in full context next week.
But some of the supporters he still has left have made the argument that, well, all marriages are hard. One example of an argument isn't enough evidence of abuse, though Yashar, who publicized the video in the first place,
Steven Crowder has responded. First, you don't need to know the context for the full video of my story. Also, while he's acting as if his wife attacked him first, he spoke about their divorce despite being asked not to, and then lied by essentially calling her a homewrecker. Oh, he's such a piece of shit. Can't say the guy won't lie. He would have put someone in jail who was a union worker to fucking cover his own ass. I fucking loathe him. I loathe everyone like him. I loathe grifters. I loathe liars. I can't fucking stand these people. I'm not saying I'm holier than thou. I'm not. I could be a fucking abrasive dickhead. But holy shit. I wouldn't try to put someone in jail just because they didn't agree with me. I wouldn't do any of this shit.
goes on to cite a...
If nothing else, if I'm living with someone, well, I'm not possessive and try to own my women, but I'm like, I'm too lazy, man. I want you to have a fucking car. I got other shit I got to do. I got kids. Have your own car.
Series of
please
text and audio messages from Steven that he personally reviewed before publishing his story, of which Steven
wifely duties. Fuck out of here.
Reportedly admitted numerous times to having a volcanic temper, and that he has been working to control it through therapy. Though at one point in the audio messages, as Yashar testifies, Steven Crowder gets upset because he is frustrated that he is not getting enough credit.
Try to relax your anus.
One's 2 cents. Thank you for becoming a membered. A man.
For months.
Not to be a pocket watcher, but I don't believe the millionaire Chowder can't afford to. Yeah, no shit. That says so much that they have one car between the two of them. He wants to know where she is at all times. Which probably means he was fucking around behind her back, because usually people that are like that are very possessive, are the ones that are actually cheating. They'll accuse you of cheating when they're fucking behind your back. It's weird how that one works, too. Human beings suck.
But adds that he can't promise he won't lose it again in the future. Another point to note here is that Stephen and his wife exchanged a series of messages the day before the birth of their twins, in which Hillary pleaded with her then husband one last time, stating, "Stephen, I'm afraid of you and your rage. You are scary. You scare me. I want to heal things, but you have to take responsibility. Stop blaming others. Stop feeling pain and sadness only for yourself." But it's not like this is the only instance we have of Stephen losing his temper and flying off the handle.
You only need to hit a button and like cross. I know, but I'm trying to do promotion right now. Steven, let's go live. Let's make this the best show ever.
Is this already live?
No, but I'm...
You have no idea what I could have been doing and that camera's turned on?
Well, yeah, but
That's
the
why
way
you get in trouble, Brian.
But you move
That's
like
why you get in trouble.
You move like a jungle cat.
If his own show doesn't indicate he's prone to random emotional outbursts, maybe you'll take the word of his former employees. Shortly after the Ring camera footage was published,
That's why I couldn't work for somebody.
The New York Post, of all places, reached out to a handful of current and ex-employees, 10 of which outlined an alleged pattern of abuse, not particularly out of line with the...
pegged anus, spam anus, lick finger. Won't lick finger, but I will spam your anus.
Try to relax your anus.
I will spam it on the soundboard. I'm staying away from your anus.
Try to relax your anus. Try to relax your anus.
That's really loud. That's really loud.
Leaked footage we just saw. While most of these names are anonymous thanks to NDAs, one former employee stated they weren't shocked, but that it was pathetic what he did to Hillary, telling the Post, "This might not be the Stephen you see on his show, but that was the real Stephen." These individuals claim he ran an abusive company, screamed at employees, including his dad, impulsively gave the order to fire random people over Discord, made his underlings complete personal tasks like wash his laundry, and yes, Stephen also had a fun little
The fuck is he, a king?
Habit of exposing his genitals to his pals. And I don't even have to say allegedly to this one because it's something he's literally done on camera. But hey man, it's a joke. It's all a joke. It's funny. The only funny thing in this scenario is that Stephen keeps willfully writing sketches where he has to show his balls to somebody.
It says, quote, Crowder was known to...
Why? See that, I'm sorry, they're always, when they're like this, there are always some skeletons. Always.
To expose his genitals to staffers?
Well, hold on a second. Yes.
Yeah, well,
yes.
Just wait. I mean,
that did happen. I mean, what are you talking about? The Terminator 2 sketch? Because remember the nudies didn't fit?
Oh,
was it that one, Sam?
Yeah.
Well, now there
was
are...
it the ET one?
Why does he have Street Fighter behind him?
Through the cornfields where we had to run naked through the cornfields?
Yeah, we were naked in that one, yeah.
We were naked in that one.
What's up, Mike? Mike, how are you?
That was a good one. That was the night, though.
Was it Gay Captain America?
But you know you didn't have to make the skit, right? No one's forcing you to drop trowel around your fellow straight guy friends. I mean, something's going on here. Especially when most of these claims were not a part of any sketches. A grand total of 6 separate employees told the Post about incidents they witnessed firsthand, with one citing a specific moment in a van coming back from a 2018 event in Illinois where Jared was asleep in the last...
Stephen was in the front row and he was joking about what he was going to do, the staffer recalled. He climbed over and dropped his junk on Jared's shoulder. Because that's what grown men pushing 40 normally do.
Last row. Stephen was in front, and he was joking about what he was going to do, the staffer recalled. He climbed over and dropped his junk on top of Jared's shoulder, going on to list another instance where Stephen exposed himself to Not Gay Jared in 2017 during a video.
Why is his name Not Gay Jared? I get it, it's eyes on you, but just they're always thinking about being gay. They're always worried about it, man. It's just like, I know there are some people who disagree with this. Not every person who's homophobic is secretly gay, but a lot of them are too. Because why do you care so much? The only other reason is your upbringing in religion, which I'm sure there's a decent amount of people it's that too. But a lot of times it's the religion and their sexual urges that conflict with what they were brought up with that makes them this way. Because they were brainwashed that gay is bad.
Video shoot. But these employees continued. Another one describing a time they witnessed Stephen put his testicles on his longtime friend John Goodman, who shook off the incident and did not return the Post request for comment either. A fourth
it's just a joke. You know, grown men putting balls on each other's shoulders. Just a good old time. Right, Sue?
Employee also alleged they saw Steven expose himself to his former co-host Dave Landau at a conference table. It was childish, but then I found out it was something he did. At first, I took it as him trying to be friendly or one of the guys. Now I see it was a power play, the witness stated. Adding, if your manager at Red Lobster did this, it would be national news. A lot of these employees contend Steven's...
It's so fucking true. It's like, oh, I have a certain amounts of affluence and influence. So, you know, could you imagine, like, if the guy at the post office, like the postmaster general, was just going around putting his balls on people's shoulder? He would be in jail. It would be on national news. He does it. It's okay. Fuck him.
Surpassed the title of just a tough boss with the way he ran things, being called an unreasonable micromanager who was not only capable of working every angle of your emotions, but would send out unrealistic assignments after hours and set people up for failure.
Whoa, I want to read that. No, you don't put some banger up like that on the screen. Come on, whoa, get out of my face. Many describe Crowder not as a tough boss, but as a reasonable micromanager who would send out unrealistic assignments after hours and set people up for failure. That's because he likes control. In 2017, he commissioned his small team to create a 30-minute A Christmas Carol parody on top of their regular workload. A few ex-employees, none of whom were paid overtime, said they logged over 100 hours in the week leading up to the release of the special and slept in the office, according to multiple sources. In the midst of this project, Crowder sent a group text message telling them to sleep in and come into the office a bit later one day. One employee remarked, "Sleep, lol." Crowder shot back, be a little grateful, buddy, as I don't pay you for putting in a ton of extra work. Oh my God. This guy sucks his own dick and enjoys the way it tastes.
Of working every angle of your emotions, but would send out unrealistic assignments after hours and set...
Yeah, I want Tekken 8, even though I'm not a big fighter person.
People up for failure. One former employee adding, it was like a cult where you were all in, and that he did not want you having a life outside of it. Often blaming employees for...
It's like they're all the same. You know, it's not like Melanie Mack has a Discord where she tries to get people who are insecure if they're homosexuals and try to indoctrinate them to convert them to being heterosexuals to suppress their natural urges. Oh, wait, she has exactly that.
Projects failing to live up to his expectations. One employee telling the Post, we'd tell him things wouldn't work when a live show in 2018 didn't go as he had planned, adding, I thought surely Steven, who micromanaged the whole thing, is going to take some responsibility here. But accountability from Steven Crowder is a bit much to ask for. Steven instead decided to use the opportunity to gift each of his employees a book titled Extreme Ownership: How US Navy SEALs Lead and Win. We all thought we were going to get an apology, but we got a book. It was like a sitcom. His repeated tirades against his own booking agent and father reportedly made former employees uncomfortable. He did it regularly, and it was usually about failing to book someone he wanted on the show. Steven would say, I'm supposed to get stars. I mean, how can you demand respect from your employees when you continuously scream at your own father in front of everybody? I mean, you're a joke. You're being insane. One source concluding, we don't want Steven to suffer. We just want the abuse to stop, or at least let future employees know what they're getting themselves into. Which, by the way,
granted, that's kind of any corporation, but hey, let me work my ass off for you to enrich yourself.
Can only hope enough people listen to, especially considering all of the job applications.
Are you interested in working for Louder with Crowder? No. We're looking to fill the following roles: social media coordinator. Get out of here.
Steven is throwing out on Twitter. With all things considered, it's no wonder why so many people...
Glamorous Frog, it's going to be snowing here in the morning.
are no longer at Louder with Crowder. According to Dave, Stephen was so obsessed with getting the last word on his show that he had a light hooked up to a button behind his desk that, when pressed, would indicate to Dave to shut up.
It became a little weird because a light was put in where it was his rant button, and it was basically a Dave Don't Talk button.
Wait, so there's literally a light bulb?
There was 4 lights in a row.
There were
and when
3
it-
lights.
I'm serious. And when it was hit, I wasn't supposed to talk. And they
Do you
said,
remember, was it like a regular colored light bulb? Or was it
That sounds like hell.
like red?
It was like a light.
Oh, so you're from Texas? Yeah, I heard it was cold in Texas.
A yellow, a pretty bright yellow, like like yield.
So it's like off camera, but in your eyesight.
Yes, and
would he be the one pressing the button, or was there a producer pressing the button?
He would press it.
So like Mr. Burns, like he had a button under his desk or the table, and when it's Steven's turn to talk and Dave needs to shut the F up, he presses this button.
Yes.
Holy fucking control freak, man. Holy shit.
Despite Dave being his literal co-host, Stephen was obsessed with having the spotlight to himself. In this podcast alone, Dave accused Stephen of censorship, jealousy, and intentionally stifling the careers of people he felt threatened by comedically, reinforcing a claim from another anonymous source who insisted Stephen's sentiment of wanting smaller conservative voices heard was hollow. If you were funny or talented,
Of course. You didn't even have to tell me this. He wants all eyes on him.
he squashed you. Stephen's weird attitude towards
Same. I know enough. It's the same with the fucking music business. If you're talented, they don't want to. They're like, oh shit, you're a threat. Time to fucking shit on them. That's just how it goes, man. They want to pull the ladder up, not hand it down to you because they want to keep the money in their pockets.
Dave Landau became so unnecessarily strained, eventually reaching a breaking point that Dave could only describe as venomous, when he supposedly uttered the words, "I own you," to his once co-host and apparent friend.
And my phone rings. And, I don't want to go greatly into the conversation between us, but it was, he's like, do you still want to be on Louder with Crowder? And I said, not at the moment. And he starts going off on me, and now there's a ton of people in my apartment who can hear it.
Wait, he's literally raising his voice?
He's screaming at me.
Okay, so literally raising his voice, not just being stern, like to the point where it's audible.
27 degrees
okay,
here.
It's started
Fahrenheit.
stern, but then it got into telling me that he owns me. And
in those words?
Yes.
Wow.
I would beg someone to say they come and own me. I'm not saying I would do anything stupid, but I would just fucking laugh in your face and call you an asshole.
Yeah. He owns me. It was venomous, and I don't know what he was going through at that point, and I just was like, dude, it was all this projection coming at me.
Was this?
No way. Projection. Oh, I can't wait to watch the Pearl Davis one after. I'm actually excited.
The first time he had yelled at you?
In that way.
Why the fuck was he driving a vet in the snow? Is that out of his fucking mind?
Yes, where it had come out where I saw a different person that I had heard rumors about. I understand that there's going to be a touch of narcissism to anybody who's sort of in that field. I get it. But at the same
Yeah, we all got it. I know, I'm sure I have some. 100%. There's no way you can't.
time, it was so over the top that I was trying not to laugh. And then he said, if we were going to tour together in the future, Matt couldn't do his...
This is how I treat Jay, by the way. I'm kidding. First off, do you think Jay would put up with any of that shit if I did?
Is his closing bit on stage somehow.
Jay, I own you.
How that comes up. So you could tell there was this projection of how he was angry of how well that bit did.
He told you to tell your friend who you don't own
Yes.
that if he's going to tour with you, he can't end on the closer that kills, that gets standing ovations.
He said it was too dirty. You know, he then, this very odd.
Steve Crowder was saying something who will go out of his way to make racist and homophobic shit to purposely offend people is telling you it's too dirty.
Telling thing. He's like, this is why you don't have any friends. And I was like, what are you like?
Wait, he said that?
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure the phone call was recorded so we could always hear it. And I'm not saying that to be a jerk. I'm just saying that he legitimately records his phone calls.
Stephen isn't very good at maintaining professional or even personal relationships, evidently. And whether it has to do with the bullying he received as a kid, his urge to talk over everyone in the room, or his own jealousy of those he perceives as more talented than him, once you get past all the smoke and mirrors and ignore all the culture war BS that surrounds his erroneously played up macho man persona, what else do you have left?
Nothing. A failed comedian that found another way to enrich himself.
Failed comedian turned professional crybaby, helplessly pleading to be liked by anyone who will listen.
But we're talking about bullying. The reason that bullying in high school is so unbearable, or in the workplace, for example, is because it's chronic, it's systemic. If you have a boss or a supervisor who's a bully, you still have to go in the next day. The real problem there is you have to face that bully every single day. There's no way to get away from it. That's a big defining factor for me.
Since the beginning of Steven Crowder's career, his main mission has always stayed the same, to provoke. Only nowadays, he's doing it under the transparent guise of pseudo-intellectualism, as he desperately longs for approval from a purely reactionary crowd. He doesn't possess the talent needed to make it in the entertainment industry the usual way, so instead, he had to find another way in, by misrepresenting data, spreading lies, and bankrolling hatred. I personally believe these efforts are a calculated way to cover up his own insecurities, and just be taken
I'll show you what I had I was sharing on Instagram real quick.
seriously for once in his life, even when it means limiting his debates to unprepared 19-year-olds, being a contrarian edgelord for attention, and destroying every professional relationship he's ever had. It's not a compliment when I say Stephen is consistent in his beliefs, meaning he seems to live by all the horrendous shit he preaches on his garbage radio show. And where has it gotten him? Hated by all his peers and estranged from his former partner. From the information we...
And the thing is, too, he just fucked it all up, and he didn't have to. You know? He had everything. He just had to keep the straight and narrow path. You could have taken that Daily Wire money, but your fucking ego. He's like a far-right version of fucking Phil.
It looks like Stephen ruined his own marriage on account of treating his wife like property when he thinks he can get away with it. Hillary appears to have endured his abuse for years and is still facing the wrath of Stephen's words publicly, like when he threatened to release her mental health records if she didn't back off. This is the person he's been devoted to for the...
And the thing is like, even if you showed his audience this, they would be like, so it's what I like about him. He's a piece of shit. I like he's a piece of shit. I'm a piece of shit. So it's like, same with Melanie Mack. Like, here's proof that she's a complete hypocrite. So I like that she's just a fucking complete hypocrite who I don't like the same people she doesn't like.
The past decade. If he doesn't respect her enough to not attack her on a massive platform, why should he be given any level of respect by anyone? Steven Crowder is someone who should never be taken seriously. He should be mocked into oblivion for his disingenuous arguments, his weak attempts at humor, and shameless abuse of those his Christian morals teach him to love and cherish unconditionally.
Fucking Christian.
Stephen is a liar, an abuser, and a fraud. And when all is said and done, he's just not very fucking funny, is he?
Give me that milk. Give me that milk.
Bro, there's nothing you could tell me that this guy is not gay. I'm sorry.
Milk.
And the thing is, like, me and Jay joke with stupid shit all the time. You know, but it's like, but we're also not homophobic. This guy goes around homophobic, and he's sitting there dressed up like the gimp with the cowboy hat on, looking like one of the village people, smacking another guy in the ass who's, I'm not gay, whatever his fucking name is. Come on, man. They're both hard right now. I won't hit the applause again. I just did. Don't tell me that they're not hard.
And he looks hard.
All right, we gotta watch this video. The most evil man. No, we're gonna be fine. We gotta watch that Pearl Davis shit, dude. I need to. She fascinates me. Let me go grab something to drink because you can hear my voice is fading. Because my throat is dry, which in turn makes me drink more, which in turn I really didn't eat dinner. So everything I'm eating is going right through me, or everything I'm drinking is going right through me. Oh my God. All right. I'll be right back in like a minute and a half. Yeah, she's very weird. I love it. She judges other women's appearance and looks the way she does. That's like me judging other men's physiques. It's a very weird thing. Like I said, I was having a meeting with someone today. We were discussing things. This is going to be a joy. Let me make sure I change the screen. Did I? Yes. Wow, someone didn't have to remind me. Yeah, rest in peace, Wes. Dude, I think what's funny is some people, I mean, I have a high tolerance, but I think some people think because they pay that I won't ban them. I can't, like, dude, everyone here, and it's not me, you know, kumbaya, my lord. If people ain't watching, no one's going to be here. I can't make it that I allow you to say something because you pay for your way to say it. That makes me a dick. So no. And I also give people who don't, you know, do what Wes did financially, I give them plenty of chances too. But yeah, Wes is permabanned. He was doing shitty stuff outside of the streams. I was finding out in the Discord, and I'm like, nah, bro.
On this
I can't.
planet.
I can't. I've given you 685,000 chances. Hell, even after what DL5 did, he's still fucking here. For now.
I have never lost as many brain cells as I have in the 2 weeks that it took me to make this video.
If my son came home from school one day and said to me, look, Mum, I'll be honest with you, I think I'm gay, I would take it on and I'd be open.
What if your son came home and said, I think I'm black?
What are we like? Oh, we're 18 seconds in. Okay. DL5. Yeah, I'm going to blow up your spot, dude. He used a VPN to make it from a different country so he could get perks and benefits. Like, oh, wow, he donated 200 subs. But for him, it was like pennies on the dollar because he made his VPN from a different country where the currency rate is cheaper. Which I didn't think anything of it because I'm thinking that no matter what country you're from, YouTube still was like, hey, it'll cost this much in your currency. Apparently not. Dude, here is the thing. I sense it too a lot, but I try to because I would want someone to give me the benefit of the doubt instead of but it's like when you do this for a long enough time, you could kind of sniff it out. Like, it's like, yeah, this person's going to eventually be a problem. Kind of like the L5. Or maybe I'll be surprised. DL5, besides that, hasn't done anything crazy. Like, Wes would say, oh, you're pushing it. Same with another person, a few other people. I don't want to call them out. Look, they're not public figures, so...
Well, I mean, obviously,
In case you don't know Pearl, consider yourself lucky, because this woman has the IQ of a jar of mayonnaise.
Israel versus Palestine, you're saying that there's like a war there going on?
Oh, Christ. And she's another mouthpiece that millions of people listen to. Why am I whispering?
She has conversations about...
What about the Horde? The United Horse Foundation for big stallions with big cocks.
About dating more than almost any human on this planet.
You met me and I'm just a dude in the bar. How are you explaining yourself?
I would say I do a live show 4 times a week on relationships.
Yet when she gets
on relationships. Hey, women, you shouldn't be able to vote and your husband should own you. She's another one, just like humping Steven Crowder.
Steven Crowder.
Gets hit on in the street, she freezes up like Frosty the Snowman on a cold winter night in the North Pole.
Oh my God.
Why is it so quiet? Sorry, that's me. That's me.
What? Wait, what? You want to be interviewed? No. I'm okay, thank you.
He was actually cute. I just got embarrassed.
And if that wasn't bad enough, she's by far the biggest grifter on this entire platform.
I recently decided that women shouldn't vote.
That man's face says everything. How much to Photoshop a cucumber in your mouth? I would do that for free and then get a warning on my channel.
And she's actually such a grifter that after being called a grifter more than 1,000 times, her first public response to this was to pretend that she didn't know what a grifter was.
People constantly call me a grifter. And I was really confused when I first got in the space. I was like, what the hell is a grifter?
Luckily for you, I have the knowledge to teach you exactly what a grifter is.
Should we all learn how to be grifters together?
So today we're going to be taking a deep dive into
Oh, okay.
Pearl and her red pill grift, her hypocrisy and lies, and overall asinine behavior. So strap in, because I'm going to be taking a swing at just Pearly things today, and I'm not missing.
You guys aren't going to stop me. You're not really going to bring me down.
What we do here is go back.
Bring back bullying. Hey, let's bring it back.
Oh, God. It's like a hybrid of Leafy and Content Cop. I know that's like royalty-free music, but I feel like is it 2016?
Bullying. Like the video if you would buy a Bring Back Bullying merch, and you could sell those.
Is this pre-cucked Ethan era?
Just so we're all on the same page about exactly what a grifter is, let's have Pearl read to us the definition of a grifter.
A person who engages in petty or small-scale swindling. A fraud.
Pearl is not a scammer in the traditional sense. She doesn't sell some $5,000 fake guru course, but as YouTubers, we do sell ourselves and our content to the general public to try and make more money. And that's totally fine, but the issue comes in when almost every conversation you're having is nothing but red pill NPC.
Didn't she just get demonetized, by the way?
Talking points that's been copied off of other people in an attempt to pan.
Which in turn she will use to make herself the victim, which in turn will get more people to be, it fortifies their audience because it's like they're suppressing free speech, which means that, like I said, their audience is fortified and then they'll turn that to enrich themselves. It's a hamster wheel of the grift.
Pander to a predetermined audience for your own monetary gain.
I'm doing this for money. It's all about money to me.
Got him! Got him!
The primary issue I have with Pearl is that she makes long-form content but doesn't actually speak what she thinks. She thinks what her audience wants to hear and repeats that like a sneako.
These people. I have never watched a single piece of sneako content unless it's shoved down my throat.
Are just genuine bots. For example, on almost every
Why does his hairline from his head go down to his penis?
podcast she goes on, she proudly parades around this opinion that she thinks women shouldn't vote.
I don't think women should vote. Huh? I don't think women should vote.
Lord Jesus.
And this isn't some one-off thing. Pearl cannot stop herself from saying women shouldn't vote whenever someone puts a microphone in her face.
You shouldn't vote.
What? No, I shouldn't. No, seriously.
Why? Why do you think that? Are you going to say that men are less impulsive? If anything, women just naturally politic.
Like I could say that like me voting benefits me, but do I think as a society women should vote? No. I think women shouldn't vote. For example, I don't think women should vote. Like the more I do the show, the more I think women shouldn't vote.
It was taken out of context.
Yeah, it's always taken out of context.
And why does Pearl think women shouldn't vote? Well, it's even worse than the actual take itself.
You guys get drafted. We don't. Women decide elections. We're 55% of the population. I think if we want to vote, equally draft us. Y'all want equality and
There's another world war. I think that equal drafting thing will happen. Don't worry. Let's have some fornication. Listen, scratch your penis while you're going to see a decoy when you think it's not a decoy.
Personally, I don't want to get drafted, so I'll be in the kitchen.
And if that wasn't bad enough, right before she said she thinks women shouldn't vote, she announced to the world that she wants to run for office one day.
You know what's scary is that she's actually benign compared to, like, Melanie Max going full out extremist. It's not even like hearsay. She's literally posting memes of like her going full crusade right-wing extremist. We're fucked.
I'd like to run for an office someday. I don't think women should vote. Huh?
How are you going to run for so you don't want this? You can't. You've instantly lost your whole campaign. Hi, I want to run for office. Vote for me. Oh wait, don't vote for me. Oh my God, go away.
I don't think women should vote. Because I feel like in order the laws to change for men, women have to do it.
Yo, is this person fucking retarded? I'm not sure.
Yes, she's retarded. Is that the answer you're looking for?
Okay, maybe I wouldn't take it that far, but something's just not adding up here. Women shouldn't be able to vote because they can't get drafted, even though there hasn't been a draft in 50 years, but they should be able to run for office with the sole purpose of changing laws in favor of the men.
Yep. That's what she thinks.
Well, I'm convinced, folks. That's pretty much the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
So how the fuck would you get in office, Pearl? So who would vote for you? I'm going to get in office to take away women's rights. I'll buy that for $1.
You watch one podcast from Pearl, you already know what she's going to say about any subject before she even opens her mouth.
But that's what people love. They want to. It's nice and predictable and safe, and they hear what they want to hear. That's why these people bank.
Literally, all she does is unconditionally defend all men while simultaneously bashing all women.
Like, men, when they make a bad decision, they always have a consequence. Women don't.
And I pain like Roma Army. She's beautiful, but it pains me to say she's another one who does that.
Oh, and that's why women are worse, because one gender has consequences, one doesn't.
But I don't let appearance take away from what a person represents.
And to say it's like equal, I just think isn't like fair, because like men, when they make a bad decision, they have the consequence immediately, where women don't. We're bailed out of everything.
She looks better in these videos than like still images, though. Still images are not. She's not as bad looking.
Pearl makes these.
Roma, you ever hear of Roma? She's the one who has like the tattoos up to her neck. She's a pretty girl.
Generalizations about men and women all the time on her show, and it leads to terrible takes like this, where she claims that because she's personally lived a life where she doesn't have to face any consequences for her actions, that this applies to all modern women. That's stupid, because there's about 3 billion men and women out there, and aside from the programmed bots like Pearl, we're all quite different and deserve to be judged.
I don't know. She doesn't look bad here. I'm going to keep her real.
As individuals.
But, you know, again, it's like me judging other men's physiques. Like, come on.
But Pearl's
and the funniest thing is that every woman that she's judging is absolutely hotter than her.
Entire channel has been curated in a way which...
Yeah, like Maya. She was like... I used like... Because she was saying that something stupid about women being older or whatever. And I'm like, Maya would have to say, like, can you refute that? Maya doesn't even look her age.
Paints all modern women out to be these delusional and horrible people.
That's why, like, honestly, modern women are leftover women. Modern women are side chicks. A lot of modern women are...
Modern women are side chicks. What does that even mean? Yeah, because owning a woman and being married to them is going to keep the guy from not cheating.
Are selfish. I think most modern women are very narcissistic. They're usually obsessed with themselves. They think that they're tense. They think that they're special.
And men out to be these flawless creatures who have it so hard and can do no wrong.
I would say most men are good men.
And because she...
Bitch, do we work in the same business?
Does this on almost every episode of her podcast, these types of generalizations have become completely normalized.
What's up? Focus on your sexy Coco. How are you, dude?
And it often results in cancerous discourse like this blanket statement she made about how she thinks becoming a single mother means you're automatically a bad decision maker.
And it says something about your...
So you stay in a toxic... Oh, another one. So you stay in a toxic relationship for what?
Decision making. If you become a single mother.
Are you all right? Do you know what? Do you know why I became a single mother?
Disagree, yeah.
That's uncalled for. You don't know what I experienced. You don't know what I experienced as a married woman to make a choice to be a single mother.
It's either you don't pick the right guys.
Oh.
It's something about your decision.
Yeah, you're going to make bad decisions on whether you're a dude or a woman on people that you choose to be with.
Making. Maybe you don't.
You're gonna nail it out of the park and find the perfect person the first time. Come on, man. It's silly. It's silly. But people buy into this shit.
Pick the right guys.
So abusive women that choose lovely, amazing men that just decide to be physically abusive because I chose that. Yeah? Is that what you're saying?
Say that again.
So I chose to be a single divorcee because of an individual's choice to be violent. Is that what you're saying?
It was your choice to get in a relationship with him.
Oh, because I did see his psyche.
Pearl is so...
Yeah, dude. That's why I'm saying this is why you need to live with someone before you marry them, because you don't really know the person until you're under the same roof with them for a long period of time. You could be with them for 6 years and be with them every day, but not live together. You still don't know the full picture of the person until you live under the same roof.
So dumb that after seeing that clip for the first time, I actually got drunk just from looking at my computer screen, and then I started having a panic attack because I was losing brain cells at such a high rate. Luckily, my last video was on Keemstar, so I remembered to take 3 sips of beer.
Also in the news. Also in.
Pearl and her podcast are the exact same thing as these brain-dead radical feminists who say that all men are trash.
But we have brain cells. Like, I've seen it in all my relationships, yeah?
Yeah, it's the binary. It's either pendulum one way, pendulum the other way.
Common sense is not there. You guys have the strength, the power, you've got all that. I'm not going to sit in and say that we have that, we don't. Okay? But you guys lack common sense.
Nah, but that's your relationship
In what
experience.
Every man, I have
what if
men.
you just...
Oh, yeah, so just general. All men don't have common sense. All right, genius.
Date the wrong
Get a better mic.
people. Brokies, dumb guys.
But the only difference is that Pearl is the opposite end of that spectrum.
I think women divorce for no reason all the time.
Okay,
No good reason.
that's absolutely retarded. You just need to talk to more people then.
I've done so many street interviews. I talk to random strangers on the street all the time.
And you find women that get divorced like, oh, I just wanted to get divorced.
But the reason...
Yeah, no one just goes, I want to go through hellish legal litigation and an awkward stage of my life and a contentious stage of my life just for the hell of it. Just for shits and giggles. Oh, you are fucking stupid. No, she's not stupid, though. That's not what she's doing it for. She knows exactly what she's doing.
Can I tell you the reasons? Because I researched it.
Because dude, oh my god, you're actually a child. What do you think love is? A relationship requires a lot of deliberate work. Things like, hold on. Things like chores are where relationships start to break down.
I don't think you should be really giving relationship advice right now. Granted, this was pre...
and it'll steamroll into bigger things.
In case you haven't picked up on it by now, the words that...
And trust me, don't go to me for relationship advice either. Relationship advice.
...come out of Pearl's mouth don't actually mean anything. All she's doing whenever she talks on a podcast is trying her best to appease her incel audience and fishing for clips for her to try and go viral on TikTok.
The first being that women like being cheated on.
Do you really believe that?
I'm missing the boat. I should just say the stupidest shit ever. And I'd profit. Just say things that are just fucking ridiculous, nonsensical. I'm just missing the boat.
That most women like being cheated on?
I think I do. I didn't before I started the show.
Okay.
I think modern women like being cheated on.
Do you think?
Pearl, just because you like being cheated on doesn't mean that other women like being cheated on.
Sorry, I'm not that smart.
In fact, in most cases, I think we all know what would happen.
I'm gonna beat your ass.
I think the worst part about Pearl is the fact that she is everything that she preaches against.
Boglum Chronicles has Kobe's neighbors interact. I'm not sure what the hell that means.
For example, Pearl constantly goes on these 4-hour-long rants about how men only want traditional women and that modern women aren't traditional because they're not virgins.
You can still be a feminist and have traditional roles.
Yeah,
and
but,
have a home.
yeah, but
and raise
the
a home.
problem is, like, you guys aren't young virgins. So
You guys aren't young. Get them young, dumb, and fertilize them so they can't be educated. And
that's like demanding traditional outcomes when you're not traditional women. Like, if you were a traditional woman, you'd be a young virgin.
I can't stop. It's just too stupid.
Like, I don't understand.
Virgin.
I don't understand.
Yeah, like okay, so you're describing things. You're saying to the men, like,
So if you've ever had sex before marriage, you're used up. That's it.
you're not traditional men, and I agree, but we're not traditional women. We're not 21-year-old virgins. They value purity and youth. The average age of first marriage in the UK is 31. That's not pure or youthful.
And I get where
What does that even mean?
she's coming from, but if you're gonna make the argument that men want traditional women and that traditional women are good, you have to actually be a traditional woman. But Pearl could
So get someone naive with no life experience.
not possibly.
Don't do anything with your life. Don't try to go out and find what you really want to do with it. Don't live. Don't do other things. Get knocked up young so you're just...
be further from a traditional woman.
Right now, my priority is YouTube. I'm trying to grow
What the hell is she wearing?
my channel. I'm also trying to get in, like, probably the best shape of my life. My goal.
Pearl is an extremely successful, career-oriented, not religious, not submissive, confrontational woman who is 27 years old and single, who
Telling other people to do the exact opposite of what she's doing. Yes, the irony does not fly over me.
by the way, isn't even a virgin.
But the crazy thing is, I was old. Like, I was one of the last girls in my age group for school to, like, be a virgin. Like, I was late. I was 20. I was 20. Yeah. Or maybe not.
So wait, you're telling people... It doesn't have to make sense.
19 or 20.
Licensed Christian Grifter donated $15. I figured Melanie Mack out. She discovered how profitable selling herself out is.
Well,
Her
yeah.
brand is made from appealing to men because she's not a typical goody two-shoes Christian. And she tells them exactly what they want to hear.
Yep. And she's arguably easy on the eyes. And the thing is, you see the simps. That's what it's about. And she's playing up to it.
I was a sophomore in college.
Oh my god, guys, she's not even a virgin. Someone cancel this girl. She's done for because according to the red pill standards, high-value men only want purity and youth.
Your thoughts on Andrew Tate?
I think he speaks a lot of truth, and a lot of women don't want to hear it. Oh, if you sleep around, that is not attractive to guys. They don't want you to know that, like, you age out of the dating marketplace.
So I won't date a girl who's older than 25. And that's not even about... Bro, I won't.
So her entire career is essentially based off the fact that she is the physical embodiment of everything that she preaches against.
Yes.
On video.
If you're single over a certain age, you're probably too picky.
Yo, is this person?
Yeah, I am. Right.
That's exactly what you are. You are what you hate, allegedly, but you don't really hate it. It's just get that bag, I guess.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. It's like, it's like.
You like being independent? You like dick? You're an independent woman, Pearl.
Congratulations.
The irony.
that's a choice. It's a choice to be picky.
And as a result of the massive difference between what she says and what she does, nothing she says holds any weight in any context except for when she inadvertently insults herself, of course.
I've noticed a lot of therapists are like older single women, and I'm kind of like, if you can't maintain a relationship, why would I take advice from you?
Pearl is obviously not a therapist, but she is a single 27-year-old woman who gives more relationship advice on it.
Yeah, like I could see if you're like, even still, it's bullshit what you're preaching, but are you married with kids and that's it? Like you're going to be with that person? You're not practicing anything you're preaching. Like how,
on her channel than 99.9% of YouTube channels ever created.
Never take relationship advice from women, guys. It's ridiculous.
I agree.
And getting relationship advice from someone who's as objectively bad at dating as Pearl is,
He was actually cute. I just got embarrassed. I don't know.
is like getting advice on how to walk from a toddler.
She said, baby, come here.
And to be honest, I think Pearl is actually way worse than the average grifter that I've covered on this channel, because not only is she not a traditional woman, she is disrespectfully bad at being a traditional woman.
I keep cutting.
The joint is.
Yeah, I keep cutting the bone. Like I keep thinking I almost have it. And then
yeah. How are you gonna? She can't even cook a fucking chicken leg.
So we've got all that shopping there. So we're going to plan the menu for the whole week.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you, these people are plants to get more people to turn conservative. It has to be it. I know it is. I mean, I know people think tanks do it, but...
So what Pearl's going to do is that tip. If you're buying fresh chicken and you're going to clean it, rather than clean it, bag it up, put it in the freezer, and then have to take it out and marinate it, what we do... I got it! First, well done.
The level of incompetence here is astounding. This is a very basic task that a 12-year-old child should be able to accomplish, but she's standing there trying to rip this chicken thigh with her hands, and if that wasn't infuriating enough, her failed attempt at cutting the chicken is not even in the shot.
How do you do that? How do you do that? What the hell is going on?
And look, I think it'd be great if there was a figure in the red pill space who was actually a traditional woman teaching the younger generation of women who were interested in being more traditional on how to do that properly. But Pearl is not the one to be teaching young women these skills.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
Oh, I've seen that clip all over.
Okay.
Pearl runs a channel called Wife School where she's...
And the way that dude looks, you are not that guy either.
the main student, and aside from the fact that she's a 27-year-old human being who can't cut a chicken thigh without hitting bone, it's not helpful at all to anyone based on the fact that all of Pearl's viewers are grown men who unironically hate women. And I'm not just saying that. 99% of the super chats that Pearl gets on her live streams involves just straight...
Yeah, it's either incels who can't get pussy if someone paid for it, kind of like Airsoft Fatty. The hooker ran away. The hooker ran away because he had shit stains. Or it's disgruntled men, which if I let myself, I guess I could be in that category, who are like single dads who think all women are evil.
Straight up insulting the women that go on the show.
You have been a 304. You are still just an older 304. Your masculinity proves that you haven't changed your ways. Dale Jennings, the sister is so damn delusional.
Big Brown, she is an absolutely horrible human being.
Bruh.
Big Brown, tell the medium attractive 304 on the far left of the couch. She isn't as intelligent or attractive as she thinks. That is exactly the type of 304 that...
First off, what the fuck is a 304? Rich, listen, Trump, I'm going to come. I don't have Philip, though. I could give you I'm going to come. If I can find it. Where is that? I'm going to come. Dude, I don't know where it is. When I remember where, I'll give you girls for that.
Girls.
304 is code for hoe. Okay.
that men don't want, she would give 0 peace. The delusional redhead 304 is emphasizing equity rather than equality.
Don't wife the 304. If you do, She will go to her natural habitat, the street.
But putting Pearl's inability to cut a chicken thigh aside, the most offensive part about Pearl is that she's deluded herself into believing that her arguments are good, so she'll tweet out stuff like this.
They'll continue to attack me personally because they can't attack the argument.
And this is honestly mind-blowing to me because
Pearl, your arguments are the weakest one out there.
a lot of her arguments are absolutely horrific, and there's no way she doesn't know that. So when you combine that tweet with how often she begs people to cyberbully her,
That music is from Mario Paint. That just sunk in
I
right.
honestly think Pearl has a humiliation fetish.
That's why I'm like, bring back bullying. I think that, honestly, a little bit of bullying is good for people. Let's bring back bullying.
Taco Bell, it's okay, dude. If you're sick, be sick. It's all right, man.
No, I swear to God, I think a little bit of bullying is good for people. Let's bring back bullying.
Yes. Yes.
Bring it back. This is why we gotta bring back bullying.
And I'm not gonna lie, although it is enticing, I am absolutely not going to feed into that more than I already have. So I'm gonna be as nice and respectful as possible from here on out, because I take a full stand against bullying, because
I am such a good person.
and I just love making people feel good about themselves.
It makes me feel so degraded having to clean you like a form of worship. Now, I thought this was actually quite sweet what you've written there. Sort of along the lines of, like, you really love making someone feel, you know, good.
True. Yeah.
So just to clarify, I don't disagree with Pearl all the time. Obviously, sometimes Pearl says things that I agree with 100%.
Even a broken clock is right
Right. Oh my God, I was just about to say that. God damn it.
twice a day.
And even when she's right, because she's such a fraud who doesn't practice what she preaches in any way.
How many women have a cookbook of just recipes that they made themselves?
How's your cooking?
I'm a good cook. Traditional women got their own cookbook. They're virgins. They're 22.
She makes it impossible
She can't even cut a chicken leg and fuck the 20.
to take,
Which is fine, but I'm just saying, like, how do you have this whole, like, traditionalist shit and you are none of the things you preach? You are the exact opposite. You're an independent, successful woman who is childless, pushing 30. You can't make this shit up. Only in the current day social media climate can you have someone like her who is a mouthpiece for traditionalist values, who doesn't practice any of the traditionalist values that she preaches. Women shouldn't vote. I want to run for office. What the fuck is wrong with you? You don't see, but you don't have to actually. You could live in a fucking fantasy world, man.
anything that she says seriously.
You know, these hoes.
Maybe if Pearl were closer to her authentic self as opposed to a rinse and repeat version of every other red pill grifter in a female's body, it might be worth agreeing with her on certain things when she's not saying stupid stuff like this.
I do think men and women cheating is different. Like, I think if a woman cheats, she's trying to leave you. If a man cheats, he's just like, it's like a handshake.
Yeah.
I want to see how she reacted if she was cheated on.
But the fact of the matter is, Pearl is a grifter, a fraud, and a Weasley little liar.
And it's like, you can't even tell the truth about anything anymore because people are pandering to their audience. I just think I owe it to myself to be able to tell the truth.
Not the cow.
Because at the end of the day on this channel, we tell the truth no matter what.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying.
Pearl consistently lies on video, just like every other grifter that I've covered on this channel, and it often results in an unhealthy amount of hypocrisy.
I don't think I'm a hypocrite. I think I'm a hypocrite.
For example, let's take a look at what she had to say when Adam22 asked her how many bodies she has.
How many people have you slept with?
She's the #1 brand and on. Yeah, just like you.
You hear this out?
No.
You ask everybody that. And you don't say your own number?
What? No, I don't ask everyone. I don't think I've ever asked. No, I don't even ask body count.
It's a single digit?
No, I say it is a single digit.
Okay.
But no, I don't even ask.
Bullshit.
I'll always say how many bodies is too many bodies, or how many bodies till you become a hoe.
But that couldn't possibly be further from the truth, and I honestly don't understand why
Oh, this guy. I remember this dude.
she would lie about this, knowing that she's recorded herself asking other people their body counts more than any other YouTuber on this entire website.
What's your body count? Nah. Would you say your body count? No. Would you say your body count? No. Will you say your body count then, since it doesn't matter? What's your body count? 3? No, I don't even ask body count. Ish, what's your...
But it doesn't matter. This is the part that it's funny, but it infuriates me because they don't have to. They can make they have a standard for you, but they don't have to live up to that standard.
Your body count.
What? Don't be silly.
What's your body count?
Mine's 1.
15.
Bruh.
What's your body count?
3. 0.
Okay, what's your body count? What's your body count?
I don't count.
So what's your body count?
Hey.
1. 1?
Babe, I lost count.
And when Pearl gets confronted on how the things she say have no actual substance and isn't giving the viewers practical advice, she resorts to claiming that she doesn't give her viewers advice.
When we're giving people, we have to give them practical advice.
No, you do. You do on your channel. You do on your channel.
Go ahead. I'm sorry,
Because
Pearl. It's your show. Go ahead.
Again,
I'm sorry. Go
we're
ahead.
not giving advice. We're not giving advice.
So what are you doing then? I'm telling you, ChatGPT is just writing her tweets. I'm telling you.
You give advice.
Again, this is a lie. Pearl actually gives so much advice on her channel that she couldn't stop herself from giving
Your body count is classified. Yeah, well, there's many meanings to body count.
advice in that exact same interview.
2 seconds later.
I mean, ideally, like if you're a young girl and you can wait till you're married to have I totally would advise that. And I don't really give advice, but
yeah.
But remember,
oh, she talks out of both sides of her mouth like Phil.
guys, Pearl doesn't really give advice on her channel.
I would advise getting on the treadmill. I would start there. What I would advise someone at 43 to do is very different than 35.
like I would advise, it's like
Who is Voodooki? The fuck is this dude?
the lesser of, no offense, but like 2 evils. Take my advice. Don't take my advice. I don't really care. That's my advice. See, my advice is a bit idealistic, but it worked for me. And this is kind of weird advice, but number 2, I also don't give relationship advice. No, so my advice, you can take it or leave it, right?
Yet again, there's not many YouTube channels out there that give more advice than Pearl's channel does.
I owe it to myself to be able to tell the truth. Because at the end of the day, on this channel, we tell the truth no matter what.
And they could say it with a straight face.
Pearl also consistently makes fun of overweight women because they're obese and refers to them as whales.
I can't get the hot chicks, he'll settle for the whale, but that's no guy's first choice. There was this video where I was whale attacked. She happened to be a whale. Whale, I didn't go out, I didn't make her a whale. I said leave the whale.
But I find this to be very hypocritical because in SpongeBob, the character named Pearl is a literal whale.
Coco2988 donated $15. My body count consists of 1 for me and 1 for my hooker, your shoulders 1 for me and 1 for my hooker, your anus 1 for me and 1 for my hooker, do not come for me and 1 for my hooker, I'm sorry 1 for me and 1 for my hooker, girls 1 for me and 1 for my hooker, Coco.
Thank you.
No, but for real, obviously being 300 pounds is not ideal. Maybe people who are 300 pounds shouldn't be bullied and referred to as whales, but yeah, it's not exactly a good thing. But the issue with Pearl referring to 300-pound women as whales is that the only known ex-boyfriend of Pearl was a 300-pound man who's famous on TikTok named Angry Reactions.
I said name someone that looks good at 300 pounds.
Your ex, homie. Like, this man, fine as hell. And then he dumped your ass and lost weight. So I think you're hurt over that.
Oh no, is she another woman scorned? Oh, dude. It's just like, just check the boxes. It's like, doesn't Jack's Films with, or he did anyway, with Sniper Wolf have like where it's like tic-tac-toe or some shit? It's the same thing.
It's a two-way street, buddy. You can't criticize women for being 300 pounds, but then turn around and consensually date men who are 300 pounds while sober. It has to go both ways, because it's not healthy, male or female.
I am getting fat, and I don't know why, to be honest with you. I'm swelling from the heat, and it's just water weight.
Has nothing to do with a
swelling from the heat.
20-piece McNugget you just ate.
No, it does not. That's called protein. It's called nutrition. It's called dietary functionality, nutritionalizations.
Pearl also often quotes studies on her show.
Don't like this study, so there's a couple different ones, but if you're a virgin on your wedding night, you have an 80% chance of a happy marriage. There's a couple studies that say 60 to 70%, so it depends which one, but it drops to a 25% chance after like 5 to 7 partners, so you're basically ruined after like 5 to 7.
But she doesn't act.
You're basically ruined. Your life is done. You've had too much sex.
Actually provide sources in the description for these studies, so in most cases nobody knows what studies she's actually referring to, and then when you bring up a study that goes against her red pill NPC narrative, she tries her best to discredit every study ever.
All of these things are built on the collective knowledge that these horrible globalist institutions have been
Sometimes I feel like people make studies to say water isn't wet.
Women.
What do you think is more likely?
I've never watched a single, minus this kind of stuff, of Sneeko, and I'm already tired of seeing him. He just looks like a fucking douche. What does he do? Does he have like a talent, or is it just the red pill shit?
Somebody making a study saying water isn't wet, or some on YouTube shoving a video at you knowing he's going to get paid off by people because he gets people like you guys to repeat the findings.
He's just another grifter. Oh, for fuck's sake. I hate what content creation is turning into in most cases. I really do.
And of course, how could we forget about Pearl's past on YouTube before she became a red pill grifter when she used to criticize the guys from Fresh and Fit?
I know a lot of girls, not a lot, I would say a good amount of females that actually waited till they were married and stayed a virgin until they were married. And I can tell you that the guys on Fresh and Fit podcast would never be able to pull a girl like that. Because a girl would look at Myron and the other guy, and I could tell you, I know the type of guy that my like virgin friends married, and he was not flashy, he was not charming, he had a good strong foundation, a great faith in God, and
she's driving while talking to a camera with headphones in. Does anyone else not notice that, or is that just me? She's filming a vlog while driving with earbuds in her fucking ears. Okay. All right. Whatever.
he was just like they're genuinely kind.
And I agree with that 100%. From my experience, most traditional women I've met probably wouldn't even want to be in the same room as the guys over at Fresh and Fit.
Fresh, I had came across this video, right? And inside of this video, you were saying something like how you got 1,000 bodies and shit. And I'm like, bruh, you is not.
Dude, they're still banging content, but it's just like.
Oh!
This stuff is insane.
Dr. Sex E Coco donated $15.
Have a good
I have
night,
two
Ellen.
important announcements. 1. I just looked up Nikocado Avocado's OnlyFans and saw everything, and I'm gonna go jump off a bridge now. And 2.
I could have warned
My
you
choice
with
for
that.
speaker is the house when I'm POTUS week be Neil deGrasse Tyson's mustache. #Coconwell 2024.
Be the better option. Dude. Yeah, it's... Where's StreamLabs? I could have warned you about that with Nikocado Avocado.
You like that, my nigga. Like, why is you tapping to the camera, bro?
So, here's my thing, right? Why would I lie to you?
Yeah.
What do I gain from doing that? Please tell me.
Why would they lie? What would they have to gain?
But then, just a few months later, she goes on the Fresh and Fit podcast, and she's all buddy-buddy with them.
So my name is Pearl.
Hey,
I'm
welcome.
I'm 24. I do YouTube full time, so my channel's just Pearly Things. And
God, ladies, what's your life like? The good, bad, and the ugly. Yeah, he's not creepy at all.
yeah, I'm single.
If you're single over a certain age, you're probably too picky.
And guess what? She said nothing even close to what she said in that video while she was looking at Fresh and Fit directly in the eyes. And less than a year after that video, she becomes a Walmart version of Fresh and Fit, where if a female guest talks over her once, she just kicks them off the show so she can publicly embarrass and shame them for views on TikTok.
Okay, you need to go. 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 You can't be this rude. Go. Go. I'll say go on. Go. Go. Come on. Go. You gonna get me off? Yeah. Go. Go.
Yeah, because it makes them seem like they have the upper hand. And it works. It's the same thing with whatever Steven Crowder's Prove Me Wrong or...
I'm not even happy on the show. Oh my goodness.
And she also did this exact same thing with Andrew Tate in 2021 before he blew up. She reacted to one of his videos, and as you would expect, she basically...
Even with the arithmetic, you have 0% chance of being gaped later in life. Not many cocks will touch you willingly.
just called him a fraud for 10 minutes straight.
So, what me and Tristan do is very, very important by attempting to rebalance the universe with our Aikido. Please understand, there is no...
You have to realize, do these men come off like they have happy, healthy, and fulfilling relationships? A lot of social media is a facade, guys, and I don't know why. It's just a vibe I get. It's a feeling, and I know, you know, they always say women operate on feelings, but we also operate off of social cues, and I can just tell when people are capping. And when people talk in a certain way and act a certain way,
It's just like a dude right there.
it's more of a show than it is like who they really are.
Some really insightful commentary right there, guys. Apparently, Andrew Tate is playing...
That does look like Andrew Tate.
a character when someone points a camera in his face. Wow! I'm so glad you guys now understand that Andrew Tate doesn't actually rebalance the universe with his Aikido. And look, obviously people change over time, and with that their opinions change. The problem only comes in when there is a monetary incentive for your opinions to change radically in a short period of time.
Man, it sounds like someone else I was talking about very early on in this stream. Who could that be?
And when you combine that with Pearl's undeniable track record of consistently lying on video, that is the explanation for the reasoning behind Pearl's complete 180 on topics like Fresh and Fit and Andrew Tate, and just the red pill in general.
Get fisted like Elmo, slap away the hands like hell no, jokes drier than elbows on an ethnic man.
Recently,
Okay, I'll check it out in a little bit, Turbo. Thank you.
Pearl has started to pivot into more political content, which totally makes sense. This woman has talked about the exact same red pill dating advice for well over 1,000 hours, and obviously at a certain point, the conversation gets a little bit redundant. So I totally understand wanting to switch things up, but the problem with Pearl's shift to political content is that she's somehow
Phil!
even worse at political discourse than she is at the red pill dating conversations.
No. It's not true. That's impossible.
Unfortunately, I'm not joking. It is possible. In her first attempt to shift towards more political content, Pearl brought on this guy named Nick Fuentes to her.
Oh no, of course. Fuck. Doesn't this guy want to fuck furries? I mean, wait, isn't he another one who said, like, he's Andrew Tate is, there's a reason that they're doing this. I think I know what it is. He's like, oh yeah, having sex with a woman is gay. Andrew Tate, having sex with a woman where there's no chance of getting them pregnant is gay. Like, someone else said the same thing. I can't think of it right now. Oh, Matt Walsh. Buying a gift for your wife or something or girlfriend early is gay. So what's not gay? Fucking a man in the ass? No, I'm not picking up right now.
Show, and to put it bluntly, this guy's got some.
Nick Fuentes endorsed his 21 to go find a 16-year-old bride. That is in 99% of states illegal, claiming that that's the most pro-sex position there is. And then these are the ones that go around pointing fingers at everybody, calling them pedophiles. Then following up saying at the age of 30, he wants a 16-year-old that's untouched. Yeah, and no, that's literally what he was saying, Kim Jong Purnell.
Serious problems.
Like, hey, listen, guys. You turn 21, you find yourself a 16-year-old bride.
Wait, is he still a virgin now? Oh God, if he is, I want to laugh at him. Like, I lost my virginity around 24. But you're 30, bro.
You go crazy. You go crazy. Yeah, I gotta find my 16-year-old wife.
He has to find his 16-year-old wife.
Probably when I turn 30 or something.
Oh, you're a proud incel.
Mm-hmm.
How are you a proud incel? See, I would have lost my shit earlier, too. I was just such a hypochondriac thinking I was going to get a wart on my dick. No one's a proud incel, dude.
What?
Yeah.
So you've never had a girlfriend?
No, never had a girlfriend. Never had.
I'm shocked.
I want a 16-year-old who's untouched.
That's so fucking weird. That's so fucking weird. And these are the same clique of people that, like, if they don't like you, you don't agree with my politics, so I'm going to tell everyone you're a pedophile. When they are themselves pedophiles or have done, like, sex. Look at fucking Ethan Ralph. What is, he's a registered sex offender, isn't he?
Untouched, pristine. Untouched, uncorrupted, innocent. That's what we all want.
And as you would expect, these two collabing resulted in by far the worst podcast episode ever uploaded to YouTube.com.
This sounds similar to the slavery stuff too, because that's literally.
Dude, I remember, like,
really
I would just get blowjobs and it was great, but my thing, I thinking back, it's like, I don't know if they were blowing you, they could give you something that way too. So what was I but I was weird. The
founder of, or the guy who made Roots said, I wanted a myth for my people to live by. So they often, but that's what they do, is they embellish, and I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible, it was.
Right.
But they want to make.
And I don't want to hear he was joking. If I joked about finding myself a 16-year-old, I would be fucking ran over and reversed over.
Make it like more horrible.
Do these people ever think about what they're going to say before they say it? Yeah, they do, and it causes controversy, and they make money off of it. What fucking morons. They aren't morons. That's the thing. Well, Nick Fuentes might be a moron. I hit the button.
Who's wildest? Who's wildest?
So that they can control people.
Oh, okay, so Pearl might not actually be a grifter. She might just be brain dead, because parts of the TV show Roots were embellished. Slavery was nothing but a psyop designed to control people.
We have
Oh my God.
been hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray, run amok, and flat out deceived.
But that's not even the worst part. Like I said, this is the worst podcast I've ever seen, and that's saying a lot. I've been watching a lot of Pearl recently.
Do you think it was wrong for Candace to race mix?
Yeah, I think it's wrong to race mix.
2 seconds.
Yes, he does have perky breasts. I agree with Gordon Ramsay having perky breasts, 100%. What are we, breeding animals?
Yeah.
You said you're mixed.
Well, I didn't say that. I said I'm Mexican, Italian, and Irish.
All right, no, he actually is fucking stupid. So you're mixed, you fucking clown.
Yeah, so that's mixed.
I mean, like, kind of. Some would say yeah, some would say no.
No, there's no kind of.
No, you're either like, I'm full Italian. I'm sure if I took a fucking DNA test, there'd be like Viking or Sasquatch in there somewhere. But all of my descendants on both sides of my family, as far as I know, come from Italy. If I was Mexican, French, and Irish, like mixed from my bloodline, I would be mixed. What? Because you have the right skin complexion? Yes, that's exactly what he means. Because he's a piece of shit.
You're 110% undeniably mixed race. This guy is an actual idiot.
I'm 35, going on 36, still a virgin. Almost happened in 2020 with a fellow tenant who moved into my apartment complex, but still, man, it is what it is. You know? Get laid, though. It's enjoyable.
Imagine being a race-mixed person who's a...
Yeah, and then Kanye is trying to make a comeback with, he put out an apology to the Jewish community in Hebrew. Like, dude... But like 2 weeks later, he was saying, they caught him on camera saying something super anti-Semitic. So he's a fucking he's just a waste. It's so sad. He was one of the most talented producers in the game, period. But, you know, mental illness is mental illness, and now he's hanging out with this fucking clown.
Against race mixing.
That is amazing.
There's just something truly beautiful about watching two self-hating individuals in one room grifting their last 2 brain cells out of their minds while recording themselves and then posting that to the internet for everyone to...
Hey, man, but if you have no self-respect and it's all about money, and this comes from a guy who takes his shirt off on stream, but that's a joke. These people are literally like... just giving out affirmation and throwing their audience to the wolves for money. But
to see and make fun of them.
I thought I was supposed to be
there's a lot of profit in selling a bunch of lies, that's for shit sure.
here at 3.
Oh, really?
That's why I texted you. I texted you I'm on my way because I thought I was already 10 minutes late when I was leaving.
Yeah, well, it's okay. Blessing was more light.
You're German? So yeah, I'm Italian. I'm full
African.
Well, he's black.
Yeah.
Even though I get German, I get Jewish. Like, oh, you're German or Jewish. I'm like, no, I'm full Italian. You don't look it. I'm like, well, surprise.
I'm giving you a hard time. I don't mean...
It's like there was this guy, God, I remember his YouTube videos back at like the primordial soup days of YouTube for me, the Bad White Jamaican. And he was, you know, we just assume from looking at people that we know. And yeah, he was Jamaican and he had the Jamaican accent. And everyone kind of assumed that he was like, no, I'm from a white dude from Jamaica. This is the way I speak.
That guy's black. Everyone point and laugh at him.
See, that's funny.
Look, race jokes can definitely be funny, but when the guy you're talking to is a self-proclaimed racist
white supremacist
person.
Oh, I'm not racist.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are, Nick.
Yeah, I am a little bit racist.
And you do.
I am a little bit he's just such like a typical white corny can't get pussy douche too. That's why I think like he's just
nothing as a professional podcast host to correct or challenge that person.
That's a problem, I'm not gonna lie.
And if the Nick Fuentes interview wasn't bad enough on its own, Pearl has some of the most tyrannical and radical political takes I've ever heard.
I say radical. That's my thing that I say. I feel like I'm gonna explode here. Ugh.
If we take a look at some of the things Pearl says she would do if she were in charge of a state in the US, literally all she ever talks about is how she wants to take freedoms away from adult individuals.
Gay marriage, if you were governor of some state, would gay people be allowed to get married?
No.
No. Oh my God. Okay, you are far right. God
Honestly,
damn. Really?
She has less energy than Jeb Bush.
And so you're definitely pro-life, so you're definitely going to be banning abortion.
I think Trump would be a big fan of her.
Wow.
Yeah, I'd ban it all. I'd ban it, yeah.
Be a fucking... You'd be going back to like 1950 with Pearl.
I would either be like
And the thing is, she wouldn't live by any of the laws she would put in place. That is the irony of it.
0 abortions. I'd also pursue women that get abortions to the fullest extent of the law, to be honest.
Yeah, to the fullest
extent.
extent
Women that like try
of
to
the
get
law.
like back alley stuff.
Uh-huh.
They go to jail.
Here's a woman goes home and she goes to sleep all the time. Think of it.
I don't think she believes what she's saying, but she's not trolling either. It's just she's the mouthpiece and she's saying what needs to be said to line her pockets.
She's got no energy whatsoever.
Okay, Pearl, I know you're gonna watch this. Stay in the UK permanently.
Wanker! Wanker!
I know.
Wanker!
Wanker! Yes, I know, yes.
Wanker! You're a wanker! Wanker!
Right, quite right.
I swear to God, if Pearl ever moves back to the US,
I am going to move so far away that I will be able to brag about it. I would rather tear out my brainstem, carry it into the middle of the nearest four-way intersection, and skip rope with it, than go on living where I do now.
Oh, she's in the UK now. Interesting.
So just to quickly summarize Pearl's political positions, she thinks women shouldn't vote and that the 19th Amendment should be revoked, and she says if this was Pearl's world, she would ban birth control, she would ban abortion, she says she would ban gay marriage, and she says she would ban child support and alimony.
I would ban child support. I would ban alimony. I would ban all this government.
No, I don't agree with banning child support. I do as someone who pays child support, but I don't agree. I agree with alimony. Like, oh, I lived a certain lifestyle. Well, that sucks. Time to change your lifestyle.
Shit, Naysky, nada.
I would ban you from opening your mouth if I ever got elected into office, Pearl.
God damn it, G!
You got him!
Oh, that's
You
loud.
got him!
Ah!
Right, that was
Fire! Holy shit, dude!
In all seriousness, it doesn't matter what the topic of discussion is. Anytime someone's advocating for something that involves taking rights away from American citizens, I am 100% against that, no matter what it is. Because as any grown adult knows, if you give someone an inch, they will take a mile.
Things get to terrible places one tiny step at a time.
God, yes, Kermit the Frog here, and I like
breasts. You know, if I encroach on you and I'm sophisticated about it, I'm going to encroach 2 millimeters. I'm going to encroach right to the point where you start to protest. Then I'm going to stop. Then I'm going to wait. Then you're going to calm down. Then I'm going to encroach again right to the point where you protest. Then I'm going to stop. Then
Well, he is right about this.
I'm going to wait. And I'm just going to do that forever.
Normally, I couldn't care less about what someone else's political opinions are, because at the end of the day, it's just an opinion. It doesn't really matter at all. Most people in Congress aren't going on a podcast just to talk about how being black and gay are the same thing. But when you're advocating for rights to be stripped stripped away from the average person and you have millions of followers, I do have a problem with that because it's very, very easy to speak out against these things and encourage your audience not to do these things without advocating for them to be banned, because we know for a fact what the outcomes of advocating for tyranny is.
天上太阳红呀红彤彤哎，心中的太阳是毛泽东哎，他领导我们的解放哎。
So Pearl, I mean it when I say this, keep these takes in the UK and stay the hell away from me, because if you come back, the first thing I'm gonna do is advocate for you to be deported.
Get ready to learn Chinese, buddy. It won't be long before
we deport your dumb ass permanently.
You trash ass motherfucker. Fuck out of my face with that bullshit.
Now, I do have to say, the rise...
I'll pimp. The real issue with a lot of ladies is you're never happy. As guys, we can be happy sitting on the couch just staring off into space. Ladies, most of you guys are always looking for what's wrong with your life or relationships. What? Oh my God. Incels and scorn dudes is who they sell to.
All these popular red pill figures only exists because of radical feminism, because if you look up the definition of feminism, it is a very, very rational thing. I think you would have to be crazy to disagree with what's written here, but the fact of the matter is that a lot of the discourse around modern feminism, specifically online, has become very radicalized.
Feminism is a female supremacy movement. Agree or disagree?
Agree.
Why?
Because I'm a female. I'm a female, so of course I agree.
So you think it's at the expense of men? Like women want to be better than men?
No, definitely not. Not better than men, but we are better than men.
Why do you think we're better than men?
I just think we are.
Why?
I just think we are.
Do you think that's a bit sexist?
No, not at all.
Why?
I live with men. I think we're better than men. I do.
And as a result of atrocious
Well, she's also an idiot.
Behavior like that, we have
it's that simple.
All these red pill people here to balance things.
Oh, I'm so tired of seeing the Tates. They're like Paris Hilton and whatever Nicole Richie. Like they were just constantly in your face, and then one day that'll happen with them too. But whatever, they'll be millionaires, so they don't care. They already are.
Things out. But the issue with these red pill people like Pearl is that in response to the radical feminism, all these red pill people do is say things like women shouldn't vote so they can try and go viral on shorts and TikTok.
Which, again, the people who are far left get outraged by this, and then the right, and it's just this, it's almost... I almost feel like on both sides there's plants that just keep this cycle going and going and going, and it works.
Today's Satan.
And when you say weird stuff like women should continue to contribute to society but shouldn't be allowed to vote, all it does is hurt the movement as a whole, and that sucks because I do think there's helpful advice that members of the red pill space say that could absolutely be beneficial to a lot of young men out there. But when one of the most popular creators in the space, like Pearl, is constantly, subliminally encouraging the hatred of women as a whole to millions of people across the world on a monthly basis, of course, most normal people aren't going to want to be associated with this type of STD-infested atrocity.
We figured out how to do this thing, and now we're pretty successful in A's. You know, we're both triple-digit notch count. He's in the quadruples.
And the sad part is that Pearl could actually help people that are struggling with dating if she weren't such a fraud and if she made some sort of an attempt to be her authentic self.
How? What the fuck is she gonna... Like, she has, like, no experience for what it sounds like. Minus just giving shill talking points.
But the fact of the matter is that Pearl's show isn't actually about the message. It's not about helping people. It's about making the most amount of money while putting in the least amount of effort by repeating the exact same words that other people have already said in front of a camera for more than 10 hours a week. And long term, because of frauds like Pearl, this red pill stuff is going to die out because it's content that's based on giving advice to others, but the content itself is not focused on the best interests of the viewer in any way.
What are you, stupid? Then how do we make money from those people?
Well, it's not about the money, it's about the message, right?
Wait a minute, whoa, you don't actually believe this crap, do you?
And when you combine that with the fact that a lot of the content these red pill people make is terrible and redundant, this is a trend that's dying, and you're more than welcome to come back to this video in a year and remind me that I was right. And Pearl's channel...
I would give it more. It ain't dying yet. Unfortunately, I wish it was.
Specifically will die out, and that's solely based on the fact that she fights radical feminism with reactionary anti-feminism. So at the end of the day, it's just two sides of the same coin.
Like, trust me, I wish.
It's the grifters like Pearl that ruined what could have been a great thing to help swing the pendulum back to the middle.
Oh, man. You're just ruining it. Look at my lips. You're ruining it. Ruining the fun for the next man.
In my opinion, when it comes to this red pill and blue pill stuff in general, the less of a team that you're on, the better off you'll be. I mean, just look at these losers who watch Pearl's live streams, who sit in their rooms by themselves watching the second worst podcast on all of YouTube just to pay a multi-millionaire money so they can insult random women on the internet.
Are you an irrational radical?
Oh, God. Life hacks.
Anti-feminist? Well, here's a tip. Get laid, you fat piece of shit.
But this is the type of behavior that this blue and red pill stuff encourages, because when you pick a team and you never deviate from the ideas of that team, the more you start to blindly follow the ideas of that team, and the fact of the matter is that that team's not going to be right about everything, and it often results in absolute brain rot like this.
All women are queens. If she breathes, she's a god!
The fuck is this?
There's a little bit of truth there in the middle, but obviously neither of those statements are true. You probably shouldn't be so blue-pilled to the point where you're taking your wife's last name and doing photo shoots for your...
Helping Steven Crowder.
wife to post on OnlyFans.
My girlfriend started an OnlyFans account, and I'm totally fine with dudes jacking off to pictures of her on the internet.
I'm a cock. I'm a fucking cock, guys. Yo, like, share, and subscribe.
But on the other hand, you also probably don't want to be so red-pilled to the point where you think women shouldn't be allowed to vote and drive motor vehicles.
Did you really drive this here? Yes. Women should not be driving cars. That's dangerous to society. This is why Western civilization is going down in the poop.
Is that a fake Andrew Tate?
Because women are driving cars. They're making decisions. We're all going to die because of women.
So all I'm saying is be a normal person and don't watch Pearl's content.
Yeah, but there's a lot of sexually frustrated, disenfranchised men that are like, yeah, my life sucks because women suck. It's not my fault. It is your fault. Take accountability for yourself. It makes you better. How about that? Why am I whispering? Probably because my voice is kind of in and out right now.
In conclusion,
if there was ever a woman that should stay in the kitchen, that would be Pearl.
I'm a good cook.
Okay.
I will say, I've been learning.
Actually, no, because that would be disrespectful to kitchens across the world.
Keep cutting the bone.
And plus, if Pearl actually practiced what she preached and became a traditional woman with a cookbook, how else would she be able to produce hundreds of thousands of dollars a month by just having the exact same conversation 4 times a week?
If you want to help, please consider sending a super thanks below. Every donation helps, and it helps make what we do possible.
Oh, wow. Okay, Phil.
I don't know, Pearl. It doesn't sound very traditional to ask your incel pay pig fans to send you donations.
Beta! Oh, no.
Didn't this guy get outed for, like, banging a bunch of dudes? Even worse, they may have been underage.
Beta bear!
But again, Pearl is everything that she tells women not to be.
I'm pretty unfortunately sure. Yep.
But on the other hand, Pearl is an inspiration to millions of women across the world.
It's almost like all these people are either in it for money or they're projecting. Are you noticing a trend?
Exactly what not to be like, and more than anything, she's an inspiration to every human on Earth that with nothing but a microphone, some luck, and some subpar communication skills, you can become a millionaire by just talking out of your ass for a living. I'm not even joking when I say this. I would rather watch this video.
Today we are going to be going over
5 Minecraft YouTubers who've sworn.
Then ever click on a Just Pearly Things video ever again, because making this video genuinely ruined my life.
I have crippling depression.
I think I need a 1 month long vacation after everything I've endured over the past few weeks, so don't be surprised
Much different time on YouTube, all those videos.
if I take a long break, guys. Pearl, if you're watching this,
I just feel like the truth comes. I'm just a big believer in the truth comes out eventually.
if you guys like this video, I think you might like this one on the screen right now about Keemstar, or maybe this one about iDubbbz, who's actually one of the biggest advocates for the Red Pill movement on Earth today.
How am I the simp? How am I the simp? I want to know.
If you're not a simp and you want to support the channel, you can become a member. The link is in the description.
Play a game or watch this. Play a game or watch this. First off, let me do something here real quick. Poll time. All right, I always like having the videos. That's a new thing I am doing here. Is whatever has been reacted to is linked, because I think that is fair. We watched that. Good old humping Steven Crowder. Why did it go down 5 feet? And here. Play Stroke the Horse. Is there a sequel? Stroke the Horse remastered. I'm up till 1. What is DSP doing? Is he streaming right now, or is this his day off? Let's see what he's doing. Is Phil right now doing something that is not chill fun? Let's see. We are clicking on a stream right now.
Okay.
Darren's,
yes,
oh,
Wednesday.
damn.
Did I say Friday? I'm sorry. I meant Wednesday, of course. Wednesday night is the family night with Kat and Jasper, right? Cool.
I still hold to, I wasn't being disingenuous, bro. Why all of a sudden he's doing this documentary and Kat is around, I still think that he is going to use her as a fallback if he wants to jump out of the documentary. I wasn't just saying that. I really think that's what it is. He's not smart, but he is the king of excuses. And he uses her as a scapegoat for, I can't show you my WWE account, my family. Cat cries when you talk about me beating off. I'm going to go piss. Maybe get coffee? I don't know. It's midnight. I shouldn't have coffee. Or maybe I should finish that beat after I stream. What the fuck am I talking about? I can barely talk. Anyway, I'll be right back. This sounds like an ASMR stream right now, doesn't it? Yeah. No coffee right now. Google Fish, I ain't picking up your fucking phone. I could barely talk right now. I'm not talking to you about anuses. Oh my God. Oh, Katie, how are you? Because I have nothing in my stomach and I've drank. Oh man. Good night, son. I've drank so much fucking liquid. Good old humping. All right, so the birds have lost their mind. I got to reset the deck. Ooh, some Channel 5. Hey, look, sex. Let's see what's going on here. Haven't watched this dude in a minute. Damn, he's banging out shit, son. Philly streets. Ooh. Oh, he's on Kensington. Oh, shit. By the way, I was a man of my word and made an RTU tournament for Mario Kart 8 on Switch. JC, he wanted one on GTA stream. It's called RTU Car. Okay. I'll ask Jay about it. It's awesome. Yeah, he kind of hit under the radar after the Sex Pest stuff. And
Hey, my name is Ra. We're in Kensington, Philadelphia.
And I guess he decided to change his hair, too.
Philadelphia, to be exact, somewhat. It's known for a lot of drug use, crime.
I've seen plenty of this, of Kensington. There's live streams from Kensington just showing the streets and all the addicts.
Drug use, prostitution.
What are the most popular drugs here right now?
The trank, the dope, and the fentanyl. What's up, baby? Just doing them dirty, like bad.
The fentanyl's thrown in fucking everything, too. I'm drinking symbiotes. Actually, now I would sound like him because my voice is fucked up. Do you think any WWE champion stuff will be in the film? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, like, my mother was from down here. My mother used to do every drug in this book. Glad to say she's clean off of everything. But me, when I was a child, my mother was down here doing dope. She did not look like this. She had a couple track marks, she had a couple little sores and everything, but her limbs wasn't falling off. It's real bad. Like, you can smell them when they walk past. Like,
do you guys believe addiction is a disease?
Yes, it is.
Some people want to get off drugs, but they're so deep into it, they can't. No matter how hard they try.
Yeah, because you get dope sick. You get dope sick. Like, dope sick is one of the worst feelings I've heard. I've never been dope sick in the world.
They've been doing it for so long.
You're in so much pain. It's just, and the thing is that when you become addicted, oh, this is a nice dark way to end the stream, huh? Oh, my soundboard didn't turn it back on. But it's true, man. Like, you're stuck. And it's all you're taking it for is to feel normal.
Becomes a part of them.
What do you think's the solution for someone who's that far in the lifestyle of drug addiction?
Well, my honest opinion, I don't think there's no solution. Then they're gonna do it till they die.
There's a fight right behind us. All right, that's it. You got him. That's it. That's it. You stealing? You can't steal. You can't steal. Da bing. No more. Get up. Go.
This is a typical day in Kensington.
I hear real estate prices in Kensington are affordable if you looking for a home.
A neighborhood in Philadelphia. 400 to 800 people are on the streets here looking for their next high.
What's your name? Bud. How long you been out here?
Just open needles going around. Yeah, you can just walk by to the grocery store, get stabbed in the foot, and get AIDS.
Almost 4 years. I think it's crazy, for real.
When do you think you first started doing drugs?
I tried drugs when I was 18. I used heroin until I was 22. So in that period of time...
Oh, we'll do it. We'll go down the dark road. We'll go down a dark path for a stream relatively soon. Just watch some videos on all the drug addiction in Kensington. Viewer discretion preemptively advised.
You can kind of see when the writing's on the wall. You know, it's a spiral downward, and eventually it takes you to somewhere like this. Honestly, if I'm being truthful, I'm probably gonna have to get arrested to stop. But when I do get arrested, it's at that point, you know, I'd like to move forward into sobriety. I've had 5 years.
You know what's funny though, but the thing is, he's in Kensington. There's so many addicts there. The cops usually don't arrest them. It's just kind of an open air market where, you know, the drugs can be sold and the addicts can buy because it's just everywhere. Substance abuse disorder isn't a disease. It's an injury and should be treated as a disability. I think that all drugs should be legalized so they can be monitored. You don't have drug dealers putting fucking Drano, I'm just pulling shit out of my ass, to cut the stuff so they can increase their profits. It would be regulated. Countries have done that, and they've had more success with people getting off drugs because of it. Get clean needles. You know, if you're addicted to heroin, you're addicted to it. You know, at least the heroin you're getting doesn't have fentanyl in it. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, it's morally wrong to do that.
Years clean, 2 years clean, 1.5 years clean. Hi, Mom. I'm okay. Love you.
And if you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God has raised you from the dead,
Look at that shit. Look at that, man. It's real.
be saved. We are all...
People's body parts are rotting off because of the shit they're putting in this stuff now. Whereas if the drugs are regulated by the government, people would, you know, they're addicted anyway. Anyone who's in the mindset, who's in such a dark place that they want to stick a heroin needle in their arm, whether it's legal or not, they're going to stick it in their fucking arm. You know what I'm saying? So why not have it so they could maybe get therapy? You know what I mean? So I don't know.
All the same. We have all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. And like I said before, at the foot of the cross, there's no racism, there's no gender, there's no
gender?
There is no, and let me repeat that. There is gender, but there is no difference in salvation with respect to gender. If you're a man, you get saved. If you're a woman, you get saved. Let me tell you something. A man will not get to heaven if he's a homo and doesn't repent of his homo.
Oh, God. Is this Melanie Mac's dad?
Do you use any of the harm reduction services they offer out here?
Yeah, we use the needle exchange. Then with harm reduction, they offer like wound care.
What's going on with the wound on your leg, man?
So what it is it's a sore that's caused by an abscess.
How does that happen?
We're not really sure, to be honest. Most of us think it's the tranq that does it.
The dangerous street drug component is officially called xylazine, nicknamed tranq, as in tranquilizer. For people who use illicit drugs, it is an X factor, both unseen and possibly fatal.
City officials and the feds say tranq is being mixed with opioids.
My name is Rosalind Pichardo, founder of Operation Save Our City. I work with families of homicide victims, and I'm a harm reductionist.
So what is xylazine?
So xylazine is like a tranquilizer, not made for human consumption, it's made for animals. It's used on mice, it's used on it's like a sedative that's made it into the drug supply. I mean, it's been here for 6 years, but we're seeing it a lot more now.
A drug commonly used to sedate horses is now being linked to overdose deaths across the country.
Tranq was detected in 34% of all overdose deaths in 2021.
Holy shit. I didn't realize it was that high.
It's like a vasoconstrictor. It constricts your veins, and it just makes it hard to circulate. And then next thing you know, you got infection, you have amputation, you have rotting skin.
They say that like the filler is like really acidic. It's like when you get a cut, it's like almost like the acid tries to get out of your system like through like the weak point or something in your veins, you know? So it's like these wounds, they don't heal, man. I've had this on my leg for like over a year, same size, man.
And have you
Jesus Christ.
attempted to get any like health care for it?
Nothing official, you know, but I do take care of it. Clean gauze, soap and water, you know, Meta Honey.
So I have a lot of wound care supplies. I had a lot of snacks, socks. It's just not enough. We may have like maybe 6, 7 teams out here from different hospitals, but it's just more or less the magnitude of people that are here coming from all over the country to consume this stuff that's not. My
God. Yeah, if addicts come from around the country to go to Kensington because it's an open air market where they could feed their addiction with minimal fear of getting arrested.
Not made for human consumption. I would say 70% are not from here. 70, 80% are not from here.
I'm from Baltimore. I went to rehab like a month ago, and I ended up leaving with a girl.
Yeah, told you.
Girl that's from here, and been here ever since.
Because I've been watching a lot of shit on Kensington.
And basically got stuck down here. I got a family back home in Baltimore with 3 kids, and this
Yo, why is that dude bleeding from his neck?
shit's different, like totally different. We took a trip back one time and got the dope, and it does nothing now. So basically, I'm up here because this shit is fucking different. Like,
They come here because we have that good shit, you know. They come here because we got that good drug.
this is wild, bro. I've never seen something like this shit ever in my life. Like Baltimore's ran by the gangs and shit. Like,
Yeah, shirtless bleeding dude is fucking out of his element.
Tranq ain't even hit Baltimore yet. Like, I'm telling you, when it hits Baltimore, that shit's about to be a war zone because nothing else gonna get anybody high.
What's going on with your right arm here, man?
And somebody missed, and I ended up getting a blood infection, and I was septic. Like last week, I was in the ICU for 4 days.
Do you know what might have caused it?
Tranq and a coat.
What about you, man?
Well, look, my voice is mangled because when I was getting hit, somebody was hitting me, they hit my voice box. Or I think, I mean, that's what they say, but I'm going on like 3 weeks. Tranq is nasty shit. It's an animal tranquilizer that was used on horses. You can look around and see and go, ooh, ooh, ooh.
My God, it's like zombies, dude. It's like fucking zombies. Addiction is fucked up, man.
Ultimately, it's not that person's fault. Take the fucking Tranq away. My fucking leg is horrible. I'm embarrassed by it. I wash, clean, put antibiotic fucking ointment on it, wrap it every day. Every time I can, I'm in that shower. This has been here for 5 fucking months.
Horse cock and ass method of drugs for a good, clean high. Listen, all kidding aside, man, if there's any thing to legalize drugs, it would, but, you know, let's not go into conspiracy theories. I'm too fucking tired.
The flesh-eating condition caused by Tranq is referred to as necrotizing fasciitis. This condition was mentioned briefly during my visit to a harm reduction facility in San Francisco.
Necrotizing fasciitis, which is flesh-eating disease.
But I wanted to learn more about what's
go into the CIA in the 80s and crack and fucking Rick Ross. I believe some of that shit. 100%.
actually going on beneath the skin when you see these types of lesions. So I found a dermatologist named Dr. Cartwright to help break it down.
Sure, I'm Martina Cartwright. I'm the Vice President of Medical Affairs for a small dermatology company. Xylazine is not an opioid. It's actually an anesthetic meant for horses and other large animals. So necrotizing fasciitis is just a name for dead tissue. It causes death of the fascia, which is right underneath the skin.
Because what it sounds like is it's constricting the blood vessels so blood supply isn't getting to certain parts of the skin, if I heard it right.
Skin surface, and it can even go deeper than that. So what you're seeing, that blackened tissue, again, is dead tissue, and below that is a harbored infection.
Now, how long after injecting Trank would it take for this condition to set in?
It's hard to say, but it oftentimes only takes a few days. Treatment is very complicated. You have to get the individual into the hospital right away to receive IV antibiotics. They also have to debride that wound, which means you take off the dead layers of skin and tissue. And sometimes that can go as deep as the bone. If they
Yeah, I've seen that, unfortunately. It was something I didn't want to see.
they don't get the immediate treatment, it will spread and oftentimes cause a systemic infection called sepsis. Sepsis is a systemic infection that affects all the organs. So it's characterized by low blood pressure, rapid heart rate, increased temperature, and high white blood cell count. And it often has a very high death rate.
What is the death rate?
It's over 50%.
Is there any type of treatment for sepsis?
Amputation is the only treatment. They're not getting enough blood flow and nutrients to the area where the tissue has died, and it just keeps spreading. You can think of it almost like water spreading in a puddle. It goes from one small place, and then it spreads throughout the limb, and if they don't seek treatment to get that blood flow back in there, they're going to lose their limb.
Once symptoms have progressed beyond their initial stage, which is marked by dramatic inflammation of the affected limb, the skin begins to corrode. After that, the only real option is amputation, which in America costs $45,000 without insurance. So it's not uncommon in Kensington for trank addicts to chop off their own limbs to stop the disease from progressing onto their internal organs. Now,
holy God.
I can genuinely say that in all my years reporting, I have never seen something this horrifying. And on a human level, I was struck with a piercing sense of anger and genuine frustration that there was actually someone out there, probably in plain sight, making a killing, selling trank in Philadelphia. An evil drug, slowly killing thousands of people in real time, who even if they miraculously get clean, will never recover from the damage it does to their body. All in the name of profit, because I guess fentanyl just wasn't enough to pay the bills. Still, it's my job as a journalist to speak to everyone. So I asked around, does anybody know where this stuff comes from?
A lot of it comes from China.
I was told that at the top of the supply chain, almost all of Philadelphia's trank is created by a tight-knit pair of two brothers who've achieved a monopoly on the flow of xylazine in and out of Philadelphia after Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro made it temporarily illegal 6 months ago for veterinarians to prescribe or even possess xylazine.
Governor Shapiro is taking aggressive action to stop the spread of xylazine, also known
What is that about? Who is Jelly Roll? I keep hearing about that.
as trank, directing the State Department of Health to list it as a Schedule III narcotic.
The Trank brothers agreed to meet with me, but wouldn't give me an exact address. They first told me to go to the parking lot of Max's Cheesesteaks in North Philly. From there, they gave me walking directions to the stash house, where the door was left wide open.
Yo, this guy got nuts on him, man, huh?
For me to enter. There I was, with the Walter White and Jesse Pinkman of Trank.
This is the Kensington finest. They love it. There's a lot going on. A little bit of dope, a little bit of trank, a little bit of fetty. This should be about like 50 grams right here. This is good for about like $2,000, between $2,000 and $4,000. You know, it don't
Jesus Christ.
cost that much neither, man. It don't cost that much.
I'm sure you've seen a lot of people have died from overdoses from this stuff.
Yeah.
Molly Kutchenberger was just 30 years old when an overdose claimed her life. Haran says a dangerous veterinary tranquilizer was to blame.
We saw that she had fentanyl and xylazine in her system.
Do you feel any sense of like responsibility?
Yeah, I feel bad. They can't spend more money with me. Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn. Those dudes are hood as fuck.
So for those who don't know, what is Trank?
Trank is a liquid paste. It's like a tranquilizer, obviously, but it's already put together as we speak though. I gotta put it into like a blender and really get it down to a powder form so I can get all my work from it, get it done, get it on the streets, and do what you got.
No, I believe it, dude. You have to understand it's an open air market down there. And on top of it, too, how do you think a lot of journalists, because they randomize where they meet them, and they'll give them access. On top of it, too, it's a good flex for them because they aren't giving away their identity, and it's letting people know that they run the streets. I believe it 100%. Okay. The next time we'll watch Plum Core. It's kind of I'm actually thinking, I don't know if I'm going to I might actually end the stream with playing some games.
I saw online that it kind of originated as like a veterinary thing, right?
Yeah. So when you get your hands on it at first, it's not really breaking the law until you really like put it together.
Is there like a kind of dirty veterinarian involved somewhere along the way?
Yeah. Plenty of them. You know, it don't cost that much neither.
He's right. For a licensed veterinarian.
What did Ori say? Money is the root of all evil.
A bottle of xylazine, capable of doubling the strength of an ounce of fentanyl, costs only $33. Is there a limit to how much you can get at one time?
Well, sometimes.
And what is that limit?
So an average bottle, I'd say we probably get about like 4 or 5 average, 4 to 5 bottles. Okay.
How much is each bottle?
So average between, I'd say 300 to 700. It's gonna come to 1,000 if the person really stingy don't want you to know what's going on.
And it's typically veterinarians, huh?
Yeah. Well, no. He's the first guy, but we talk to the 4th, 5th, 6th guy. Yeah, I don't go right to the farms and get it, no.
Yeah, but is money the root of all evil, or people's or human nature's instinct to hoard and acquire it that makes it evil? There was a reason money had to be created. We couldn't be civilized without some kind of compensation. Money is the avenue to it. Yeah, you could say that.
I got some people that make runs. I don't really make runs myself, but I make sure I pay them very well to get what I need. We do.
Yeah, people make money evil.
We gotta do it, but I need y'all to get it here. I can't go get it myself.
Do you have any of the bottles with you?
You see that bottle right there? Yeah, that's that money right there. See, my guy ain't moving.
Do you kind of moderate like how much you put into the fentanyl packets?
Yes, you got to. You don't want to kill them. You want them to enjoy themselves. You don't want to kill them.
You think Trank's like a pretty enjoyable experience?
Yeah.
It causes an anesthetic effect, so lower heart rate, a sense of calming. It almost rivals that of heroin.
Interesting.
And they don't go through harsh withdrawals.
What does Trank feel like?
Trank makes me feel like I'm asleep. Honestly, it's kind of like a daze. I'm from like the heroin days. You know, I'm in it for the rush. You know, the euphoric rush from the drugs.
You know what's weird? I mean, look, I'm not. Those guys are horrible people. Don't get me wrong, but they get locked up. They're just going to be replaced. The next kingpins will come in, you know, and they'll get another plug for Trank to hit them up with it, and the cycle just continues.
Trank really doesn't offer that, but what it does offer is a cheap nod.
How much is a single dose of Trank?
A single dose of Trank, like in a dope bag form?
Yeah.
$10, $5 to $10.
Oh, $5 for a bag of fentanyl mixed with a tranquilizer.
How many do you think you sell a day?
Hundreds of thousands.
From a distribution.
Holy shit, dude. These dudes don't play games, man. Holy fuck.
Standpoint, the Trank brothers supply between 15 to 20 blocks in Philadelphia every day with their own bundles of Trank. They estimate that each block alone sells 10,000 doses.
So if a block doing 100 bundles, and there's 14 bags in a bundle, that's about 10,000 packets.
This economy generates $500,000 every day. But as we saw,
500, $500,000 a day.
Costs many customers their lives and limbs. Or have you seen the effects of it on people's body?
Yes, that's just like that, and it's not good. Normally, if you do it the right way, it won't happen like that.
Kane's Corner donated $15. I go to bed and Rich just started streaming. I wake up 6 hours later, Rich is still streaming. This feels like some Twilight Zone shit.
It is. As I said, man, because I was shitting my brains out the last stream. I'm like, I owe you guys some more time, so here I am. And thank you for being here, dude.
But if you miss, it will tear your ass up.
Do you feel any sense of like responsibility for that?
No responsibility.
How come?
Because I'm not the one that's giving it to him directly.
So you have other people that work for you?
Yes, I do.
How many people do you think work under you?
50 average.
What's like their average age typically?
Average age, teenagers, dealers, teenagers, older people, yeah, sometimes.
Well, you know why they get them a lot of times that are under 18, because if they get caught, their repercussions are minimal because they're minors, so that's why they have them be on the street selling.
But they normally the drug addicts.
I see you have some protection on you here.
Yeah, got to, all the time. Glocks, Smith & Wessons, a little bit of everything, whatever we can get our hands on. But Glocks is our favorite.
Dude's packing like Richard Harrow from fucking Boardwalk Empire. I'm stoned and I can't remember shit. How did I remember that specifics from a show? Have a good night, Jocelyn.
Yeah, very, very reliable. There's a lot of robbers. Everybody can't get their hands on this stuff.
Why is it so hard to get this stuff?
Why? Yeah, because we stingy. We're not gonna show everybody. We don't want everybody getting our money. So when they see people that got blocks that's doing real good numbers, they like to rob the hustlers. And when they rob the hustlers, they messing with me. And therefore, I gotta take care of them.
How do you take care of stuff?
Normally death. Normally death.
You ever shot anybody before?
Yes, sir.
How was that experience?
I don't know. I don't remember.
How'd you first start doing this?
Friends, poverty, no cash, and seeing that they like it better than dope.
How would you describe your upbringing like in general?
Regular, nothing crazy. Regular poverty.
How about your like home life?
Regular, but it wasn't enough.
How old were you think when you first started to just like figure you didn't want to work a regular job?
Never worked a regular job.
Really?
Never.
Not even for like one shift at Starbucks?
No.
How long have you been doing this for?
I'd say about 10 years.
How do you feel about what's going on in K&A?
K&A? I'm not really too far from that area, but I know my stuff is over there, and they're loving it, you know? Some people got dope, some people got dope with Trank, some people got dope with fentanyl. So that's what you need your hands on.
I forgot to mention, Trank prices are kept fixed by the cartel. The original crooked veterinarian at the top of the supply chain doesn't sell to the Trank brothers or anyone directly. They sell wholesale to a broker who works for a Mexican drug cartel. What are those guys like?
Sturdy, very sturdy. They wouldn't do what I'm doing.
Do they kind of control things on like a high level?
What's up, Banshee TK? How are you?
Yes, they do. Prices, people lives.
For my own safety, I don't want to say which one, but the cartel sets a fixed price for xylazine bottles and closely monitors Trank as it travels down the supply chain, particularly as it moves from the Trank brothers onto the blocks, like Kensington. If any blocks are found to be cutting and weakening Trank to maximize profit, or getting xylazine from outside veterinarians, they would almost instantly be killed, and the cartel doesn't have to do it themselves.
They can get you touched without even being here.
Really?
Yes, sir. They'll drop the price.
Just like a bag on somebody's head?
Yeah, no problem.
And that word just kind of circulates around? In the past year, though, this market has become increasingly difficult to regulate due to an overseas manufacturer called Hanhong Pharmaceuticals, which is an unregulated company based in Wuhan, China. This company, which should be a household name, is funded directly by the infamous Wuhan Institute of Virology. But I like having a YouTube channel, so I'm going to save my cross analysis for a later date. Anyways, Hanhong Pharmaceuticals was recently revealed. To be the company solely responsible for selling fentanyl precursors to the Mexican drug cartels, who then bake these chemicals in a laboratory into pills and powder to import into the United States. Because of the success of the open-air trank market in Philadelphia,
it's open air. You could sell there and use there, and there's minimal consequence. The cops will try to, it seems, help you, but you'll see more ambulances given Narcan than people being arrested. Let's put it that way.
Company recently figured out about xylazine. And so, about a year ago, Han Hong began selling their own variant of xylazine, but instead of liquid, in a powder form for only $20 a kilo, which they've been attempting to sell to drug dealers in Philadelphia on platforms like Telegram and WhatsApp. Unlike the trade of fentanyl, which requires the cartel as a middleman to bake the precursors, Han Hong's invention of powdered xylazine allows them to cut out the cartel as a middleman and sell directly to dealers. For a period of time, this was a real game changer for trank dealers.
They can get it off the internet. They can order it from anywhere. And what's sad is you don't even have to be in the veterinarian field to receive it through the mail from Chinese dealers.
However, this majorly weakened the control of the cartel, who had already set a fixed price for liquid xylazine bottles, leading them to impose a death sentence on anyone caught receiving or trading powdered Chinese xylazine. This green light on someone's life, however, is imposed remotely. Because Philadelphia is so poor, all the cartel has to do is contact the city's gang leaders through private channels, with someone's picture, their name, and a price. In the following days, a feeding frenzy for that person's life will ensue.
Jesus Christ. It's like a, all it is, it's like an eBay bid to murder somebody.
3 gunmen firing dozens of shots in broad daylight, killing a 19-year-old man who was sitting on some steps.
From an outside perspective, it may look like gang warfare or just simply black-on-black crime. But it's actually a proxy war between Chinese corporations and Mexican drug cartels. For this reason, the advent of trank in Philadelphia has led to a major spike in homicides. And almost nobody has a bigger target on their head than the Trank brothers. What are your aspirations like for your whole life?
Well, I get in and get out. I've been in for quite a while, but since the trank and the fentanyl have been here, profit's been very skyrocket, so I assume I've been doing this too long, but until then, I gotta do what I gotta do.
So you do think you'll get out of the dope game eventually?
Yes, I will.
What do you want to do when you're out?
Get a business. I like cars. I like fancy cars.
What's your favorite kind of car?
Dodge Charger, Hellcat, Grand Cherokee. I like money.
What's your favorite way to spend money, like after you get it?
On my bitches. Bitches, food, fancy cars, jewelry.
Like taking girls out to restaurants?
Yes. Hell yeah.
What kind of food do you like?
I like pastas, I like pizza, I like steak.
Sick.
Most important, lamb. I'm a lamb type guy.
Oh, nice. What do you think's the best place in Philly to get lamb?
Lamb? Here. Like dark-skinned woman.
Yeah?
Here.
Attitude or more calm?
Both.
Nice.
Only you know how to fucking listen.
Have you ever tried this stuff before?
Fuck no. Well, never.
You think drugs are harmful?
Yes, it is.
Nah, I knew that. The most successful drug dealers never, ever touch their own product in most cases. There's probably shit they don't want them to show. And let me tell you something. If they don't want you to show something, you listen.
Powerful.
How come?
We don't like it. Why? Look, you see what it's doing. It's killing everybody.
Do you feel any sense of like responsibility?
No. They're gonna fucking buy it off me. You wanna sell drugs tomorrow, guess what they're gonna buy it off of?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying they're good dudes. They're terrible people. But unless you get the government to regulate narcotics, which people are going to use anyway, they're gone. Like, say a cartel takes them out, they're just going to be replaced. And if they're the next people are taken out, they're going to be replaced. But corruption's a motherfucker, man.
You too, man. All kids stay away from drugs. All kids stay away from drugs.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks for your time. After leaving the Trank brothers' house, I felt conflicted. On one hand, you can say that they're evil.
I do think it's evil. They're taking advantage of people that have addiction problems, mental illness.
They're producing a drug that destroys people's lives and bodies. But on the other hand, even they have caveats that protect them from responsibility and give them an ethical high ground no matter what. For example, they say tranq users don't go through harsh withdrawals.
And they don't go through harsh withdrawals.
Meaning they're providing a less painful experience than a typical fentanyl.
Yeah, minus their flesh rotting off. But yeah, sure, tranq is good.
Dealer. However, we learned from Dr. Cartwright this is not true.
The come down from that drug is so horrific and painful for them, they'll check themselves out of the hospital and start all over again.
They also claim that necrotizing fasciitis only sets in if you miss a vein.
If you do it the right way, it won't happen like that. But if you miss, it will tear your ass up.
Meaning, it's all the fault of the user for not doing it right. This is also false.
It's more likely to happen if you miss a vein, but regardless, it will occur.
And most interestingly, they say that if they don't do it, someone else will, framing themselves as powerless cogs in the drug machine.
They're gonna fucking buy it off of me. You wanna sell drugs tomorrow, guess what they're gonna buy it off of? You too, man.
I believe that at one point, probably early on, they realized that making tranq was wrong. But after seeing such astronomical profits come in, their brains constructed protective pathways to shield their souls from guilt and flood their conscience with the same affirmation. Yes, what I'm selling is harmful, but if I stop, somebody will take my position.
But that is true, though.
Therefore, it is not wrong for me to profit from this, because even if I abstain from selling it, the market will continue. It all reflects a deeply antisocial, alienated, nihilistic worldview, in which the individual has absolutely no power in influencing or changing the trajectory of a doomed society. Recognizing the spiritual sickness that runs through the veins of this collapsing country, greed, death, and decay become seen as absolutes. And so, the alienated individual figures, they're just temporary placeholders for an omnipresent evil. An evil that will exist with or without them. I began to wonder if this psychology was shared by even more heinous criminals, like child traffickers or elephant poachers. Does anybody actually accept, embrace, and consciously spread evil? Or do they all construct frameworks to avoid moral responsibility? And speaking of moral responsibility, what are the ethics behind what
Yeah, but it's about regulation and accountability.
I'm doing? Is my coverage of places like Kensington unethical and kind of fucked up? Since making
that guy's arm, did you see how big it was?
My last video in San Francisco, I've become aware of an entire side of the internet, particularly YouTube, that films homeless people under the guise of humanization and does huge numbers, and understandably so. Poverty is pornographic. The difference is, you don't generally jerk off to homeless content or hood vlogs, but it tantalizes a similarly curious part of the brain that gets excited by the forbidden and dangerous. For that reason, Kensington is pretty much the #1 homeless YouTube content zone in the country. In fact, there's like 50 YouTube documentaries up right now.
There's live streams of people just having cameras placed up in Kensington. It goes beyond that. I've seen that.
Just like this one.
Chino, hay un chico que se encuentra mal y a ver si lo puede ayudar. Está desnudo.
Which all follow pretty much the same marketing strategy. City of Zombies, further dehumanizing Americans suffering from necrotizing fasciitis, and purposely using salacious language to collect ad revenue from views, which because of our declining attention span, which also comes as a result of a Chinese psyop called TikTok, are best driven by clickbait titles and shocking keyframes. Upon further investigation, it would appear that
He's right about that. But again, why is he not mentioning that the government, I don't know.
Kensington's largest export besides tranq is definitely content. A two-syllable term that represents the transformation of art into a flat commodity, of which value is determined solely by engagement, not quality. Meaning, a content creator could realize that the product he's selling is bad for society, but so long as the market demand is there, he will continue. You see where I'm going?
How is this tying into like Melanie Mac, Just Pearly Things, and Grifters? It is. What the fuck? My head hurts right now.
Going with this? The tranq.
It's poison either way. They're selling poison. I sell underground illegal home baked cookies.
What? No way.
I love you. Wow, what a weird way to circle around towards the end of the stream, huh? This is making my head hurt.
brothers aren't the only ones profiting from human suffering in Kensington. And many locals feel that much of the content filmed here does much more harm than it does good for the neighborhood.
Well, everybody I see on YouTube that come down here and get some content, I feel as though it's not for the right intentions, right from them.
Well, of course. I got that. Thank you, Sour Bulls. A lot of memberships tonight. Thank you.
Ask the right questions.
Appreciate that.
They just record. They try to get the best.
Try to relax your anus.
Oh, that's you. Okay, we're going to hear 5 anuses.
Try to get attention to their channel.
Try to relax your anus.
Appreciate it,
Supposed to
man.
be. You understand what I'm saying?
What's up, Ryder?
I do. I sell all the birds, man. I sell them all.
Try to relax your anus.
My buddy is a Philly firefighter, and they had 3-row houses go up a month ago, and the attics that were in there around the houses didn't budge at all. Because they're zombified from these fucking toxic drugs that they're taking, dude.
Good to meet you. There's a lot of originals right here. Everybody that walked up is literally from down here. Like literally 20.
Bro, you got fucking Chinese corporations going to fucking war with like cartels. It's insane. What dystopian future are we living in?
Plus years. Yeah, I lived down here all
That's like some shit you'd hear from a video game.
my life type shit.
Fucked up. Now I'm having motion blanks fast for that. Baby, I'm a rapper, I ain't no trap. Little cat, and a nigga crack. You can clap for that. Cracks and silk, diamond drink, you something in my ass. Fuck the money up.
I see my man hot. He don't even rap, but for the camera though, he was nice.
Hey, that was fire.
Yeah, it definitely was, man.
So growing up here, what was it like, man?
Hell, if I can describe one word.
How did you accidentally eat dinner 4 times in a row?
Hell.
In what sense?
Niggas' moms dying.
How much weed did you drink? How much weed did you ingest?
Niggas dying from
And to be honest,
before the early 90s, this used to be a Caucasian neighborhood.
And there was my story. Yes, it was a Caucasian neighborhood. This was Kensington in 1982. You're probably asking yourself, what the hell happened? It's a long story, but
Well, it's like Detroit, man. You know, the car stopped being, I'm going to oversimplify it, the cars stopped being made there. The factories where the cars are being built were a big, would employed a lot of people so they could pay for their homes. Those factories shut down. People had to move out. They didn't have jobs there anymore. The property value plummets. It's lower income housing, and it just keeps going. And then now it's beyond that. It's it looks like the Bronx in the 80s. You ever see the Bronx in the 80s?
let's get into it. As a Philadelphia native myself, who grew up in a neighborhood called Fairmount, just a 15-minute drive from Kensington, I've always been aware of the chaotic, corrupt, and confusing history of Philadelphia. And at some point while discussing the history of Kensington with locals, I realized that was the true story that needed coverage. It's obvious to the naked eye that Kensington is horrifying, but few ask the question, how did it get like this? Unlike San Francisco's Tenderloin, which is mainly a result of neglect and progressive policy, Kensington is a story of police corruption, deep-rooted segregation, and now is the face of a blatant scheme by property developers associated with Temple University, who've laid out a 5-year plan to revitalize the Kensington corridor. 6 blocks down the street from the open-air drug market across Lehigh Avenue, developers have already began mass buyouts of property, both residential and commercial, and the police, in turn, are helping them to displace homeless people and push them further up the street toward the open-air drug market. With this in mind, it's quite obvious that the city is allowing the open-air drug market to flourish in order to lower property values and drive out local residents and businesses. That way, they can buy it up at a low cost, then begin enforcing drug laws, push addicts further away, and turn Kensington into a full-blown gentrified corridor, complete with juice bars, yoga studios, and so forth. Sounds crazy, but as you'll learn, for Philadelphia, this is regular. Let's go back.
They did that in Beacon, New York. Same thing.
To the year 1900. Back then, Philadelphia was a cesspool of rough and tumble European immigrants from countries like Ireland, Italy, Germany, and beyond. At this time, Philadelphia was 94.5% white and 72% foreign-born. Imagine that. One of these immigrants was my great-great-grandfather, Jeremiah Callahan, a poor Irish Catholic farm boy.
You drop the market value price because it's a terrible area. You buy it up, boot out the people who can't afford to live there anymore by jacking up prices. Oh, it's a nicer area now, but what about all the people that need help? We don't give a fuck about them. We just want the area to be cleaned up. They could figure out their own.
From Cork, Ireland. After the potato famine, Jeremiah hatched a plan to catch a boat to the New World and ended up settling in West Philadelphia in a row home with 7 children and 1 bathroom. Despite overcrowding, Philadelphia became known as the paradise of the skilled worker. Wages were high, and Philadelphia emerged as the center of manufacturing for many industries, but most notably, Kensington was the center of the textile industry, with the Beatty factory, which employed over 100,000 people in 1915.
Yeah, the same thing like Detroit. A lot of those factories shut down, or all of them shut down. And what do people do? They leave because there's no jobs so they could pay their mortgages or rent. Property value plummets. I mean, go look at Detroit, man.
But after World War I kicked off and the Great Depression followed in 1928, Philadelphia experienced what is called deindustrialization, as factories shut down, and for whatever reason, the textile industry moved to the American South. By 1935, Philadelphia lost 2/3 of all manufacturing jobs, leading to mass unemployment and significant urban decay. Many of these European immigrants, who believed that America would be paradise, found themselves jobless and pissed off. Now, simultaneously, 6 million African Americans were leaving the South, heading north to cities like Chicago, Detroit, and of course, Philadelphia. This was called the Great Migration. This migration drastically changed the demographics of Philadelphia. Now, it's important to remember that before this, 91% of African Americans lived in the South, and while slavery was technically abolished in 1865 after the
Yeah, a lot of people in the South, even though it was abolished, they didn't get the fucking memo.
collapse of the Confederacy, the following decades proved to be no less difficult for Southern blacks.
Let me see what it is. Shit for brains. If you had a time where you go back in time, what year would you go back to and tell your past self? That's a damn good question. I'd probably go back to 2009 me when I got laid off and be like, things will be all right. Your life is not going to be shit.
The white,
So there you
formerly
go.
slave-holding majority in the South fought viciously against black integration during the Reconstruction era. They formed organizations like the Ku Klux Klan, a vigilante group of terrorists whose foundational goal was to prevent black Americans from voting or achieving political power. And almost all of the initial KKK members were former Confederate soldiers. And in just 2 decades, they assassinated hundreds of politicians and lynched 4,600 civilians. Sharecropping also was running rampant, and Jim Crow laws were militantly enforced by the police, Klan, and just ordinary white citizens. Anyways, black Southerners had a million reasons to leave
It's like things come full circle, huh?
the South, so they did. However, when they arrived to Philadelphia, they were not in paradise. They found themselves in a very different, but still quite hostile environment, which makes sense given the fact that they immigrated in the midst of an economic decline and were seen as a threat to job security. In 1939, World War II begins, just as black population in Philadelphia hits 11%.
Yes, I'm still going for
Millions
10
of
more
men,
minutes.
both black and white, go to war. Then, in 1945, the war ends and all the troops come home.
Like I said, what was it, Friday, if I hit the goal? Or if I did, it would be 6-11. If I didn't, it would be 6-1 if I did.
President Roosevelt signed something into law called the GI Bill, aka the Servicemen's Readjustment Act, which provides a wide range of benefits for returning veterans. Most importantly, the GI Bill provided low-cost mortgages and generous financial aid that made it possible for almost every returning veteran to afford a nice, new family home. And so, the idea for suburbia was hatched. It's important to remember that at this point in 1944, suburbia, as we know it today, did not exist. There was no cul-de-sacs, strip malls, or sprawling subdivisions surrounding every major U.S. city. There was only really 2 types of areas, urban and rural centers. And as we know, the urban centers were in very bad shape. So, a real estate developer named William J. Levitt and his company, Levitt & Sons, had an idea.
Use the military method to mass-produce homes on old farmland. That way, he can create new communities overnight.
The mass construction of low-cost, low-density residential developments in the rural areas surrounding the cities, particularly Philadelphia, New York, and Boston. These were called Levitowns and were built very quickly to accommodate veterans returning home from World War II, which was nearly half
I didn't mean to do that, sorry.
of all American males. In fact, Levitt & Sons worked directly with the Veterans Administration to subsidize these mortgage payments. Within the first week, 67,000 veterans, both black and white, applied to live in Levittown.
This is Levittown, Pennsylvania, a new suburban community of 60,000 people, midway between Philadelphia and Trenton, New Jersey.
Yet, 99% of black applicants were denied. Why? It seems pretty unconstitutional, especially given the fact that Levittowns were partnered directly with the VA, but there was nothing the VA could do. Here was the typical experience of a black veteran attempting to apply for a home in Levittown.
I walked up to the salesperson.
It's amazing. They were fucking veterans who fought in a war, but because they were black, they didn't get the same benefits. It's so disgusting.
And I said to him, we're very interested in your house, and we'd like an application. And I remember what he said to me. He looked at me, said, it's not me, but the management has not as yet decided whether he's going to sell these houses to Negroes or not.
The management he's referring to was the HOLC, or the Homeowners Loan Corporation, who had a plan to dramatically segregate Philadelphia through a practice known as redlining. Now, the HOLC made it imperative that these newly built suburbs and Levittowns were to be whites only.
It's amazing how complex in all these different intricacies of planning and corruption that leads to a place like Kensington today, and how far back the roots of corruption go.
New middle-class families of Levittown had one other thing in common. They were all white.
And we understood that it was going to be all white, and we were very happy to buy a home here.
In fact, they carved out the entire metro area to confine black people to the north, inner west, and southeast of the city, which were the most neglected parts of Philadelphia. And so, white suburbia was born. My great-grandparents picked up and left West Philadelphia in the early 1950s and never returned back to the big city, as did 150,000 other white Philadelphians over the course of the next 2 decades. Between 1945 and 1970, Philadelphia's white population decreased from 87% to 62%. This mass migration was known as white
flight. You guys were saying that before.
In an ideal world, it would have just been called flight, but the HOLC's dramatic racial restrictions made this impossible. Anyways, by 1970, Philadelphia was the most predominantly black city on the East Coast and fell into deep poverty as the suburbs expanded. But Kensington, in this context, was a true anomaly because it was one of the few non-segregated neighborhoods in Philadelphia. So the HOLC, who wrote the blueprint for redlining and segregation, designated Kensington in 1945 as a concentration of undesirables, including low-class whites and Negroes. Kensington whites really didn't leave until the 1990s. And throughout the 1970s and 1980s, Kensington was the center of the Irish-American criminal underworld, specifically a gang called the K&A Gang, a group of Irish burglars and methamphetamine traffickers who decided to set up shop on the corner of Kensington and Allegheny. Does that ring a bell? It's the street corner where we filmed the first half of this video. For several decades, this corner flourished as an Irish-controlled meth market, and even back then, police looked the other way. But in the late 80s, crack cocaine was introduced to the inner city.
This form of cocaine comes concentrated. It is smoked rather than sniffed. It produces an intense high within 5 to 10 seconds that last only 5 to 10 minutes,
leading to a spike in homicides and open-air gang warfare that ravaged Philadelphia. As a result, Philadelphia experienced a second white flight. Between 1990 and 2010, white population in Philadelphia decreased from 57% down to 33% of the city, and for the first time, suburban population actually exceeded urban population in Philadelphia. The Kensington whites, including the K&A Gang, were among those whites who left the city in the 90s. This left their open-air drug market pretty much unattended. So crack and heroin traffickers, who were mainly black and Latino, decided to set up shop on the corner once used and occupied by the Irish.
When the 90s hit, a lot of Hispanics and blacks moved into the neighborhood, and that's when the drug trafficking got real heavy.
Did a lot of the Hispanics and blacks who moved here, were they coming from other parts of Philly, or were they migrating from different states and cities?
Other parts of Philadelphia. It ain't too many outsiders over here.
Shockingly, Philadelphia police continued their look the other way policy, but locals say that was only for the sale of drugs.
Because what are they going to do? Not to be quiet and come out of nowhere, but what are they going to do? Like, everyone there essentially is either dealing or on something.
Not public consumption. What you see today has only been allowed for the past few years.
When I was young, they used to get high in abandoned houses. They used to hide from people to do this. They used to keep it more concealed. They used to be more, you know what I'm saying? But you know what they told me though? When I told them, like, what is y'all doing? Go in the abandoned houses and get high. Why y'all doing this shit out here? You know what they told me? They said, if I go in the abandoned houses and get high and I OD, ain't nobody gonna find me. So they really feel comfortable getting high outside. So, because when they OD, somebody walk
Because they're afraid of dying and they're hoping that someone will Narcan them if they're out.
past, somebody see him and they give him CPR. And I have gave him CPR plenty of times and gave him Narcan plenty of times. But
There you go, Narcan.
like back in the day, like I said, they used to go in the abandoned house. They used to hide from this. This always been a problem. It's just now it's outside for everybody to see now.
So in terms of legality, is it legal to use and sell drugs in this particular radius?
If you don't get locked up, what you call it? Say if a cop walk past you, right, and you getting high outside, and you don't get locked up, or you get no citations, no nothing, what you call it? It's legal, almost.
Damn
Legal.
near. But what about actually selling drugs? That's still illegal, right?
It's definitely still illegal. You definitely can't sell drugs. Definitely can't sell drugs, yeah.
This is a very important distinction to make. While in recent years, Philadelphia police have turned an extreme blind eye to public drug consumption in Kensington, the same does not apply to drug dealing, like it once did during the days of the Irish mob.
A major drug bust in Kensington. This morning, Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner announced the arrest of more than 57 suspects for allegedly selling
Damn, 57.
fentanyl, heroin, cocaine, and other drugs.
Many locals feel like this sort of selective enforcement is essentially entrapment.
That's how they did now. That's how they get black, you know, that's how they get us.
They give it to us.
Yeah.
What do you mean they give it to you?
The government. Bring it into the United States for us to sell. They don't tax it, so.
Got to talk about Rick Ross. You could tell he has stories, man, with the CIA. But I don't even know if I could talk about that without my YouTube channel being shut down.
They lock us up for it. If the government could tax it, we wouldn't go to jail for it.
All right, so this I want to do a side note, all right? Let me do a side note. My goal is to have a dog show in Philadelphia. So for everybody watching this, my Instagram is BillyLoveKennel_27. I breed dogs for a living. I do it for a hobby. If anybody want a free dog, they expensive, but there is some dogs that I will bless some families with. You just got to give me a good enough reason why you need it for free.
You feel like Michael Vick gave dog owners in Philly a bad reputation?
Yes, he did. Shit, what you talking about? Hell yeah, he did. But, you know, he came back from here, apologized.
He was a professional answer.
Yes, I breed dogs. I do not fight.
Yeah, he used to have like pit fights with dogs and have them fight to pretty much death.
I do not fight.
And place bets. Like, what the fuck?
Michael Vick does have a fascinating story of redemption and rebirth. But anyways, that's a story for a different day. As I mentioned earlier, K&A is on the frontier of an ongoing class war, which right now has an obvious dividing line, Lehigh Avenue.
Lehigh, right there where the bridge at.
Let me take you on a brief drive here from the open-air drug market 6 blocks south to give you an idea of just how dramatic a contrast there is. We begin our drive on the corner of K&A at the Gates of Hell and drive south on Kensington Avenue. As we saw, there are thousands of people here shooting up and smoking trank, fentanyl, meth, and heroin. Almost every business, aside from a select few, is permanently
Look at all these people just like zombies laying down addicted.
Closed. As you continue to drive a few blocks, there's still decay. Adult video stores, cops standing around, strange pedestrians staring at you, ice cream trucks driving around looking for opiate addicts on the come down, and more abandoned commercial property. You finally approach the bridge, which marks Lehigh Avenue. As soon as you cross, almost every property is for sale or undergoing active construction. We're told this entire neighborhood has been torn down in the past 5 years, after developers staged a complete bulldoze of South Kensington to make room for new luxury apartment buildings and artisan commercial storefronts. Aside from the loud construction noise, things are pretty chill here. There are no drug addicts or police in sight. You begin to spot well-off white people, like myself. You see dyed hair and cold brew, Ukraine flags, and BLM-related art. People are in the streets, actively revitalizing.
Do you know what this used to be? A factory. A factory? Yeah.
You see Amazon delivery boxes, Porsches with New Jersey plates, and people that you can almost guarantee are not from North Philadelphia. No disrespect. It's like stepping into a different world. You almost can't believe that the corner of K&A is just 10 blocks away from you.
Yeah, it's like some places, and not to this extreme, but like in Poughkeepsie too. Like you could be on one block, even in the city of Poughkeepsie, it's nice, and then the next block, it's like, holy shit. hookers and fucking drug dealers.
But you're quickly reminded when you see an advertisement for the Abode at Oxford in Kensington, a newly built luxury apartment building.
Oh, I guess nobody actually lives here yet. This whole shit's like an empty construction site. Yeah, nobody lives here yet. If you walk around this neighborhood, which I guess is like the north central Philadelphia area, like straight up, every single street has probably 2 to 3 active construction sites. And they're all building shit like those apartments right there, which kind of have like a Philly row home vibe.
I would stay up watching this whole shit, but I know if I don't go to bed now, I'll be falling asleep at 5 in the morning. Thank you guys for everyone coming through. It's been a hell of a stream. I appreciate it. And I will see you guys later today with, I don't know how Jay's doing with that review, but I'll keep you updated. Have a good night. Ranch is going to bed. Kane's Corner, see you later. And have a good one.